Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is distorted reality in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 3, The Southern Air Temple. Aang, do you remember anything about your parents? Aang poked his head out of the apple tree's leafy branches and twisted his face in concentration. Like, a mom and dad? No, I guess they must have left the temple not long after I was born. Of course, that wasn't unusual. Nuns and monks raised children communally after their nomadic parents came to the temples to birth them. The closest thing I have to a dad is Gyatso, I guess. Sang-Mu readjusted her grip on her basket and plucked some more apples from the tree. Something about her seemed withdrawn today, Aang thought. Her question had come out of the blue after a long day of staring into the sky, as if it occupied her mind all day and she could only now voice it by plucking it from the clouds as they did to the apples. As they walked together through the temple's apple orchards, Aang danced among the treetops and chased after temple lemurs in an attempt to cheer her up, but she didn't prove too responsive to it. So you don't know anything about them, do you? He considered her question, hanging upside down from a tree branch and tapping his chin. Nope. I don't think I ever really wondered. He dropped from the tree, landed on his hands, and rolled to a standing position when the purpose of her questions started to become clear to him. Wait, do you remember yours? Sang-Mu rolled her shoulders, straightening her shawl after she bent down to place the apple basket in the grass. I wasn't born in the temple, she said, wringing her hands together. And I was dropped off here a little older than most other kids. So I remember them a little. He sat in the shade of an apple tree, patting the ground so she would sit next to him. Do you miss them? He had a suspicion that she'd finally tell him what sometimes weighed on her when he sometimes caught her staring at nothing with an introspective look on her face. She accepted his unspoken invitation and hugged her knees, pulling her robes tighter around herself. I don't know. Sometimes, I guess. I just wonder why they decided to give me up to the temple after keeping me for as long as they did. Aang smiled, but it didn't come across as joyous or encouraging. Just reflective of her sadness. Long enough to feel their absence. She nodded and leaned back against the apple tree, the sun's rays dappling her face through its boughs and bouncing off her sky-blue circlet. My mother was a waterbender, she said. Maybe when it turned out I could bend air they decided I should stay here. Aang focused on that, the best-case scenario, and one that they could easily spin a happy tale out of. Yeah. I bet since she wasn't a nomad they settled down somewhere together, but your dad just wanted you to have a chance to take after him and be a nomad. Or maybe they're building your family home somewhere and they're waiting for it to be finished before you can go back to live with them. A family home. Somewhere like where the water tribes live? Sang-Mu asked, rocking in place. I don't know. I just wish we could be a family again, I guess. It doesn't matter where. He remembered the last time she mentioned family, when she had told him that together with Kyuzin the three of them could be one as they searched for Aang's bending masters. He wondered if that meant her parents would be part of their family, too. Or maybe Aang and Kyuzin were only meant to fill a void they left behind. As his thoughts wandered to penguins and snowmen, the monk's warnings from before he left his home rang in his mind like temple bells. He had to become the Avatar early because of the gathering darkness, they said. War brewed with the water tribes as the High Chief began to expand his sphere of power beyond his unification of the southern clans. Aang wondered what might happen to people like Sang-Mu's parents if a war did break out. Sang-Mu crawled forward on her knees, her face lighting up in a smile accustomed to pushing pain away for a later time. Oh, wow, look at that, she said, emerging from the shade to get a clear view of the sky. It's snowing. And in the sun like this. I thought it was too early in the spring for snow. Aang felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold when a flurry of snowflakes danced by, a portent carried on the wind. The Southern Air Temple? Why? All three of his friends and Katara stared at Aang after he notified them of their new destination, but he didn't back down. Sokka was the first to vocalize everyone's thoughts, leaning over the edge of the saddle to stare at Aang as he sat at the reins. Azula draped her arm across her knee. It'll take us even further out of the way. That's to the southwest, and we need to go southeast to get to the eastern peninsula. I know, Aang said. But the monks knew the ways of the spirit world. Thanks to Zaibao, We know how we're getting there but not how to find Toph and the others once we cross over. And not to mention how we're getting their faces back. He knew so little, too little, about the spirit world, and though he knew the monks were gone, he hoped to find some sort of knowledge tucked away where they kept their manuscripts and written teachings, the poetry of ancient gurus. Maybe he could find out about Koh the Face Stealer or the portals themselves, which he wished he knew about back when he was still in his own world. But, secretly, he also wanted to show his friends his home. His connection to his life 100 years ago, a place special to him in all kinds of ways. He'd been raised there, but the Southern Air Temple was also where Katara and Sokka first told him they were his new family. And maybe, just maybe, it would be the start of something new with the Katara and Sokka of this world, too. He could handle the desolation of it now, the memories of his loved ones. He was ready to see Gyatso again. That's a good point, said Sokka, rubbing his chin in contemplation. I do like the chance of getting extra knowledge. Zuko nodded, tightening the laces of his boots. We could use every advantage we can get. Is it a good idea to bring this one to your old home? Azula asked, nodding her head to indicate Katara, who rolled her eyes and tugged at her shackles. What am I going to do, jangle these at ghosts of long-dead airbenders? Appa dipped below the clouds and the peaks of the Patola mountain range stretched out before them as if rising out of their own clouds. Momo spread his wings and leapt from Aang's shoulder to glide among the currents twisting through the mountains. Snow whitened every summit like a crown, but the grandest crown of them all, the Southern Air Temple, emerged from the fog, and the anticipation of his return gave him a tight feeling in his chest. No matter how much things changed, this place would forever be home. Their traveling party had grown and Mai wasn't sure if she liked this new arrangement yet. They traveled on foot to the Chameleon's Tail, the easternmost part of the Earth Kingdom and the peninsula that made up half of Chameleon Bay. Jet had fallen into a bitter, angry silence and snapped at anyone who tried to talk him out of it, which was just fine with Mai because she preferred his surliness over his cocksure facade of a charming rogue. His quiet solitude was the least of her worries. His freedom fighters were a rowdy bunch and thankfully he left behind all the youngest of them in Ba Sing Se, but she doubted the capabilities of all those he brought along for this dangerous mission. They had fighting skill, but she didn't know if they had everything necessary to infiltrate the North Pole without a hitch so she could take down High Chief Arnook. Except for the one named Longshot. She could respect him. Like him, even. But before they left, Iroh had gathered Mai, Jet, Ty Lee, and Haru together. His words puzzled her, even a day later. When Iroh requested her presence on the beach separate from the rest of Ozai's encampment, Mai didn't know what to make of it. She knew next to nothing about the man except that he was Zuko's respected uncle and Ozai's brother. Perhaps he had need of her particular skill set, she thought, but that idea washed away with the surf when she saw Jet, Haru, and even the Golden City Princess, Ty Lee, her supposed best friend in another world, sitting with him in the sand. What did you need from us, old man? Jet asked Iroh as Mai approached the circle. We were getting ready to leave for the North Pole soon. Iroh spread his arms wide, giving them a welcoming smile lit by moonlight from his seat upon a piece of driftwood. I wanted to formally meet all four of you. Jet leaned back and propped himself up on his arms. Why us? Because I think destiny brought us here, he answered. And the river of destiny will carry the four of you along with it, together, I think. Mai's eyes narrowed, skeptical. What do you know of our destinies? Iroh's palms turned face up. I don't know your destinies, but I know that destiny is a funny thing. What may have once been cut short now has another chance to continue its flow. Those who were once enemies can become allies and strangers the dearest of friends. And even those who were already closely bonded can gain a new understanding of each other. Ty Lee tilted her head. I don't get it. You think we should do something together? Follow our destinies, Haru said, pounding his enclosed fist into his other palm. That sounds great, but how? Mai fixed Iroh with a stare. She might have imagined it, but based on the way he looked at her and Ty Lee when he mentioned close bonds, she wondered if he knew about the other world. But that was impossible, from what she knew of the old man in Aang's world, he had died, just like her. The other Iroh would be silent just like the other Mai, assuming her theory about their dead selves was even correct. He returned her gaze and she knew what he was about to say before the words even left his mouth. I think you should all go to the North Pole. Only by working together will you succeed in your endeavor to rescue your friend. Ty Lee's face fell into a thoughtful frown and she played with the end of her braid. I don't know. I have to go back to the Golden City. My people need me now that Jiduan fell. Maybe so, Iroh said. But that is up to you to decide. How can you help the most? Which path does your heart tell you to take? I want to help, I do, said Ty Lee. But this kind of mission, assassinating someone. It just seems wrong to me, you know? Like, Chief Arnook is someone's father, I bet. Yes, said my Princess Yus. I have no time for sympathy when they'll show us none. Ty Lee frowned at her in response but Jet chuckled. For someone who plays with sharp knives your words can come out really blunt, he said. Iroh gave Ty Lee a gentle smile. Then it can be your duty to keep them on the right path, he said. Wherever you think that path may lead them. And besides, you still have a friend who needs saving, as well. How will we even get to the North Pole? Haru asked. It's not like we can walk. You will travel by sea, said Kunna, approaching their gathering with the freedom fighters Smellerbee and Longshot accompanying her. Mai did not know when she arrived at Chameleon Bay. I am acquainted with a pirate captain who will grant you safe passage there. Jet cut her off, his face twisted in hatred. There's no way I'm gonna trust the word of a waterbender or a pirate. What are you even doing here? Smellerbee stepped in front of the old woman as if to protect her from him. Jet, she helped us back in Ba Sing Se. She's a good waterbender. No such thing, he said with a snarl, standing with his swords in his hands as if about to attack Kunna. His sudden change brought tension and alarm to the gathering. Mai stood and blocked his way before anyone else could do anything, clenching the front of his shirt in her fists. Aang trusts her, so that's good enough for me, she said, channeling all of her authority as leader of the Roku warriors with her eyes locked to his. You want to hear blunt? If your anger turns to stupidity and you get in the way of this mission, in my way, you're off it. Understood. Her words came out with every word carefully intended, her voice raised no higher than her usual volume and tone. Jet wrenched free of her grip. I'm really starting to doubt Aang's judgment in people, he said, edging past her to stomp back toward the encampment. We leave tomorrow. Jet could be dangerous. Mai knew that. But she hated the water tribes as much as he did, she only hid it better. But Haru seemed competent, at least, easygoing and level-headed enough to keep them steady on their objective to reach the Northern Spirit Portal if she had to ditch them all. Ty Lee, meanwhile, kept picking up pretty seashells and giving them to the other freedom fighter children who followed along in their wake, distracting them with a bright smile and cartwheels. Mai could only imagine what the pirates they journeyed to meet would say when a crowd of over a dozen teenagers approached bedecked in seashells. Not for the first time, Mai wondered how on earth the two of them could be best friends in any world. Then again, her smiles sometimes brought Xiao's confidence to mind. Without warning, the princess sidled up next to Mai and lowered her voice into a conspiratorial whisper. I know you're with Zuko and all, but that Haru guy is a total hunk, isn't he? She had only one response for that. Ugh. Appa trudged through the temple grounds with only Katara still sitting in the saddle as Aang gave them a tour of his home. He introduced them to the statue of Gyatso, showed them the airball court, and pointed out where he and the other kids used to play on air scooters. He allowed the nostalgia to seep in but wouldn't let himself get consumed by it, wouldn't let himself get lost in the memory of times long past. He had long ago accepted that he was the last airbender. This wouldn't be like last time. His companions, even Katara, stayed quiet as if in reverence and respect to Aang and his people. They had all donned their parkas to ward off the cold of the mountainous winter, stepping around the snow drifts that had claimed the temple just as the snow had 100 years before. He wondered how much evidence of a waterbender attack the snow concealed, how many rotting spears or bone arrowheads or frozen leather helms had been buried in the snow. Sabi curled into the hood of his parka, a reassuring warmth at his back. At the temple entrance, he turned back to his companions as they followed him up the steps. The statue of monk Gyatso watched over them all as they ascended, and for a moment Aang wondered if Gyatso would have objected to any of them entering the temple, most of all Sokka and Katara. But when he pictured his father figure and his rejection of tradition, his easygoing ways and capacity to forgive, Aang dispelled those doubts and turned to Sokka. "Can I have the key?" he asked, palm held out. Sokka fixed him with a perplexed stare, one eyebrow raised, but fished through the inner pockets of his parka and handed a tiny iron key over to Aang with a shrug. "Sure, I guess." "Wait a minute," said Azula, massaging her temples. Sokka had the key to his sister's shackles all along. Aang expected that reaction from Azula. He contemplated for a long time over who would bear the two keys to Katara's shackles, assuming that Katara would think Aang himself held it and that they wouldn't yet trust Sokka with something so valuable. Eventually, he decided that Azula would bear one. But Aang had secretly given his key to Sokka, even knowing that Azula would object to it. "Sokka has the best chance of resisting her blood-bending," he said. She frowned at him. "I suppose I can't deny that logic. But why reveal that now?" In response, he leapt up to Appa's saddle and held Katara's gaze as she said nothing at his approach. He knelt down and freed her hands, his face set into a grim warning. "This isn't permanent," he said. He stood so they could all hear him. "This is something you all need to see. And we all need to help find anything of use to help Toph and you." Saying her name, he felt Toph's absence more than ever now that her strength wasn't there to support them. He didn't know if she'd agree with this decision, but he would have felt more comfortable about it nonetheless. Katara stood. "You trust me enough to walk free?" "Not at all," he said, and he meant it, remembering the way she made him feel in the tent at Oze's camp. Her effortless manipulation of that conversation made him realize he was out of his depth wherever Katara was involved. But Azula could handle her. He had few doubts that she could handle anything. "But we're in a remote mountain range, so even if you would do something to harm any of us or try to run, there's nowhere you could go, anyway. You'd doom yourself, too. But it's wrong to lead someone in chains to a sacred place where my people valued freedom." "Fair enough," she said with a shrug, sliding down Appa's tail. "I suppose it is pretty significant to be the first outsiders to come to this temple in 100 years. I won't deny that I've always been curious to see what an air temple is like." Azula exchanged a glance with Aang. She looked livid, nostrils flared in a way that told him she held back everything she wanted to say in response to this arrangement. "Fine," she said, acquiescing after releasing a sharp breath. She rounded on Katara. "But you're not leaving my sight for a moment." "I trust you, Azula," Aang said, hoping it sounded reassuring. She crossed her arms. "Really? The two of you can go to the reliquary hall, where the monks kept all the spiritual artifacts. Maybe you'll find something we can use." He turned to Sokka and Zuko. "We'll go to the manuscript room. We'll all meet back up in the temple sanctuary when we're done." Zuko's gaze followed Katara and Azula as they proceeded to the upper levels, toward the spire where the temple relics had been kept for thousands of years. After the echo of their footsteps faded, Zuko let out a frustrated sound through grit teeth. "I hate the idea of Azula being alone with Katara while she can bend. I'm going with them." Sokka put a hand on his hip and gave Aang a sidelong glance. "Yeah, seems pretty stupid to leave Katara alone with anyone right now. I know airbenders like freedom and all that, but..." "I'm not asking you guys to agree with me," Aang said before Sokka could finish. "It's just for this once." "But I agree with you, Zuko." Zuko nodded and departed from their company without another word, putting up the hood of his parka as he went. After he left, Aang and Sokka shrugged at each other and descended through the winding halls of the temple depths. As a child, Aang disliked coming this way because it always meant he had long hours of study ahead of him. It felt unnatural for an airbender to spend so much time sequestered away in unadorned halls deep beneath the temple with all the older monks when there was playtime to be had outside. It felt like a cave, and even 100 years later when the wooden door of the manuscript room at the bottom of the staircase had long since rotted away, not much had changed except for the occasional wolf bat droppings and remains of a lemur nest. Momo scampered ahead of him and Aang wondered if the lemur remembered this place. Aang lit a fire in his palm and held it aloft, casting light to the distant corners of the manuscript room, upon shelves piled with scrolls that had been preserved in the cold, dry air. His breath caught in his throat when he spotted the skeletal remains of a monk at the foot of a writing desk, who had perhaps made a last stand protecting the airbender's knowledge from the raiding waterbenders, but he pushed aside the fear and shock. Careful of the heat in his hand, he approached the shelves and started peering through them while Sokka discovered a wax candle and lit it for his own light source. He found scrolls detailing airbender forms and depictions of the heavenly trigrams. Poetry by unnamed monks long forgotten by history, guides to enlightenment and writings by gurus from every nation that he schemed through and pushed aside. Teachings of one Guru Lagama caught his interest briefly, which led to discovery of a mention about a heretical contemporary of his called Shokin, whose actual writings had been forbidden. Following those texts, he learned a little of ancient beings that were neither spirit nor creature known as lion turtles, but when he didn't find what he was looking for he disregarded it all. But after sifting through a pile of scrolls that all preached leaving behind the trappings of a material life he sighed and stretched his aching neck. "Any luck?" he asked Sokka, leaning his head against the writing desk. The remains of the monk seemed to laugh at him, as if taunting the boy for blowing off his lectures back when he lived here and the information he sought had been contained in them. "Not really," Sokka said, rubbing his eye with his fist. "This stuff is all so heavy. Are all the air temples like this?" "They all have writings of monks and nuns throughout history, but none of the others have a repository of knowledge like this one," Aang said. His eyes felt strained trying to read in the dim lighting. "Maybe we could take a little break." Sokka's shoulders slackened in relief. "Closest I got was one monk's account of meditating into the spirit world, but all he did was talk about the weird flowers he found there." He leaned back in his chair and glanced toward Aang's sheathed sword. "I read a lot of stuff about how airbenders prefer non-violent approaches to conflict, too. And, well, swords are pretty violent." Aang adjusted the weapon so that its sheath hung across his back, like Sokka's, since it was too long to comfortably hold at his waist. "Yeah, well, I haven't really acted like a monk in a pretty long time. Things change." Sokka held the meteorite sword across his lap, partially unsheathing it so that the black iron reflected the candlelight. He stared into it as if transfixed. "Why did you give this to me, anyway? It was yours. And this isn't a water tribe weapon, so I can't see why you'd think it'd be a good fit for me. I'm not complaining, though, it's a great sword." Aang twined his fingers together on the desk and stared at them. A weight dropped into his stomach at Sokka's question and it occurred to Aang that this might finally be the time to tell Sokka the truth. Traveling with them, he was bound to find out eventually. He took a deep breath. "Because you are meant to own that sword," he said. "In another world, where everything happened differently, it belonged to you." Sokka's brow furrowed. "What do you mean, another world? What happened differently?" "Ever since the day we've met I've had memories of us being friends," Aang said, exhaling. He felt heavy, rooted to the stone floor of the manuscript room. "Us fighting together against the Fire Nation. Against an evil Fire Lord Oze and Azula. You are like my brother. Katara even said it here, in this temple, that we were family." "Katara said that?" Sokka scoffed. "Hard to believe." "It's true," Aang said. "She was different. You were different. But you have to believe me. Doesn't the sword feel like it's part of you as much as your boomerang? I asked you on Kyoshi if you've heard any voices or anything." Sokka snapped the sword back into its sheath and turned back to his pile of scrolls. "You're spouting off Avatar nonsense again. None of that makes any sense." Aang stood, pushing his chair back. "But it's true. You and me and Katara. Toph. A different Zuko, a scarred Zuko. Even Suki. We were best friends, all of us. A family who fought together in the war even when there was no one left to fight with us." His throat felt strained, his voice shaking with conviction. "I need you to believe me. You were our idea guy. Our meat and sarcasm guy. And even when we were at our worst, after we lost Suki, you still wanted us to be happy, to laugh. You even told me we'd be real brothers one day when everything was over and you finally came around to supporting the idea of me marrying Katara when we got older. Just stop talking, okay?" Sokka's arms quivered and Aang noticed that he had clenched his fists, hunched away from Aang as if ready to spring to action at any moment. I don't want to hear you. That's crazy. We'd never be brothers. I dedicated my life to hunting you down, and even though that's been put on pause for a little bit, it hasn't changed anything. I don't know if spirits or swamp gases or something gave you weird visions of us being friends, but it'll never happen. Your grandmother believed me? Yeah, well, I don't think she'd be grossed out by the idea of you wanting to marry my sister. That's weird. Aang dropped back into his chair and slumped forward. The skeleton in tattered robes continued to taunt him. The other you was grossed out when he first found out I loved her, too. But that's who you were, a brother who was overprotective of his little sister even if she didn't need protecting. And that's the hardest part to believe, Sokka said, his expression dour. We were all family? Don't make me laugh. None of us, you, me, or Katara, are capable of being a family. I'm getting this crash course on airbender culture, and from what I've learned, how would you even know what a family is? His words hurt, but Aang only shook his head. That's the thing. In that other world, you two were the ones who taught me what it means. At the very tip of the chameleon's tail, where Kunna had directed them, the coarse beach sand made way for a rocky shoreline battered by winds from the eastern sea. To the south, across the water, Mai saw the silhouette of mountain peaks emerging through distant clouds. Somewhere up there, the Eastern Air Temple stood, and Mai briefly wondered if the Guru Aang met still meditated in solitude before she turned away, back to the situation at hand. We have to go in that cave? Jet asked, stopping and crossing his arms. After they passed an outcropping of stone, they found a shadowy entrance to a series of sea caves that supposedly led to the pirates' hidden cove. I don't like it. That'll give those pirates a ton of opportunities to ambush us. Ty Lee frowned. But they're not gonna ambush us. Kunna said they'd be on our side. What don't you people understand? I don't trust the word of a waterbender, especially when they're trying to get me to trust pirates. And didn't you say you fought her once, too? Ty Lee scratched her cheek. Well, yeah, but she also helped save my life. What do you have against pirates, anyway? Haru peeked into the yawning mouth of the cave that descended into a tunnel beyond their sight. Well, I don't really want to take his side, but pirates do have a bit of a reputation. Ruthless, seafaring pillagers and all that. And more often than not they form a partnership with the water tribes for control of the sea. My father and I have warded off their attacks from Jiduan's shores a few times. Yeah, said Smellerbee. It's beneficial to both of them. As long as the pirates are loyal, they get to sail wherever they want and steal whatever they want. One of the other freedom fighters, a freckled boy with soot staining his cheeks, stopped chattering with the younger ones and readjusted his goggles. Some of them are used by the water tribes for threatening villages, too. Mai pushed past the cluster of kids and led the way into the sea cave. If you know of a better way to the North Pole, then go. She had no time for Jet's attitude. Nothing would get in her way of reaching Agnikale. And if this was her only way around the Northern Water Tribe's ocean defenses, she would do what she must. She caught Jet glaring at her as she passed but ignored him as she entered the cave. Come with me or not? I'll go alone if I have to. With her shoulders hunched and fingers ringing together, Ty Lee followed after her first. Then came Haru. The freedom fighters lingered at the entrance and Smellerbee said something to Jet that she couldn't hear. Mai said nothing to Ty Lee or Haru and appreciated their silence in return. Eventually, Jet gave in and all the freedom fighters meandered into the cave and caught up to Mai and the others. It didn't take long for Mai's eyes to adjust to the dim lighting inside the network of caves. The sunlight reached surprisingly far inside, but once that ended she saw faintly glowing plants along the cave walls and ceiling, snaking around stalactites and clustering in luminescent bulbs. It smelled like damp moss and salt water, and it felt so humid that Mai had a brief, wild thought that they stepped into a beast's mouth. Echoes of water dripping into shallow puddles they stepped through made up the only noise. Nobody spoke, hesitant to warn the pirates of their approach. After curving through a tunnel where a few of the children nearly lost their footing on the slippery slate, they came to a dead end. Moss and ivy covered the wall in front of them, a tangle of broad leaves that made a tapestry of green. Looking at it up close, Mai discovered that plants weren't the only light source in these caves, but faintly glowing insects, too, that crawled through the ivy. "I've never seen anything like this," the boy with goggles whispered, peering closely at the wall. "It's so pretty," said Ty Lee, her eyes wide enough to reflect the light she admired. "Like a bunch of twinkling stars." Her words made Mai's stomach twist. Xiao had said the same thing of Basing Se at night right before the attack on the city. "Haru," she said, forcing down the memory and turning to the earthbender, the only bender among them. "Can you make a path for us?" "I could," he answered. "But it'll be noisy. Even if these pirates are supposed to be on our side, they might think it's an attack." Longshot approached the wall of moss and ivy and touched it. His hand sunk deep into the greenery and he turned back to them, shaking his head. "It's not a wall," said Smellerbee. "It's just covering the way forward." One of the other kids pumped a fist into the air. "Let's jump through." "No, Bugsy, we've gotta blow it up." "Nuh-uh, Rattletrap." Mai rolled her eyes and was about to go cut through them all when Jet beat her to it, using his hook swords to peel away the moss and ivy barring their way. The moment he stepped forward through the opening, however, the discarded ivy coiled around his legs and hoisted him up to the ceiling. Mai spun in place to pick out their attacker, but all of the other plants and moss coating the walls and ceiling fell from the stone and converged on them. Mai cut through the ivy before it could constrict her. Their light source moved with the plants, flashing in and out of her vision to make disorienting shadows dance through the cave. She didn't dare to throw her knives out of the fear of hitting one of her allies. The ground rumbled with the sound of Haru's earthbending, but if he saw their foe she didn't know, she could only focus on slashing at any plants that came her way. "Mai, look out!" Ty Lee called, flipping through a tangle of vines. She didn't stop moving as she ducked and weaved through the assault, so Mai followed her example, dropping low to the cave floor and rolling out of the way of a moss bed that swept toward her. Part of her wondered if this could be some sort of spirit attack, but then she reminded herself that Aang did something to stop spiritual interference in their world. Unless the spirit lingered down here to begin with, but what did she know of spiritual matters? Smellerbee stood in front of Longshot with her knife held out in a defensive position, dancing and slicing around the attacks as she tried to make her way to Jet's wriggling form on the ceiling. Longshot stood behind her with his bow ready but, like Mai, refrained from firing anything. Haru burst through any attempts to bind him, pinning down the moss and ivy with slabs of stone in his attempts to free the other freedom fighters as they got dragged into the darkness with shouts of fear. Mai carefully aimed toward Jet in an attempt to cut him free, but before she could throw her knife, one of the luminescent bulbs burst and coated her with a softly glowing gel-like substance. "Yuck," she said, as the same thing happened to her companions. In short order, their only light source became each other, which almost literally painted a target on their backs. "Ugh," said Jet, still suspended above them. "What I wouldn't give to be a firebender right now." In the dim light, Mai spotted a puddle of water slide across the smooth stone toward her and her eyes widened. "They're waterbenders," she said, just loud enough for the others to hear. It all came together. Many waterbenders could pull water from plants and trees, but she had never heard of one controlling them until now. "You must be the pirates." "We're not here to fight," said Haru. "Lady Kunna sent us." Jet's response came out in a growl. "They're pirates and waterbenders? Maybe I am here to fight." A voice drawled at them from the darkness. "Kunna, you said? Well, who'd have thunk it? Though, we've gotta bring these kids to Hugh." The reliquary vault might have been beautiful 100 years ago. Angela may have even called it majestic. The exaltation of the monks on display for anyone to see, the ultimate destination of many a pilgrimage to the temple arranged on podiums and pillars in the highest tower. She could only have imagined what it might have looked like back then, and it made her glad that Aang didn't come here to see what it had become. The room had a single window at its high ceiling, far out of reach for those limited to the ground, which let in light and cold that made Angela begrudgingly and silently thankful for her parka. It felt empty. She saw conspicuous spaces where airbender relics had once been, which told her the waterbenders had looted it when they first invaded. Some of it had been left behind, perhaps judged to be worthless or too much to carry, and if the remainder of it was any indication of what the room once was, Angela might have found it fascinating back then. Without a word exchanged between them, Katara began her search for anything useful while Azula kept close and did not let her guard down for a moment. The statue of quite a large monk, perhaps a past airbender avatar, glared down at them both. She didn't know what Aang expected them to find here, but she searched anyway. Among the objects left behind, she found an incense burner made of jade and gold. Amulets with faded poetry of ancient gurus or idolatry of respected monks and nuns and avatars folded away inside them. Prayer beads and glider staffs which had broken wings when Azula tried to open them. Humming moth-eaten robes from a monk that had gone stiff from a century of moisture and cold, neatly folded and adorned with wooden tokens to indicate the owner must have been a historic figure. After she discovered her 10th pan flute, Azula sighed. This is a waste of time. There's nothing useful here. Katara's eyes wandered up the ramp spiraling toward the upper levels of the vault, which had been dotted with occasional statues or larger artifacts like singing bowls. What did the Avatar expect us to find? Some sort of weapon that could defeat the Face Stealer? When Azula said nothing in response, unwilling to engage in conversation with the waterbender, Katara continued. You know what I think? He just wanted you out of the way for a little bit. Azula put down the jade statuette of the meditating monk she had been examining with enough force that she could have cracked it. I think you have no idea what you're talking about. For what reason could he want me out of his way? I'd say I'm pretty good at reading people, she said, folding her arms and giving Azula such a smug look that Azula wanted to add another burn scar to her face. He's been quite chummy with Sokka lately, hasn't he? Just pushing you off to keep an eye on me while they go do other things. Of course, said Azula, scoffing. Sokka's his waterbending master now. Which she still didn't like, but Katara knew nothing about Aang's world and didn't know they had been close friends there. Which means he has no use for you anymore, does he? Azula narrowed her eyes at Katara. If you're trying to manipulate me, sow discord in our little group, you're doing a poor job of it. Katara shrugged. I'm just saying, I think there's a piece of this puzzle that we're both missing. The Avatar confuses me a little. She turned toward a pedestal and lifted an amulet with a long, gold chain, but glanced at Azula through the corner of her eye. Sometimes I think he has a little crush on me. Weird, right? I'm his enemy. Careful to temper any reaction to Katara's words, Azula gave her a clipped response. I think you're just self-absorbed. Katara put a hand to her mouth to cover her laugh. Sorry. It's funny, I thought the same of you, Azula. When her smile faded, she put her hands on her hips. Either way, I don't think the Avatar trusts you as much as he says he does. Trust is for fools. Fear is the only reliable way. Princess Azula's voice lanced through her mind and she grit her teeth. The princess had been silent, mostly, ever since Aang fought Wan Shi Tong, and Azula didn't know if it was because of what Aang had done or if Azula had managed to stave her off herself. Shut up, she said, to both princesses. Of course he trusts me. They were supposed to be disconnected from the spirit world. How could she still be here? She tried to bring Aang to the forefront of her mind, to picture his face, but his body jerked and spasmed with agony, struck by lightning that coiled around him like a snake. Flames clawed at the backs of her eyes but she forced them back. Of course breaking the connection to the spirit world did nothing to stop Princess Azula. She wasn't a spirit. She was part of her. Does he? Katara asked, and then she looked up. Then why would he send your brother to spy on us? She narrowed her eyes. What? Her gaze followed Katara's, up the ramp that coiled around the tower to the upper levels where the statue of the rotund Avatar stood sentinel. Zuko emerged from behind him, crossing his arms while he leaned into the statue's shadow. Zuzu, what are you doing here? Azula saw blue. I wasn't spying, he said, glaring at Katara. I just didn't think it was wise for anyone to be alone with you. Katara shrugged, her voice light and airy. Well, pardon me for assuming, but it looked like that from down here. I figured keeping an eye on you when you thought you had the advantage would give me the best idea of your actual goals. And you know what? I was right. You're trying to drive a wedge between us. Azula shut her eyes. Whether or not Aang put him up to that, she felt heat burning at the back of her head, the sting of betrayal clutching at her throat. She tried to push it away, tried to find the logical explanation, but something in her new betrayal had been intimately acquainted with it. Traitors and liars nearly became the princess's undoing, all her enemies and supposed allies conspiring together to eliminate Azula as the biggest threat. The other Azula's feelings overwhelmed her explanations or Zuko's reasoning. Anger swelled in her gut, anger at Zuko, at Katara, at Sokka, at Aang. Herself, most of all. How could she be so stupid? So reckless? She didn't deserve their trust. It's terrible when you can't trust the people who are closest to you. She heard the words in her head but surprised herself when she said them aloud. What's going on with you? She heard Katara's voice through the din, unsure and perhaps even with a tinge of fear, like she regarded Azula as she would a rabid animal liable to strike at any moment. Good. Maybe she would. Katara should have feared her. Azula realized she had clenched her fists with enough force to singe the inside of her gloves. Where did my brother go? He left already, Katara said, looking at her with a raised eyebrow. Went to go find the Avatar. Azula straightened. I have no doubts about Aang's trust in me. A lie. Just one single doubt, only a momentary lapse, had allowed the princess back in. It had been so easy. He has no reason to distrust me. He had a whole devastated world's worth of reasons to distrust her. She was so tired of this constant back and forth with her other self. She wondered, briefly, if it would just be easier to sleep and let someone else take over. Even if Aang did trust her, did he need her? For a while, Sokka didn't say anything further and instead reached into his bag for a handful of jerky before he went back to researching. Aang's eyes scanned over more of Guru Lagama's teachings and he was about to suggest giving up and moving on to the Southern Water Tribe, but Sokka spoke again. You had feelings for Katara all this time? He asked. You know, if anything, I thought you and Azula had something going on. Aang had been leaning back in his chair and almost fell off of it. Azula? No, well. It was awkward at first, because in that other world she was my enemy. But now she's become a really good friend. He pictured her in his head, once again surrounded by a ring of fireflies and plum blossom petals. How come when I picture her in my head she's always at Wu's party? Well, family now, too. His fire felt warmer. It felt right to say that she'd become as important to him as Sokka. Zuko. Toph. Even Katara. But, unlike with everyone else, it wouldn't last. He'd lose her when he went back, and he didn't want to think about that now. He pushed those thoughts away. That's all. Sokka asked, frowning. You're crazy. She'd do anything for you, you know? It's like, I dunno, she's your number two. She's got your back. A partner like that's pretty good to have around, if you ask me. Aang tilted his head. Are you trying to give me advice about girls? Or are you trying to deflect me away from your sister? Sokka actually chuckled at that. Bit of both, really. But seriously, I know my stuff about women. And I think you've been taking her for granted. Says the guy that wouldn't really acknowledge women as warriors or even equals until recently. Sokka put his hands up defensively. I know. But I'm starting to see otherwise. Aang wondered if Mizuka the Kyoshi warrior had something to do with that. But I don't. I don't take Azula for granted. She's, well, scarily efficient at pretty much everything she does. And I know I can rely on her. I just can't be with her, can't feel things like that for her. That'd be crazy. His flame flickered and lengthened, licking at the cobwebs hanging above him, and he quickly blew them out before they could start smoking. He focused on thoughts of going back home, to his other home, the other world. It hurt to think of losing Azula that way. Can't. Or don't. Sokka pushed his chair back and stood, stretching his hands over his head. He looked at Aang and shook his head, as if reminding himself of who he was talking to, and his whole demeanor changed. Never mind, just forget it. Aang clenched his fist over his flame and stared at his palms through the flickering firelight from Sokka's candle. Hang on, what's the difference? I guess I can tell her thank you more often. We should probably head to that sanctuary. I've had enough of staring at ancient monks' texts, Sokka said, yawning. Hopefully Katara didn't do anything too bad. You didn't answer my question, Aang said, frowning. What did you mean by that? Sokka groaned and dragged his hand down his face. Listen, kid. I probably shouldn't have opened my mouth. I don't care what you do with your little friends. It's a little bit concerning that you have a thing for Katara for all sorts of reasons, but whatever. Do what you want. So you believe me? I didn't say that. It's not this Katara I feel that way for, Aang said. It's the other one. Okay, still weird. Maybe even weirder. But you're really good at denial, I'll give you that. Huh? What do you mean? Aang made a groan to match his when Sokka didn't answer and kept walking. He should have expected Sokka to react like this, ever the skeptic, but decided not to push it. They made their way out of the manuscript room with Momo trailing at their heels. Sabi stirred from Aang's hood, waking from her nap with a cat-like yawn. Up the spiraling stairs and down a series of corridors, they stopped in front of the massive wooden doors to the Air Temple Sanctuary, where they found Zuko sitting and waiting for them in front of the complicated airbender locking mechanism. Where are Katara and Azula? Aang asked him, frowning. He sat against the door with his head hanging on his knees, exuding his typical broody aura and a surly expression. They should be coming soon. Katara sort of figured out I was spying on them. Spying? Aang asked, brow furrowed. Zuko pushed himself to his feet. Well, you know. On Katara, just to make sure she wouldn't try something when she thinks she's got one of us alone. Aang crossed his arms and tapped his foot, trying to picture how that played out. I guess that's a good idea. Did it work? Kind of, Zuko said. Katara was playing head games. And Azula's a master at those, Aang said, sighing with relief. Nothing to worry about. Katara can be too, you know, said Sokka, directing a glare at Momo as the lemur climbed all over him. I should also mention that your lemur should learn to stay away in case I realize I'm getting pretty hungry. Momo's not for eating, Aang said, snatching the lemur away from him with a disapproving glare. He turned back down the corridor at the sound of footsteps approaching just as Azula and Katara came into view. Azula had her arms crossed in annoyance but otherwise looked fine. Katara put one hand over her heart once they joined Aang and the others in front of the sanctuary door. Any luck with you boys? We didn't really find anything, but I haven't given up hope. I still think we can save our friends, so let's get rid of those long faces, gang. No one else said anything. Aang turned away from her, unable to look at her when she put on airs like that. He had never seen her wear such a fake sentiment like a mask, so obvious in her insincerity that it almost made him mad. Maybe anger was the type of reaction she sought. Stand back, Aang said to them all, ignoring her. I need space. This door can only open with airbending. Katara blew a puff of air from between her lips. Wow. Tough crowd, huh? The waterbending pirates though and do led Mai, Haru, Ty Lee, and all of the freedom fighters deeper into the sea caves, following the bioluminescent moss that lit a path through the darkness. Jet didn't lower his hook blades once, but their waterbending escort seemed too easygoing to care. He hates this, Smeller B muttered to Mai as they walked. I don't blame him. But you showed him up earlier, when you walked into the cave first. He has to save face. Show the rest of the gang that he's not afraid of some pirates. I really don't care, Mai said. I'm just annoyed about that plant bulb juice getting all over my clothes. If it leaves a glow-in-the-dark stain I'm probably going to throw up. They'd pulled most of it off with their waterbending, but still. Mai smelled the ocean again before she saw it. The cavern opened up into a secret cove, giving them a view of the Eastern Ocean from inside of the cave mouth. A pair of junk ships with a wide, open deck had been moored in their hidden harbor, while smaller boats bobbed next to them that would fit no more than a dozen men each. A village of sorts had sprung up around the harbor tucked away in the network of sea caves that reminded her uncomfortably of the crystal catacombs beneath Ba Sing Se. Algae clung to the damp walls of the cave and glowed like the moss further in the caverns, providing light along with man-made oil lanterns that hung on lengths of rope from the ceiling. Wooden planks covered most of the cave floor in multiple levels that led to staircases and branching tunnels. They even had doors leading to different sections of the cave village, whether for residences or storage or something else. Barrels lined the walls, and normally Maya would have thought they'd be filled with plunder from the pirates' exploits, but judging by what she'd seen so far, she couldn't be sure. She saw some weapons, curved blades and bows or spears, but not as many as she'd expected, and they seemed more decorative than anything. Men, women, and children dressed like no Water Tribe's people Maya had ever seen milled through the cove. Most of the townspeople wore green with clothes spun from seaweed, rope, and fish scales, as if they'd simply crawled from the ocean. The pirates wore armor that looked like it had been taken from turtle crab shells, pincers included. And it was truly a town. Places like this must have dotted the shores of the whole Earth Kingdom if they'd managed to stay here without getting ousted by their enemies. Perhaps their distance from the Water Tribes allowed them to be more independent, or at least neutral. And there were so many plants. Some, like the algae and moss, clung to the walls or the ceilings. Some grew out of pots and troughs filled with what she assumed to be fresh water. Some were broad and leafy, while others had long vines or ferns, and still more of them flowered into dark, shriveled-looking orchids or tiny white blooms that Ty Lee went to admire at once. Some of the plants glowed, but most of them looked normal, but she never expected to find such an abundance of green tucked away in an underground cave. "What is all this?" Haru asked, turning around to take it all in. "This whole place has such a great aura," Ty Lee exclaimed, throwing her arms out wide. Jet scowled. "Don't be fooled. It's a pirate's den. They're just as bloodthirsty as any waterbender." "I wouldn't say any of us are bloodthirsty," said a man who approached with a placid smile. Like his people, he wore a skirt made from seaweed, but no shirt and unfortunately no pants. A turtle crab claw wrapped around his shoulder like an Earth Kingdom general's pauldron, holding up the rope net that hung from it like a cape that had bits of seashells and coral woven into it. "Welcome to Slim's Cove. Kunna's a dear friend of mine, and she told me to expect some travelers." "This is Hugh," said the pirate, though, gesturing to the older man. "Our captain and clan chief." Ty Lee grinned. "This place really makes me want to be a pirate. I've never seen anything like it. How'd you get all these plants to grow in such a dim, dark place?" Mai sized up the captain, judging him for herself, while all of the freedom fighters silently did the same and checked out the surroundings. Hugh certainly didn't seem like what she considered to be a pirate, and certainly not like any other member of the Water Tribe she had ever seen. "These plants aren't from around here," Hugh said, gesturing to the vines and moss that had curled around a stone arch like a trellis. "To be honest, none of us really are. Our tribe originated not in the North Pole or South Pole, but in the Great Foggy Swamp." Jet narrowed his eyes. "There hasn't been a swamp there in decades. You waterbenders completely dried it out." Hugh's smile turned into a sad one. "That is true. None of us have ever been there. It was my father who migrated our people out once the swamp no longer became hospitable for humans. It rejected us, dried out, and became the poisonous wasteland that it is today. But before he left, my father took cuttings from plants deep within the swamp. It's a bit of a different environment, but they never got much sun under the banyan trees' canopies anyway, so with a little bit of care and cultivation they've been able to grow just fine," he said, brushing his fingers against one of the orchids. "It's like a little bit of the home we never got to know, connected to us even from here across distance and time." "Wow," said Ty Lee, bending down to sniff one of them. "That's amazing. And I gotta say, I love your beachy get UPS." "Thanks." Du exclaimed. "You've got yourself some nice seashells, too." "Great, so you're pirate gardeners," said Smellerbee. "Why're you gonna help us?" "We've always been a peaceful people," said Hugh, shrugging. "We may be waterbenders, but we're not like the others." Du put his hands on his hips. "The Emperor's always makin' us do this and that. Talkin' our boats. Makin' us break stuff or threaten other villages. I just wanna make the land grow again, be green like it used to be. Can you get us safe passage to Agnicolae?" Mai asked. She didn't need anyone's life story. "That's all we ask." Hugh scratched his beard. "Yeah, I'd say that sounds reasonable enough. We go up that way sometimes to trade." "No way, this is crazy." Jet's outburst got the attention of several passers-by, but he waved his hook sword so they'd hurry past. I'm not throwing myself at the mercy of pirates on their ship so they could throw me overboard whenever they want. I can't believe I went along with you for this long. But I'm going another way. He pointed a finger at his subordinates. Smellerby, Longshot, you guys do what you want. But make a decision. Make a vote. He stormed off. Smellerby crossed her arms and Longshot put his hand on her shoulder, but when Jet retreated back into the caverns and no one else followed, Mai rolled her eyes and went after him. Jet, you're being stupid, she said to his back. He stopped moving and turned to her, his eyes wild with something that looked like madness. Mai didn't stand down. You won't go with Aang to the south. Now you're not coming with us north. You've been unreasonably angry ever since we left and I've had enough of it. Jet tucked his swords into his belt with a metal clang. You're the one who volunteered to come with me, remember? So what I say goes. You're a child, she said, her voice low. You throw tantrums like one. And the more you do it, the further you'll get from saving Toph. What do you care? You barely know Bandit. She waved an arm in the familiar motion of throwing one of her knives. You want to know the truth? I'm not here to save her. Aang and the others will accomplish that much better than any of us will. You think anyone here knows anything about the spirit world? Jet narrowed his eyes. You just want to assassinate Arnook. What is it? You wanna play hero? Trust me, I know what that's like. And it doesn't end well. No, she said, speaking with more conviction than she ever did in recent memory. Her voice shook with it, low and dangerous. I want revenge. I want the water tribes to pay for what they did to my warriors. You don't know what you're doing at all, the way you lead them. If you keep doing what you're doing, you're going to lead these kids to their deaths and I won't have any part of that. You're their captain. You better start acting like it. Jet grit his teeth. I didn't even do anything yet. You're the one getting us to work with waterbenders and pirates. With the way you've been acting, it's only a matter of time until you do something catastrophic. What if these people weren't so nice? What if the moment you badmouthed them they cut you down? They had the opportunity to do it, back in those caverns. But no, you have to be reckless and idiotic. Will you cut it out with the insults? Are you done being hot-headed and deserving of them? You don't know anything about me, Mai, he said, the tension finally releasing from his posture. What I've been through. Something to do with pirates, I'm guessing, she said, bringing her voice back to her normal monotone. Pirates and waterbenders attacked my town when I was a kid, he said, turning away from her. Cut down everyone important to me. So yeah, you could say I want revenge too. I've been looking for them, the ones who did it. These people aren't the same ones, Mai said. They want the same thing we do. Not all waterbenders are the same, you know. Well, I've never met a waterbender I've liked, he said, sighing. You're right, and I hate it. I guess we need them, but I don't have to like it. I don't like it either, she said, turning to go back to the cove with her hands in her sleeves. I just hide it better. When they found nothing at all of use in the sanctuary, Aang decided to call it quits. His past lives had no advice for him, no words or way to connect with him even though he visited their statues. But he knew that. Avatar Wan told him he'd be on his own, other than someone he called Rava, whoever that was. But that, Aang supposed, had to be a mystery for another day. They had a rescue to make. After he shackled Katara back to the saddle, Aang spotted Azula walking down the mountain pass, stopping at an ancient, gnarled tree that leaned heavily against a stone outcropping. From there, she stared back at the temple, toward Aang and Appa and Katara, as if taking them in with the temple as their backdrop. He bit his lip, curious about her behavior. Where'd Sokka and Zuko go? He asked Katara after making sure she'd been secured. They went back into the temple, she said, rolling her eyes. Said they had one more place to check. Conflicted for a moment between wanting to go talk to Azula and keeping an eye on Katara, he looked back and forth between them with a sigh. Don't try anything, he told her. Appa, you keep an eye on Katara for a minute. The bison rumbled in response, to which Katara leaned back and rested her bound hands on her lap. Now the bison gets babysitting duty. Wonderful. He jumped down from the saddle, but she shouted after him. I know you're just trying to avoid being alone with me. Ignoring her, he jogged over to where Azula stood under the ancient tree. She turned away from him when he arrived. Is everything okay? He asked, brow creased in concern. Of course, she said, though he couldn't tell if she lied or not. Just thinking. Admiring the view. Can I admire it with you? He asked. When she nodded, he sat down on the stone, kicking his feet. He tried to measure his words but couldn't think of the right thing to say, so he just blurted them out. Azula, just so you know, I never take you for granted. She sat next to him but raised an eyebrow, confused. What? I stopped taking anyone for granted a long time ago, he continued, watching Momo and Sabi swoop through the air in circular motions back toward the temple. From here, they looked like two white birds. You know? Losing as many people as I have, people important to me. And, well, you're important to me. I just want to make sure I say that enough. Azula chuckled and leaned on her hands. Where's this coming from? I know I'm important, dum-dum. But thank you. He rubbed the back of his neck and couldn't help but smile. Looking at her made his chest hurt, but he couldn't place why, so he looked the other way and his smile faded when he remembered what else he wanted to ask her. Have you heard anything from Princess Azula lately? I meant to ask earlier, but with everything happening, I've just been worried. She stared ahead again, back toward the temple. A blue shape started walking through the temple grounds toward them, perhaps Sokka or Zuko. Nothing, she said. She turned back to Aang and her golden eyes met his grey ones. Whatever you did in Ba Sing Se worked. Maybe she's stuck in the spirit world. Aang felt tension that he didn't even know he had escaped from his shoulders. Glad to hear it, he said. On one hand, it made Sokka, Zuko, and Katara feel further away, but on the other, your dad and Zuko still have their fire bending, so I guess that worked out for them. None of you have to deal with the other parts of it anymore. I suppose not, she said. She squinted at the blue shape coming toward them, which paused briefly at where Appa rested and continued on toward them. Zuzu's back. With no Sokka, it seems. Aang smiled again. Good. Because there's something I want to tell you both, just the two of you. He also wanted to address Azula's feelings toward him, but with Sokka's observations fresh in his mind he didn't know what to say about that yet. When Zuko arrived, he wore a contemplative frown but jerked his thumb back toward Katara. She's okay on her own? He asked. Yeah, Aang said, crossing his legs. Listen, there's something I want to tell both of you. He paused for a moment to take both of them in. Both looked confused. This might be a little awkward, but it needs to be said. When I first came here, almost 4 years ago now, I guess, with Sokka and Katara, it was one of the worst days of my life. I learned my people had been wiped out. I thought I was alone, but Katara and Sokka told me they'd be my new family. And they were. Azula examined her nails. Let's not get all sentimental now. They still are my family, Aang continued. And you two have stayed at my side this whole journey so far. I just want to let you know I'm really thankful for that, and you're both family to me, too. I don't know if I've ever told you guys that, but I wanted to say it. Make sure you knew. He had a hard time reading Azula's expression. She pursed her lips and stretched out her legs. We do know, Aang. But thank you for the reminder. Zuko scratched the back of his head, a blush rising to his cheeks. Thanks, Aang, really. But there was something I needed to ask you. Sokka's still in the temple. We found the monks' living quarters, and memoirs from Gyatso. Aang shot up to his feet. What? Really? Zuko nodded. His latest entries mention a visitor to the temple during Siriu's moon, before the attack here. What was the name of that girl you knew, the one you mentioned to us from 100 years ago? He felt the melancholy grip him, feelings that didn't belong to him for a friend who was also a complete stranger. Sangmua. He wondered if he should be running back to the temple. If he should read through Gyatso's final words. Did they matter, after all this time? 100 years and a whole different world separated them. It wasn't his Gyatso. If he had a final message for Aang, it was for the other Aang. It was her, Zuko said, closing his fists as if to urge Aang back to the temple. She was here. When Aang didn't move, he faltered. I just saw her name and thought you should know. Thought you might want to read what might have happened to her. She ran away when you guys escaped from the Western Air Temple, right? When the other me escaped, Aang clarified, staring down at the ground. Not me. And besides, it was a century ago. Even if she did escape, there's no way she managed to survive all this time. My people were hunted down. Maybe she got away from the massacre at the Western Temple just to die at this one. Azula looked toward the temple again, eyes narrowed. Sokka's coming back, she said. And he's in quite the hurry. Sokka came at them at a sprint through the temple grounds, holding a letter holder in his grip and waving it through the air. Gyatso's memoirs, Aang guessed. The three of them ran to meet him at Appa's side. Something that felt like hope flickered in Aang's chest. There had to be something important in there for Sokka to feel the need to tell him with the utmost haste. Doubled over, he held up the letter holder and caught his breath. Ugh, too many stairs and towers in that temple, he said, huffing and wheezing. But listen. I found this. He talked about all kinds of boring stuff at first. But then Seirio's moon came, and on the morning of its third day a girl arrived, warning them about the attack. He knew her. Aang held up a hand to stop him. Wait, 3 days into it? How long does Seirio's moon last? 3, Sokka said, gulping in a breath of air and standing up straight. And my great-great-grandfather used all that time to coordinate the attacks on each temple. On the first day, they took down the west. The second, they took down the east. That girl Sangmu must have traveled really fast to make it here in less than 2 days. On the third day the northern and southern tribes attacked the north and south air temples at the same time, so I guess even if she beat them here the warning didn't do any good. Aang supposed he should count himself lucky that Oze didn't have 3 whole days to burn the Earth Kingdom to ash. He ignored Sabi when she fluttered to his shoulder, too transfixed on Sokka's words. Okay, and then what? Gyatso mentioned that Sangmu wouldn't stay. She had to fly south, toward the Water Tribe. He thinks she wanted revenge for what happened to her home. He tried to stop her, but he didn't have any other entries after that. Aang's dream came back to him with all the force of a Komodo rhino slamming into him. No, he said. She had family there. Her parents might have lived in the Southern Water Tribe somewhere. Maybe she went to go find them. Azula put a hand on her hip. I get it, this is tragic and awful, but what's the point? I hate having to say this, but there's even less of a chance that she survived in the land of the enemy. This was a century ago. Let's be realistic. An old story is coming to mind, said Katara from above, hanging over the saddle to regard them all. More than anything, she looked bored. You remember, don't you, Sokka? Peach Petal Island, he said, nodding. He fixed his gaze on Aang. They say Emperor Seirio, or Aniak, whatever you want to call him, fought only one airbender himself on the days of Seirio's moon. A child who confronted him alone while he directed his warriors toward the Southern Air Temple. He defeated her easily, instantly freezing her in ice before she could even attack. Since he was so powerful, it never melted, even when others tried to thaw her out. So they just kept her there. White-hot anger boiled in Aang's stomach, threatened to spill from behind his teeth in a breath of flame. Wind circled around him, and for a moment he thought Sokka's words had rendered him out of control of his emotions and into the Avatar state, until he reminded himself that he couldn't do that anymore. Where is she? It's just south of here, Sokka said, taking a step back. But he recovered once he realized Aang's rage wasn't directed at him. The island isn't so nice as it sounds, though. It got its name from the pink salt crystals deep underground, and someone must have thought it'd get a lot of people going to work there if they thought it was somewhere friendly and pretty. Nowadays it's just a salt mine with a port town above ground, mostly known for the airbender and the crystals. Aang couldn't mask the disgust he felt toward Sokka's ancestors. So she's just a trophy? My people are a trophy to be gawked at? Disrespected even after you wiped us all out. Sokka put his hands up in surrender when even Zuko and Azula leveled glares at him. I never said I agreed with it. And others tried to thaw her out and let her rest in peace, but like I said, the ice doesn't melt. It never did, even to this day. There's no glory in beating a kid like that, so they tried to keep her out of the way and just put her underground, into the salt caves. It's sick and it's wrong, I know. I always thought so. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Zuko asked, crossing his arms. I'm telling you now, aren't I? I had no idea the Avatar knew her. What did you want me to say? Oh, by the way, one of your people might be underground in a random little island that's sort of out of our way, thought you should know. We've got so many other things going on to make time for an airbender who died a century ago. Aang leapt up onto Appa. She wouldn't be the first person to survive in ice for 100 years, he said. The hope that flickered to life burned bright in his chest. It might be nothing, might be a waste of time. But if there was a chance, just the slightest chance, that he wouldn't be alone anymore, the last of his kind, he had to take that chance. And even if she didn't survive in the ice without the Avatar state to support her like he once had, he knew he had to find a way to free her from the disgrace. She wouldn't be just a frozen trophy any longer. Let's go. Right now? Azula asked, climbing into the saddle. She hasn't gone anywhere, she's not likely to move anytime soon. What about Toph? What about the people we can save? Thoughts of Toph dragged him right back down to earth. I know, he said. He looked straight at Azula, willing her to understand the pain in his eyes, the hope. To take the chance with him that there could be another survivor. Another airbender. His other world didn't have this. This was new. This was different. Toph is strong. The strongest person I know. I feel bad making her wait just a little bit longer, but I know she'll hold on. She'll make it, wherever she is. Azula broke his gaze. Fine, she said. But you'll be the one to tell her about all of our little detours. Aang snapped Appa's reins once everyone came aboard, staring ahead to the southern skies. I'm sorry, Toph, he said to himself, hoping wherever she was she'd be able to hear him. To understand. But Sangnya waited for him for 100 years. Kunna looked out over the waters of Chameleon Bay as the sun set below the horizon, her thoughts with her grandchildren. Unlike last time, when the Avatar took Sokka with him from the Golden City, she did not make plans to meet him again anytime soon to take Sokka back with her. She trusted the boy to look after both Sokka and Katara this time, that perhaps they'd all make the right choices. Wherever their destiny brought them, she hoped it would keep them together. What a beautiful night for a beautiful lady, said a voice from behind her. She turned to regard the arrival, recognizing the man as one of her peers in the White Lotus Society, Iroh of the Fire Nation. She gave him a coy smile. You flatter me, dear. I do think I might be a little too old for you, though. Do you mind if I join you, Lady Kunna? He asked. When she bowed her head in acceptance, he stood next to her and cast his eyes out over the bay. It has been truly wonderful to reunite with my son again, he said. I've missed him more than I can say. Has it been long since you've seen him last? She asked. The sea carried a cool breeze that sent goose prickles up her arms. It had been quite some time since she'd been to her home, so she supposed the cold got to her more than it used to. He folded his hands across his belly. It feels like a lifetime ago, he said, his voice distant. Caught up in old memories, she assumed. But it always does, when you are separated from your children. Kunna nodded. It's no different with grandchildren, I assure you. They fell into a companionable silence, listening to the surf wash up on the sand while they enjoyed the view of a clear night with stars overhead. Another set of footsteps joined them on the beach and Kunna turned to see Zabao, her travel companion who joined her in her journey from Ba Sing Se to Chameleon Bay just the day before. The Sun Warrior strode toward them with purpose. Kunna, he said by way of greeting. And Iroh, it is a pleasure to meet you. And you, said Iroh. It is good to see a young one such as yourself devoutly follow our ancient ways. Indeed, said Zabao. And it is good to see that our ancient ways are also followed in other worlds. Kunna blinked at his words and stared at Iroh. What does he mean? You're from another world. Iroh closed his eyes and took in a breath before opening them. You are very in tune with the spirit world, I see, he said to Zabao. He spread his arms. I'm impressed. Though you're only partially right, I am the same Iroh I always was, but now I have something extra. Another part of me, sharing this body. At least there's plenty of room for both of us. He chuckled at his own jape. Kunna struggled to make sense of it, to remember what Aang had told her of his old companions. Pardon me for being blunt, but I was told that most of Avatar Aang's previous allies had died. How is this possible? She sometimes wondered about the other Kunna, who had mostly been silent in her dreams. She had no way of knowing for sure, but she supposed the two of them must be too different, or perhaps even too similar, for her other self to try and influence things. Iroh looked back up at the night sky. You know, I am not that sure. I lost my life in that other world, but the mysteries beyond death are still as numerous and unknown to me as the stars above us now. Perhaps it is because I am more spiritual than most and driven to help however I can. Or perhaps it was just a quirk of fate. But either way, I can do my part to help now. To help again. Once the worlds began to merge together, I journeyed to Jiduan to find passage here. Your two selves have joined together just as the worlds have, Zabao observed, rubbing his chin. Yourself from this world didn't reject the intrusion? I wonder. Why would I? Iroh asked, beaming. I've always wanted to be able to play myself in Pai Sho. Now I can. Now we need to figure out our next course of action, said Kunna, clasping her hands together. While the Avatar heads south and the freedom fighters head north, we must do our part to end this war. Chapter 4, The Girl in the Iceberg. In hindsight, Aang realized he probably should have paid his respects to Gyatso in his final resting place before he left the Southern Air Temple. But he realized, belatedly, that he'd just been running away from having to see the corpse again, from that dark moment when he discovered a truth that he thought he had made peace with long ago. But now it was too late, and the skeleton slumbered among its enemies deep in the mountains, perhaps never to be discovered again. Instead, he busied himself with reading the parts of Gyatso's memoirs that Sokka had brought with him while they made the short journey to Peach Petal Island. In them, he found nothing of objective value, really, but it brought him comfort all the same. Amidst his worries for the war on the horizon, Gyatso often mused about Aang in the Western Air Temple, wondered how he was doing, if he kept up with his meditations and made sure to make time for fun. He wrote about Pai Sho gambits and fruit pies he'd made, lessons with the other children, observations about the writings of long-dead monks or gurus or avatars. He wrote of Avatar Kuruk, who trained with him in boyhood at the Southern Air Temple. In Kuruk he found someone who dredged up all the trappings of a materialistic lifestyle in Gyatso, whose pranks induced a sense of rivalry unbecoming of a monk in training, which eventually got them both in so much trouble that a friendship had blossomed out of it. Even before learning Aang's identity as the Avatar, Gyatso had drawn a comparison between Aang and his past life and hadn't been surprised at all when they discovered the truth. But one passage stuck out to him the most, one of the last entries. I know you'll likely never see this, Aang, but wherever you go, never forget the wind at your back, the hopes and dreams and legacies of all your people. For you may be the Avatar, but you will carry the light and fun of an airbender in your heart, forever and always. The pages rustled in the wind as he let go of them with one hand to wipe at his eyes. If only Gyatso knew. But maybe it was better that he didn't. There it is, down there, Sokka said, pointing down over the saddle. Peach Petal Island. Like Sokka said, the island had nothing on the outside to indicate its name. It had almost no greenery whatsoever aside from the pines clinging to its jagged peaks, slate gray and foreboding. Dodo puffins nested precariously at the tops of the cliffs while people bent over the Tida pools far below, picking for clams through the surf and the shallow waters. In a cloud to match the gray skies, Appa descended on the side of the small island furthest from the mining village. Technically once part of Air Nomad territory, Aang supposed he might have been here before, but it certainly had a different name back then. I don't envy those people, Zuko said, staring at the distant villagers kneeling in the water on the rocky beaches. Clamming and shucking in water that's close to freezing must be miserable. "We're not here to sympathize with the Water Tribe villagers, Zuzu," said Angela, dismounting. Aang watched her study their surroundings and judge the area for its safety. They'd landed on the beach behind an outcropping of rock stained with bird droppings, so the only way they would be seen was from above, and people hopefully didn't have reason to come out this way. "No, we're here on the Avatar's suicide mission to rescue a dead airbender," said Katara, leaning back to get comfortable on Appa's saddle since they didn't plan to bring her with them. Aang's shoulders fell. Angela exchanged a glance with Aang and rolled her eyes. "Katara, go shuck some clams." Nagi found the spirit world to be terrifying and wonderful in equal measure. The landscape shifted the way dunes did when carried away by desert winds, one grain at a time, lifting away their surroundings like a mirage to reveal a new reality beneath. The open steppe made way for frigid snowfields which faded into a mountain peak which transformed into a forest glen. Each time it happened they faced new perils, whether it be sudden drops into deep ravines appearing in front of them or an angered spirit or just extreme cold or heat. But Nagi thought it was beautiful. Splashes of color more vivid than she had ever seen accompanied each change. Grass was greener and flowers bloomed in colors Nagi couldn't even describe, but the poet in her wanted to say they'd been grown from jade or quartz or starlight seeds. Some trees lifted themselves up on their roots, scuttling around as if they had feet when the humans came too near. One scarlet and white mushroom sang to them as they passed, and Yu's musical laugh made more echo through the forest in response. More than once, Nagi wondered if she had accidentally drank cactus juice and forgot she did so. "Is the spirit world supposed to be like this?" Nagi asked, staring up into the sky when it seemed like a sunset had begun but a streak of night cut through it like a stripe, making it red and orange and pink around a gap of black and purple. "Changing and shifting so much." "I don't believe so," said Yu, her brow creased in worry. "The spirit world feels as if it is in turmoil." "That's cause it is," said the spirit Toph, drifting above them as their lookout. Which made Nagi wonder as well, because she had been under the impression that the other earthbender was blind in the real world and could never act as their lookout. Not to mention that she looked more like an older sister to her physical faceless form rather than her spirit expelled from her body. But she supposed it was hard to tell for sure, since the physical body had no face to compare it to. Her body trailed behind them as if lethargic, silent except for its earthbending, communicating in simple, sometimes rude, gestures. She had no idea how her body had any autonomy of its own while her spirit had been separated from it. Yu brought both hands clasped together to her chest. "What happened that it got like this?" "Beats me," said Spirit Toph, drifting further away from them. As one of the Dai Li, Nagi had been trained in interrogations and reading body language in people, and part of her suspected that Toph had just hidden something from them. "I'm no expert." Nagi normally would have reacted in anger at the question, but for some reason she couldn't with Yu. Despite being her enemy, the Water Tribe girl was never less than polite and courteous, with wide blue eyes full of concern for both of her enemies whenever they encountered danger. "I would think," she said, trying to keep the edge out of her voice, "that it has something to do with the Water Tribe's invasions on the rest of the world." "But we had the blessings of the spirits from the beginning of the war," Yu said, frowning. "Sirius Moon shows that. And even if that isn't true, human affairs shouldn't affect the spirit world to this extent." Nagi brushed her hand down the bark of one of the more stationary trees. It smelled strongly of honeysuckle. "This might sound silly, but what if we just asked a spirit? And maybe we could get directions for how to get out of here." They found a spirit that looked like a head of cabbage, but it rolled away from them in high-pitched squeaking noises when they approached. Another one, a monkey-like creature with orchids for hands and a proboscis for grasping things, hurled nuts at Yu and yowled at them until they ran away. Every spirit they sought seemed to revile them, fear them, or completely disregarded them when they tried to speak. Some spoke curses. One transformed into a fearsome beast when they tried to ask for aid, and Toph's display of earthbending managed to scare it away. As they journeyed through shifting environments, Nagi gathered resources so she could prepare for dealing with fatigue and hunger. She foraged plants and nuts that seemed edible even though they were foreign to her, but she felt reasonably certain she could detect anything that might be poisonous, or even venomous. She had no way of knowing if plants here could bite back or not. And she certainly didn't dare to hunt for any meat in this world. She managed to find a bed of moss and some soft, fluffy material that made her think of clouds that she thought you might like to sleep on, since she and Toph were earthbenders and would have no compunctions about sleeping on the bare earth, so she curled it up and carried it with a strap made from tied vines. She wondered, briefly, if they would feel a need for sleep or hunger in the spirit world, but then reasoned that they had their bodies so they would likely need it. Except, perhaps, Toph. But fear and adrenaline had pushed them forward so far. They found a black panther with 5 eyes lapping water from an expansive riverland, and you approached it without hesitation. "Great hunter spirit," she beseeched. "Please, we are lost and in need of help." It turned to regard her and spoke in a deep voice without moving its mouth. "You will not find it here, human. You are tainted and your companion has been marked. The face stealer always returns for his prey." Nagi felt cold ripple up and down her arms. "We are trying to flee from him," she said. "Or even claim our companion's face back. The brand of night will not protect you," it said, and pointed its nose toward the horizon and the sprawling rivers that intersected with each other at hundreds of junctures. It sniffed the air and bounded away toward a forest that covered the sky, as if the ground had been bent and curved to rest above them. Looking up at it made Nagi feel dizzy and glad that her feet were rooted to the ground beneath her. "Wait, I don't have time for any of that ominous mumbo-jumbo," Spirit Toph called. "Let me know how to beat up KOH. Nagi turned to you and saw the way her shoulders hunched together, shaken by the panther's words. "You, what's wrong?" "Tainted," she said, staring at something distant. "That spirit called me tainted. By the brand of night." "What does that mean?" Toph stomped her feet to get their attention, and Nagi turned back to see her pointing without looking at something to her left. A figure emerged from the river, a woman with a wide-brimmed hat under a veil that gave her an ethereal quality, shimmering and blurring at the edges like a painting splotched with water droplets. A black and white light coalesced next to her and took the form of a panda that trudged toward them alongside the woman. Nagi tensed and prepared to earthbend if she needed to, but the bear walked with a gentle gait and the woman floated toward them with her dress rippling as if she had been made of water. A bamboo forest sprouted in the wake of the bear spirit's footsteps. Neither of them felt like a threat. "Friends of the Avatar," the woman said. Nagi did not feel the need to reveal that she had never met the Avatar, and that you had been his enemy. "Our kind have not all forsaken you yet. I am known as the Painted Lady, and this is Heibai, the forest spirit." Even her voice had a ringing to it that echoed and sounded as if she spoke to them from underwater. "Oh, how about that," said Spirit Toph, crossing her arms and grinning. "I remember you, lady." Nagi had been about to scold her for addressing such a noble and beautiful spirit that way, but Toph's faceless body sat on the ground at Nagi's feet without a care in the world and the words died in her throat. She tried her hardest not to be afraid of the faceless girl, but even the spirits wanted to avoid her and she couldn't deny that looking at Toph made her feel unnerved. You let out the kind of awestruck gasp that Nagi had whenever she discovered an ancient piece of history. A legendary river spirit and forest spirit. "We are most honored to meet you. If you could help us, we just have 2 questions. How can we get our friend her face back, and how can we get back home?" "We do not have the answers you seek," said the Painted Lady, her voice dropping in disappointment. "But Heibai and I can guide you to one who does, an elder spirit who knows the ways of both worlds and regularly crossed to the mortal plane since ancient times." Azula sat with Sokka in their camp as they went over everything they knew about Peach Petal Island and worked out a plan to infiltrate the salt mines. While Zuko snuck ahead into town for reconnaissance and Aang kept an eye on Katara, the two of them hunched over a diagram of town that Sokka had drawn up as the plan came together. She didn't like working so closely with him, but if Aang was so determined to do this she wanted to make sure he did it right. "These salt mines attract people from all over," Sokka said, positioning rocks to use as aids for his diagram. "So we won't stick out too much wandering around down there. I don't think we can get a map of the mines themselves, but there's one main entrance right in town and we should be able to walk right in with a group. I say we go in at night when there are fewer people who could get in our way." "No way, that's way more suspicious." Azula crossed her legs. "And thawing out an airbender who's been frozen down there for 100 years isn't suspicious in the least." "Well, once we do that all bets are off and we're gonna make a run for it," Sokka said, maneuvering the piece that presumably represented Sangnya. He'd drawn an arrow on it that looked vaguely like an airbender tattoo. Which means you'll have to be ready with Appa to go the moment we come out from the mines. She picked up one of the other stones despite his shout of protest and rolled it over in her palm. Me? What about you? Why do I need to stay up here babysitting your sister? Sokka frowned at her. The Avatar and I are the waterbenders, so we'll need to do the thawing. And since we can't count on Katara coming anywhere near town, I'll have to be on hand to heal the airbender, since I can't imagine being frozen for 100 years is good for your health. And Zuko's the best at sneaking around, so he has to come, too, and he can't keep an eye on my sister by himself anyway. Azula dropped the stone and let it roll over his diagram. Just another part of this mission that she didn't like, but they couldn't afford to let Katara get anywhere near her own tribesmen in case she used the opportunity to escape or gather warriors to turn against them. After weighing his logic, she uncrossed her legs and leaned forward. I didn't know you could heal. He shrugged. Barely. Hopefully it'll be enough to get the airbender back to Appa so Katara could do the rest. If she will. She says she wants to help us, so. I expected you to think healing was beneath you, Azula said, staring at him out of the corner of her eye. Sokka put his club in the sheath at his belt and stretched his legs. Yeah, well, the women were always better at it. But I also didn't want to rely on my gran all the time if I got hurt, so I taught myself. I'd prefer it if you just left the healing to your sister, if you don't mind, she said. We can't let a shoddy healing job interfere with our objective. So I'll go with Aang because our firebending will thaw her out faster. At that, Sokka just gave her a devious grin, smug, like he'd been proven right about something. A look that she did not like at all on him. You just want to spend more time with your lover boy, don't you? I knew it. Her shoulders tightened. She saw blue, a cold-blooded fire that tore through her veins and made her feel ill. Aang had told Sokka of her confession. Perhaps the two had laughed about it together in their waterbending lessons, ridiculing her in private. The more rational part inside told her that Sokka and Katara had both probably heard her say she loved Aang right before Katara used bloodbending to make her almost kill Aang. But the other part, the darker and the wilder and the madder part, insisted that Aang must have schemed with Sokka even before that. The moment she told Aang how she felt at the Grand Secretariat's banquet, he had gone behind her back to seek out Sokka. It all made so much sense. That voice spoke louder. They'd been conspiring against her. All of them, even Zuzu. Especially Zuzu. Manipulating her and her feelings in order to dispose of her. She bared everything to Aang and he turned around and struck while she'd been vulnerable, while she'd been weak and foolish. Ah, I think you hurt his feelings. Katara's voice yanked Azula out of her reverie, out of her vision of a blue dragon coiling around her body. Powerful and seductive and speaking with her own voice. Her gaze darted all around camp, from Appa to the lemurs, the beads hanging from her hair bun clicking together as she moved. The cold sea breeze, harsh enough to stifle their pitiful campfire, roused her back to reality. Aang, Zuko, and Sokka had all gone. What do you mean? She asked Katara, trying to keep her voice level. The saddle had been taken from Appa's back and placed on the ground with the waterbender still chained to it. Ouch, you didn't even realize. She chuckled. The Avatar tried to give you a heartfelt goodbye after your chat with my brother, but you totally just blew him off. She squeezed the furry hem of her parka. Her head spun with the implications of Katara's words, if they were even true. Had Princess Azula, or Fire Lord Azula, rather, somehow pulled her into her own mind, a trap to momentarily take control of her body? Or, even more frightening, just cause gaps in her memory and manipulate her own mind against her? Part of her leaned toward the latter, since if it was the former then the other Azula might have done a lot worse to Aang than just say something rude. It had felt like only a moment to her, but enough time had passed for her and Sokka to finish their conversation and for Zuko and Aang to go over the plan and say their goodbyes. Azula sat down at the base of the outcropping of rock, blocking most of the wind, and closed her eyes in an attempt to meditate and steady her breathing, like Master Zhang Zhang had insisted she do more. But every time she closed her eyes she saw that blue dragon again, so she stood and walked around the perimeter of camp instead as if to patrol. Katara noticed her restlessness, however, and curled her arms around her knees. Why do you travel with the Avatar, anyway? she asked. You're so different from the rest of his little gang. She didn't look at Katara. It's the right thing to do. I'm fighting to end this war. Even as she said it, she felt the weight of her lie, knew that Katara would scoff and try to use it against her. Knew she'd look down on Azula for stating such a basic reason to fight. Katara actually laughed out loud at that. The blue dragon laughed with her. Really? You are someone who cares about the right thing to do? Please, I'd believe that of anyone else in this group except for you. Come on, Azula. You're so much smarter than that. Better than that. Azula stepped one foot into the saddle. Of course I'm smarter and better. What do you want to hear, then? That it's revenge for what your nation did to my mother. Katara rocked back and forth, smirking. I think we're getting a little closer. For a while, I thought it had to do with your feelings for the Avatar, she said. Azula felt the blue flare up in her again. You know, after your big, heartfelt, dramatic declaration to him back underneath Ba Sing Se. But now that you're supporting him in getting this old dead airbender girl back, I'm not so sure. You think I'm going to fall for a petty jealousy ploy? Azula scowled. You insult me. Sang Mu is of no concern to me. And why would she be, if Aang never knew her? He said it himself, she belonged to the other Aang's memories. Oh, no, don't get me wrong, said Katara. I'm not trying to manipulate you into something so vapid as that. So you are trying to manipulate me. As I said at the temple, you're terrible at it. Katara pulled her chains tight and let out a frustrated noise. No, I'm trying to get you to see the truth. To admit to yourself your real reason for fighting. She clenched her fists and leaned forward on her knees. I can see it, so why can't you? It was, perhaps, the most impassioned thing she had ever said to Azula. Azula lurched forward and clenched at Katara's throat, pinning her against the saddle. Her fingers burned against her flesh, causing Katara to cringe. The movement roused Appa and sent the lemurs scattering all around camp. But when Azula spoke, it came out cold, her anger like folded steel. You want the truth? You want to hear how much I hate the water tribes? Despite Azula's advantage over her, the fingers at her throat, Katara grinned. Now I think we're getting a little closer to the crux of the issue. Walk tall, boys, said Sokka, leading the way into the mining village. Water tribe men don't slouch and look sneaky. We're proud warriors. Zuko gave him a grunt of annoyance as they entered the village, careful to come from the south side so they'd look as if they came from the port. Aang tugged his hat lower over his head to make sure he kept his tattoos hidden, but straightened his back at Sokka's words. His eyes passed over the wooden pillars framing the entrance to town, which had been carved with fish and seals in the style of the ice pillars he once saw in Chief Arnook's palace. Made up mostly of wooden huts and longhouses with barren vegetation, the village would have looked fairly bleak if not for the numerous market stalls set up along the main thoroughfare, lively and bursting with color and people. Vendors sold all sorts of products made from the pink salt crystals the island was famous for. He saw jars full of it for cooking and preserving food, hollowed-out lamps with candles inside, decorative statues, jewelry, and even furnishings. All of it pink. Aang had the stray thought that Ty Lee would have loved to come here. One popular item, it seemed, was a crystal carved into the shape of a peach or peach blossoms, as if taunting anyone lured to Peach Petal Island by the implication of fair weather and rich farmland. The air nomads certainly never knew of this place despite the fact that it was in their old territory, having no business with anything deep underground. Next to Aang, Zuko lifted a bracelet made from pink crystals and examined it closely, but Sokka appeared between them and put his arms around both of their shoulders. Look at us, just 3 guys on a trip with no girls. It's nice, huh? He peered at the bracelet in Zuko's hands. Oh, is that for your dreary girlfriend who sighs a lot? No, she hates pink, he said, shrugging Sokka's arm away. I was just looking. And, I'm gonna go look over there now. He sidled away from them, further down to a stall selling dried meats. Just trying to sell the image of us sightseeing, Sokka whispered to Aang through the corner of his mouth. Sure, Aang said, though he wasn't sure if Sokka's antics would just draw more attention to them. When can we go into the mines? There are some people making their way down there now, Sokka said. We'll just melt into the crowd. As he started walking, he dug his hands into the pockets of his parka. I'm surprised you didn't get anything for Azula. I told you, we're just friends. Oh, I don't know about that, he said. I figured out earlier that she totally has a thing for you. I'm an expert at this. Aang scoffed. If not for his single eye, he could have mistaken this Sokka for his own. I already knew that. It's something we need to talk about, he admitted. But I don't know what to say. It's complicated, not least because of where I'm from. That again, Sokka said, stopping at another stall with charred meat skewers. He purchased one and turned back to Aang. His face darkened. So you really don't believe me? Aang asked, frowning. There are a lot of things I don't know, Sokka said, after taking a bite and mulling over his words. I guess it's possible. But I don't want to believe it, you know. Aang sighed. Yeah, I get it. Sometimes I don't want to believe it either. So many horrible things happened. That was an understatement, for sure. Sokka revolved the skewer between his hands, fixated on it. But do you know what the worst part is? Despite all that awful stuff there, all the death and destruction and loss, that version of me has a much better relationship with my family. It's not fair. He let out a breath and his shoulders sagged and he gestured to his missing eye. Makes me wonder. Is my dad someone who's pretty much a big jerk at his core, only caring about us because he had to fight for something important and ended up with nothing? Or is there really good in him, and having everything just made him who he is here? I don't have the answer to that, Aang said. He'd often wondered the same thing himself, about everyone in his life. Was it their surroundings that made them who they are, or was it ordained from birth, a destiny inscribed in stone? But I can say that the Hecate I know isn't a big jerk by any means. And I also know that I never told you anything about your father in that world. You drew that conclusion for yourself. Or maybe the other you gave you those memories. He grinned so wide it was almost cheeky. Sokka finished eating and tossed the wooden skewer over his shoulder, fighting to keep his scowl from turning into a smile. Whatever. Maybe it's denial. But I'm not quite ready to believe your story yet. That's okay, said Aang. Take all the time you need. Before they melted into the group descending into the mines, he spotted a pink crystal pendant carved into the shape of a plum blossom and was overcome with the urge to buy it. The black and white bear led the way at a placid pace, the world shifting around him as he walked. No matter where they went, a bamboo forest sprouted on either side of them and Nagi had the impression that it was meant to protect them from the spirits who meant them harm. Through the bamboo and the leaves she spotted wretched things, tiny spirits with spindly limbs and pointed claws, spirits that looked like bloated, floating heads with flapping ears and too many teeth, spirits made of hair and eyes that watched her wherever she looked. Where spirits laughed, the painted lady sang, and they felt at peace. Only Toph trailed behind, and more than once Nagi worried that they would lose her. She kept a slower pace than the rest of them, somehow, even though Nagi felt that they didn't move particularly fast. She had no idea how far they had traveled, either, or how one measured distance in the spirit world. But whenever Toph faltered, Spirit Toph always pushed her forward. The spirits lingering in their wake did not carry the fear of the face stealer as many others did, it seemed, and more than once they tried to grasp through the bamboo barrier for Toph. I would like to rest now, O great forest spirit, said Yu suddenly, and at once the world stopped moving around them. A clearing had materialized from the haze with a pool that looked so dark it might have been full of ink, and even the colors of the land and the trees bled together like a painting. A blue moon lingered in the sky above them, bright like Yu's eyes. Are we safe here? Nagi asked the painted lady, who only nodded. Nonetheless, her habits dictated that she check the clearing for any dangers. Spirit Toph stood protectively at the edge of the clearing while her faceless body sat down in the middle and didn't move any further, staring blankly into space. When Nagi deemed it free of any dangerous spirits, she approached Yu at the edge of the pool. Are you unwell? I feel faint, she admitted, and in the soft blue light her eyes looked even more vivid than normal. If I could, I would brew you a tea made from a flowering cactus near my home, Nagi said. She removed the sling of moss and cloud fibers from her back, unrolling it for you. It is most invigorating. But, unfortunately, this will have to do. You wove her only black streak of hair back into the white and looked up at Nagi with hesitation. The contrast of her white hair with the black stripe reminded Nagi of the spirit world sunset she saw earlier. That is too kind of you. But why? Toph and I are earthbenders, Nagi said. She too wondered why, if she had to be honest, but it seemed like the right thing to do, a peace offering to ensure they could all work together through this ordeal. We prefer to rest on the bare earth. Think nothing of it. She looked back toward the pool. Even though I am your enemy. You are a gentle soul, you, Nagi said, folding her hands behind her back. Hard to dislike. And besides, it would be hypocritical of me to judge someone based on their cultural background. In Ba Sing Se, I was often judged for being a member of the Sandbender tribes. Thinking of Ba Sing Se made her think of Wan Shi Tong and Koh the Face Stealer again, and that led to cyclical thoughts about the fate of her brother that she didn't want to dwell on right now. She knew nothing of what happened to him or the city at all, if the Avatar and his friends failed or not. You smiled at her. Thank you, then, she said. Why don't you take the time to rest? I thought you meant to, said Nagi. With Toph as listless as ever, she didn't want to be the only one sleeping. I'm used to long shifts with no sleep. Didn't you feel faint? I do, but it's more like I'm full of so much energy and it makes me dizzy, she said. I think, it has to do with being here, in the spirit world. Nagi looked around them, at the flowering willow trees that made up the edges of their grove. She wasn't sure that they were there before. Does it have to do with the brand that Panther Spirit mentioned? I believe so, you said quietly, rubbing her arms. As a baby, I was very weak. Most babies cry when they are born, but I didn't make a sound. My mother and father took me to all the city's healers and shamans but none could discover what was wrong with me. She paused and put a hand over her heart. They say I died, and they put me in the waters of our spirit oasis, which is a sacred place. It's where the moon and ocean spirits used to dwell in their mortal forms, but they had forsaken my tribe over 100 years ago. With the beginning of the war. Nagi questioned. But I thought you said the spirits condoned the war. Only Seiryu, the spirit of the cold moon, rode with us to battle, you answered, casting her eyes low. When my father prayed to him, he did not answer. The moon and ocean did not answer. But another heard his call instead, the Night Seer. Nagi felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. The Night Seer. She'd never heard of a spirit of the night, but even mentioning it made the sky seem darker. As you can probably tell, she is the manifestation of nighttime, but if she has a true name we do not invoke it, you said. She turned away from Nagi and unwrapped her robes, bearing her back to Nagi. In the light of the blue moon, she saw a stylized raven symbol with wings unfurled in flight, its beak outstretched toward her right shoulder. When my parents put me in the pool, my father forged a pact with her to save my life, and since then she has given my tribe her protection in place of the moon and ocean. My hair turned mostly white and I started crying, and from then on I've been okay. Except for the new moon, when the sky is at its darkest and the raven takes flight. Nagi frowned. She wondered what happened during the new moon, but she did not want to press you any further and certainly didn't want to stare. I take it she is not a popular spirit here. You shrugged her robes back on to cover the tattoo. I do not know. But either way, I am grateful to her. Well, at any rate, you should try to get some rest, said Nagi. I think our spirit friends will stay on guard for us. I worry for Toph, she whispered. I don't think she can rest. Her spirit is separate from her, but I think we're missing something important. Something we don't know about her predicament. Nagi followed her gaze. The other earthbender hadn't moved, and though she sat upright her chest did not rise or fall with her breathing. Even the painted lady and Heibai kept their distance from her, as if fearful of her wrongness. She could only hope that wherever the two spirits led them, they'd have answers. Ain, Sokka, and Zuko descended into the mines with 5 other people and one elderly guide who said he used to be one of the miners. Even wrapped in his parka, the old man was bone-thin, and with his advanced age and poor vision Ain thought it was a wonder that he managed to lead a guided tour of its depths every day. Aang did wish that more people joined them so it would be easier to slip away when they needed to. The only person who stuck out as much as them was a young Earth Kingdom man who seemed particularly excited about the pink salt crystals and had already decked himself out in all kinds of jewelry. "Beware," said the guide, his hand sweeping across the pink crystal he presented to them. One eye looked bigger than the other. "The salt here is known for its powers of purification, for unearthing the shames buried deep within us all and cleansing them like an ocean wave." Aang, Sokka, and Zuko exchanged a glance with each other and then quickly averted their gazes. Sokka even whistled. They first entered a cave mouth, but after a short tunnel they arrived at a wooden lift that operated using a pulley system. They descended to the lower levels with a pair of miners, two burly men with clubs and picks on their backs, and as the air got colder and drier the gray slate around them changed to a pale pink and then a moment later everything was covered in vibrantly colored salt crystals that did, in fact, bring the skin of Peaches to mind. At first, it looked like pink, untrodden snow. The ground and cavern walls had been smoothed so that they resembled pink ice, slick where it had been touched and worn down over the years while the ceiling had ridges instead. Sometimes it formed ring patterns like the inside of a tree. Aang saw sculptures where it seemed as if in ancient times the salt had bubbled from the earth and frozen in the shape of a fountain or a snow-covered tree. The miners had carved much of it into steps and ladders, blocks for climbing and angular walkways to help them dig deeper or reach high places. One chamber felt like an expansive ballroom, bigger even than the ones in Ba Sing Se, with wooden scaffolding in the highest reaches where men worked, covered in salt dust. In some places, even the flames that served as their light source burned magenta when the guide hurled handfuls of salt crystals into the fire. Otherwise, many of them had been covered like the salt lamps being sold above, casting a dull glow through the caverns in all different shades of fuchsia, lavender, carnation, and more that he had no name for. In a way, Aang found it all to be beautiful. But no airbender deserved a resting place underground like this, no matter how it looked. He hadn't realized he'd been clutching the crystal pendant he had bought in the village, but Zuko tilted his head toward Aang as they followed the guide and listened to his explanations of how the salt formed. "Is that for who I think it is?" Zuko asked him. Aang felt his stomach flip. He wasn't sure what Zuko would think of him buying a gift like this for Azula. "I guess so," he said, watching Sokka out of the corner of his eye wander toward the outskirts of the group. They had decided before entering that it would be best to stay separate, just in case anyone started to suspect anything. "It's pretty much a peace offering. A trifle." Even he knew it wouldn't make up for his long silences regarding Princess Azula, or going behind her back in his planning with Sokka regarding Katara. But he hoped she would like it regardless. Zuko gave him a sympathetic smile. "Do you really think it'll work?" he asked. "That you'll get through to her?" "I hope so. Things have been a little difficult lately," Aang admitted, shoulders dropping. "I don't know how she'll take it, honestly, but I just hope we'll be able to talk about things." Though he felt reasonably certain Zuko didn't know the extent of what, exactly, he and Azula needed to talk about. Azula would have probably preferred it that way. "It must be difficult," Zuko said, staring ahead down the tunnel again, "knowing how much things will change when you go home. Because that's what you decided, didn't you? When you spoke to that guru." He fussed at the fur-lined cuff of his parka. "We never really got to talk about it." Aang stared ahead as well, his gaze resolute. "Not until I'm done here." Neither of them said anything for a moment, listening to the crunch of footsteps against the salt and the low murmur of the other guests. Miners and their picks echoed further down the tunnels as the guide went into applications of peach petal salt toward hot yoga and its powers of purification. As the silence dragged on, Aang felt the sadness in his stomach curdle at the idea of leaving these friends. Even though Zuko was one of his closest friends back in his native world, he couldn't deny that he'd miss this one, too. Zuko let out a long sigh. "I hoped, no, I knew you'd say that," he finally let out. "But Azula, she thought we'd never see you again after you left to meet the guru. She tried not to show it, tried to pass your leaving off as no big deal, but she was hurt. Yesterday you called us family, but what'll that mean when you're gone?" She was hurt. What'll that mean when you're gone? Aang felt the world shift, his whole body tingling with a mixture of guilt and the acceptance of a truth buried as deep as these salt crystals. Zuko's words rang through his thoughts, a confirmation of what he had suspected when he nearly crossed through the veil to return to his world back at the Eastern Air Temple, connected to all the cosmic energy that was at once his own power and the culmination of two whole worlds, the thought that Azula would be hurt by his departure. He felt like he was in two places at once, deep below the earth in the mines and high in the clouds of the temple, in his own head and open to the energy of the universe, in this world and another. He stopped walking. Of course Azula would have been hurt if he left. But he'd been running away from the thought of how much it hurt him, too. Confronting this truth deep beneath the earth among the purifying salts and strangers, after such an innocuous comment, felt so unbelievable he almost laughed. He'd buried it under all the lies he told himself, but at the crux of the matter was a simple issue. He hurt her, he'd been hurting her all this time without realizing it, or perhaps he just didn't want to admit it to himself, and he had to make it better. He wanted to make it better, to wash her pain away and help her shoulder her other burdens like she had done for him. Azula had come to mean so much to him, but to what extent? He was afraid. Of course he was afraid, even after all this time. Confused, too. Katara had said she was confused once about her feelings toward him. Now he knew how she felt. But he had reined in his feelings without realizing it. If he allowed himself to gain feelings for Azula, would that mean he'd lose his connection to his home? If he imagined a future with her, a whole different future could be lost. Forever. The pendant hung from his clenched fist. Was that all it came down to, after all this time? How could he tell her that he'd been pushing away his burgeoning feelings when he had already made his choice to return home? Even before he came down into the mines, their last conversation was not a happy one. He tried to tell her good luck with Katara, but she only gave him the cold shoulder, and he didn't realize the extent of her unhappiness until now. Aang? Zuko asked, brow furrowed in concern. Is it something I said? No, Aang said. Sokka and the other members of their group walked ahead while Aang and Zuko trailed behind unnoticed. You just helped me realize something. Perhaps there was something to whatever the guide said about the salt crystals. Oh, Zuko said, shrugging. Okay. Well, you probably shouldn't hold that pendant too tightly. I don't think Katara would like it much if the salt melts. Huh? Katara. But before Zuko could clarify, they heard a stirring in the cavern ahead of them. The guide, Sokka, and the other sightseers clustered at the mouth of the cavern, which overlooked a work site far below them. Aang pushed his way to the front of the flimsy wooden guardrail to watch the scene below. He found himself next to Sokka, whose face was inscrutable. A broad-shouldered man in undyed leathers had been yelling at one of the miners who was bent low over a pile of dust-covered crystals, quailing in fear at the larger man and the half-dozen men in similar furs behind him. You're really gonna creep around down here, squandering that power the Emperor lets you use in service to your nation? You're not even using it down here. But you can fight. But I just want to stay down here, work off my debt. And you can do that with us, don't you see? Or are you too weak? Too cowardly to really serve your nation where it matters? You're an earthbender, man. Show it. Aang furrowed his brow. An earthbender? Then why was the bigger man talking like he owed the Water Nation loyalty? Chit sang, please, I try not to, even down here. Instinctively, Aang looked to Sokka, but he turned away when Chit sang faced their direction. Aang knew that name. They had gone their separate ways after helping him break out of the boiling rock, but Aang found him to be a friendly man, and loyal enough to help shelter Team Avatar once when they returned to the Fire Nation in the years after Sozin's comet. And if he remembered correctly, Chit sang was a firebender. What was he doing here? Chit sang turned away from the man, scowling. His beard was only slightly longer than Aang remembered from the close-cropped cut he used to have, tied into 2 braids at his chin. But even from this distance, Aang could see scars all over his face from cuts and burns that had faded some over the years. Then wallow down here forever, for all I care. Worthless trip. He's recruiting again, I guess, Sokka muttered. Aang backed away from the guardrail when Chit sang's audience dispersed, though the men in undyed leathers followed him as he disappeared down a different tunnel. Recruiting? For what? He crossed his arms. That's the captain of the Wolf's Skulls, they call that guy Chitsang the Boiler. They're a platoon of foreigners and conscripts raised to be loyal to our nation. It's a tradition the second emperor started. Aang almost couldn't believe that the Water Nation ruled so differently from the Fire Nation in his world. The Fire Nation never would have had a whole company of foreign soldiers, least of all in any type of leadership position. Hakata's leadership perplexed him the more he learned about the emperor. Seeing Chitsang in that sort of role made him feel uncomfortable in a way he couldn't describe. "Sorry for the disturbance, folks," said the guide. "Didn't know the emperor's personal pets liked to scamper around down here. But you know how hounds like to beg for scraps around the cook fire." A chorus of chuckles rolled through their gathering. "Anyway, who's ready to see Peach Petal Island's hidden gem? Dragged down here 100 years ago. A great shame to warriors and historians alike. A reminder of our nation's superiority and strength." He paused and lowered his voice an octave, peering over them all with his mismatched eyes. "The last airbender. Here is where we leave you," said the painted lady. The next time Heibai stopped, they found themselves at a mountain peak atop a pillar of stone. Far below, Nagi could see dense green foliage obscured by heavy fog, making it seem like they floated among the heavens. Thin trees with leafy branches clung to all of the pillars she could see. In a way, it reminded her of the Wolong forest she had read about once, but this place seemed far more grand and otherworldly in its splendor, and surely would have inspired far more art than the real forest ever could. "Cross the bridge to find the spirit you seek, Suza of the divine fire." When the lady gestured with her billowing sleeve, a wood and rope bridge emerged from the fog, extending to one of the distant pillars. When Nagi turned back to thank her and Heibai and bid them farewell, both of them had vanished into the mist. "Thank you," Nagi said regardless, hoping they would feel her appreciation. She felt much less safe with them gone, as if the air grew colder. "Sounds like a firebender spirit," Spirit Toph said, punching her fist into her palm. "She seemed to do that a lot. I wonder if it'll try to fight us." "I certainly hope not," said Yu. "I've no desire to fight an ancient spirit." Yeah, princess. We get it, you love spirits." Yu sniffed. "I simply respect their power and wisdom." Leaving them to squabble, Nagi approached the bridge as it swayed precariously to an unheard wind. She didn't like the idea of walking across with most of her earthbending inaccessible, but before she stepped onto the wooden planks she coated her feet in earthen shoes, a favored tactic of the Daili. After testing its durability and judging it to be safe, she turned to her companions. "Are you two coming? We have a spirit to meet." "Or three," she supposed. Topha's body stood still, her arms hanging limp at her sides. "She doesn't want to cross," Spirit Toph said. "She can't see on that. I guess we'll just stay back here." "But this spirit may have information about your face," said Yu, frowning. "Come on, we'll all hold hands." She grabbed Topha's hand, who did nothing to resist, and tugged her along. Before reaching the bridge, she held her hand out to Nagi as well, who hesitated for only a moment before accepting it. Nagi led the way while Toph trailed behind them and her spirit hovered above them. She didn't know why, but she expected Yu's hand to feel cold and soft. But she was warm, and her grip strong, her hands calloused by years of training with her blade. Nagi wondered if Yu would think her hands were too soft in comparison. But Nagi was a warrior, too, even if most of her time was spent studying the histories and cultures of the Earth Kingdom between her patrols of Ba Sing Se. The bridge creaked as they made their way across. Nagi tried not to look down into the mist below, at the dark shapes brewing, the distant echoes of animalistic growls smothered by the wind. No one said anything as they crossed. If someone stumbled, they just held on tighter. "What a peculiar group we make," Nagi thought. A Daili agent, a Water Tribe princess, the Avatar's faceless earthbending master, and her disembodied spirit. Focusing on one step at a time, they made it across untouched by the dark spirits below. She could only assume that they had entered the spirit Suza's aura of protection. Now that they had made it to the next stone pillar, Nagi could make out more of its details. The ashen path coiled around it to its apex, crowned by a tree with a thick, smooth trunk that curved around a groove with a nest, so she assumed it to be an eyrie. One twisting branch stretched over the ravine as a perch for the most magnificent creature Nagi had ever seen. Even from this distance, she knew its size rivaled that of the fabled Wan Shi Tong, but this one was much more beautiful. Some legends spoke of a firebird with vermilion wings, a spirit so old it was said to exist during the time of the lion turtles. Dismissing it as a Fire Nation story she never sought to learn more of, she had only ever seen one picture of it, but even that, she knew, did not do this creature justice. With every movement of its tail feathers it reflected all the colors of the rainbow. When it gazed at them, she felt its sorrow, his sorrow, for this spirit had intelligence she could not even comprehend. She could feel pain but perceive no wounds, sense loss without longing, and grief with no anger. Nagi was not one to use the word sublime lightly, but this had to be the closest she had ever felt to it. "Humans," said Suza, and his voice came out so melodious that it made the painted lady's musical voice sound raspy in comparison. "You are not welcome here." "Please, Ancient One," said Yu, dropping in supplication to the spirit. Nagi did not know how she found the bravery to speak first. "We truly want to leave, but we cannot. We have been stranded here in the spirit world, and our companion has lost her face. We had hoped you would be able to help us." The firebird descended from his perch, a single brilliant pinion shedding from his tail. "The chasm between the spirit world and your realm is the Avatar's doing. A human's doing. I cannot help you." Chasm? Nagi had never heard of the space between the two worlds described that way. Had something happened? Perhaps it was as you said, and the connection between the worlds had faltered when Koh dragged them here. "So what?" Spirit Toph asked, her voice gruff. "You're saying we're stuck here? Aang accidentally trapped us and now we have no way out? They need to get home." She gestured to Nagi, Yu, and her own body as she spoke, and her phrasing confused Nagi. What did she mean by they? Suza lowered his head to peer more closely at Spirit Toph, his neck extending. "You should know more than most that things are not as they seem, human child. Even if you are gone from one world, you will manifest in all of the others. It is the way of things." Nagi had no response to that, or indeed any clue of what he meant. Yu rested her weight on her knees. "I have heard of you before, great Suza," she said. "In a story. Not an ancient legend, but a story passed down among my people. A story that tells of your passing from our world just over a century ago." Nagi felt the weight of the firebird's melancholy again, not crushing or even uncomfortable, but still heavy. "That can happen?" Nagi asked. "A spirit can die in the mortal world." "In a sense," said Suza. "A spirit can only die when taking a mortal body, but we will always continue to exist in a different form, ever changing and manifesting in a different world because we exist at our core here, in the realm of spirits. Like the moon and ocean in the forms of koi fish," said Yu. "They're mortal forms. But you, before you vanished, you had a specific role in our world." Suza's beak opened for the first time, and out from his throat poured a song that invigorated Nagi, made her feel the need to rise with the sun like she never had before. "You speak the truth," Suza said. "I was and am and ever will be the spirit of the great comet, my flaming tail a beacon across the heavens, the blessing to all firebenders. But I can no longer fly in your world." Spirit Toph interjected with a sudden outburst. "You're the spirit of Sozin's comet." "It is what I am called in one world, yes," said the firebird. "But what did that mean?" Suza made it sound like more worlds than the spirit world and mortal world existed. "A defilement of my sacred flame and the name I bear." "I don't understand," said Nagi. "Even if we are gone in our world, that doesn't mean we want to exist in another. We want to go home. We want to get our friend her face back." "The face stealer does not return faces," he said, fixing his black eyes, like soot, upon Nagi. "Perhaps you could entreat his mother, but she is found only when she wants to be." "We've gotta try," said Spirit Toph. Nagi found herself agreeing, and even Yu nodded in response. Toph's body shuffled her feet. "A foolish endeavor," said the spirit, and for the first time his mournful voice took on a sympathetic tone as he looked at Toph. "That one will eventually waste away. A face is an identity. And once the identity is lost, the entire essence fades away with it." "That can't be," said Yu, frowning with her eyes set in grim determination. "There's got to be a way to save her." You would do best to simply leave the spirit world, said Suza. Be gone from our realm forever. There are 2 spirit portals where you can cross to the mortal realm, body and soul together, but they exist at the very fringe of this world, in a place tainted by darkness where no mortals have set foot in 10,000 years. I am truly sorry, he continued, and Nagi felt he spoke true, but there is almost no hope for you to succeed. We will track down Koh's mother, Nagi said. We must. Who is she? How can we find her? The Firebird straightened, drawing back from them to crane his neck toward the sky, as if considering how much to reveal to them. She is called the Mother of Faces. And she may decide not to help you. Once a season, she ventures into the mortal world and I am not certain how she has adapted to the chasm between worlds. Thank you, Great Suza, said Yu, bowing deep. Nagi matched her movements. I wish you good fortune, humans, he said, extending his wings. For a moment, his crimson wings blocked out the sun, and when he flapped them to fly away Nagi could smell something like ash and dust after rain, like a coming storm. Caught up in her dreams of distant desert rains, she did not notice that the ancient Firebird had flown from the eyrie, his tail feathers casting a faded rainbow in his wake. Here she is, the last airbender. Well, at least until the Avatar came back, so they say. But I'm sure with enough time she'll be the last airbender again. Of course, she was a girl and a child, so there was no glory in her defeat for Emperor Seiryu, who needed no proof of his strength. Hidden away in a deep cavern dimly lit by a single salt lamp, a massive block of ice nestled into the groove of the salt around it. The ice was a deep blue like the inside of a glacier, oppressively silent. Aang didn't know what he looked like in the iceberg, but it couldn't have been like this. She had no glow of spiritual power, no movement or thrum of energy from deep inside the ice, no grand change when he approached. And she was indeed Sang Nia, her robes splayed as if she floated underwater with her arms spread out and her eyes closed. Lifeless. He must have lunged forward in anger because both Sokka and Zuko put a hand on his shoulders to restrain him. How could anyone do this? The guide's words alone were flippant and disrespectful enough that he was certain he would have lost control of the Avatar state right then and there. He heard nothing except for the blood pounding in his ears as the guide finished talking about her and the cluster of people moved on to the next site, leaving them behind with Sang Nia. We have to get her out of there, Aang said. Sokka stepped forward, staring up at her form. Aang, I don't know if she's... I don't care, Aang said, cutting him off. I know she doesn't have the Avatar state to sustain her. But she doesn't deserve this. We both know that, Aang, said Zuko, his voice soft. But I'll stand watch, you two do what you can. Sokka nodded and approached the ice, putting his gloved hand on it. As I said before, there were some people sympathetic to her, or others who didn't believe a child was worth keeping as a trophy of victory, so they tried to get her out. Healers, seekers, shamans, all our best waterbenders and spiritualists came here over the years, but none of them. I know, Aang said, taking a waterbending stance. But I'm the Avatar. He pulled at the ice, tried to will it to change into water, and Sokka joined him after taking off his gloves. But the ice didn't respond, didn't even feel like real ice with its unnatural blue hue, so he switched to firebending. He held a consistent flame close to the block and even though he knew it would be slower the surface did not become slick with melt no matter how hot his flames burned. After that he switched with earthbending in an effort to chip it away piece by piece if he must, threw huge chunks of salt crystal at it, spears of glittering pink gems, but the ice might as well have been made of diamond for all he did to it. How had Emperor Seiryu done this? How powerful of a waterbender was he? He didn't care how much noise he made with his barrage of earth and fire as he rapidly switched back and forth between them, breathing heavily with every strike. He couldn't remember ever feeling so angry, not since he lost Appa in the desert. At the back of his mind he was dimly aware that he might have been able to free her by going into the Avatar state, but try as he might that option was locked away from him now. He remembered Azula's words from when he resolved to come here to save Sangmir rather than continuing to rescue Toph. What about the people we can save? But he had to try to save everyone. Was she right? If he tried to save everyone, would he end up saving no one, like in his world? Aang, we've got trouble, said Zuko, running toward him and Sokka despite Aang's onslaught. Aang leaned his hands on his knees, panting with exertion and anger and helplessness. "Stand straight, let's go. I think I remember the way out," said Sokka, pulling his club free. A fireball launched toward them from the cavern entrance, which Zuko stepped in front of to disperse with his fists. The source of the attack strode toward them, Chit Sang, with 4 of his skulls behind him. "Oh, would you look at that," he said. "Another firebender all the way down here. Now what could you be doing on Peach Petal Island?" Zuko narrowed his eyes and took a stance. "I could ask the same of you. Looks like someone's been earthbending, too," Chit Sang continued, looking at the devastation Aang had wrought through the cavern. "You kids look in to join my skulls. You're a bit young, but we can look into an apprenticeship if you're that determined." "No way," said Zuko, backing up toward Aang and Sokka. Aang didn't take his eyes off Sang Nya. "I'm not a traitor to my people like you are." His response came out in a low growl. "You'll pay for that comment, kid." Chit Sang went on the attack, punching toward Zuko before drawing in for close combat. Zuko held his own against the assault, but when Chit Sang's 3 other firebenders and an earthbender joined the scuffle, Aang finally turned away from Sang Nya and dredged up a wall of salt crystal to enclose the 3 of them and give them time to come up with a plan of escape. "Now's your chance to prove you're on our side," Zuko said to Sokka. "What's your plan?" "I have to come up with the plan." Sokka protested. "I barely have any water to work with, that's a lot of pressure." Aang closed his eyes to get a feel for the skulls' movements around the cavern as they surrounded the perimeter to block their escape. "We don't have time for a plan," he said. "Just attack." He wasn't afraid of Chit Sang. Before the skulls had completely spread out, he pushed their protective wall along the ground at them, making them scatter to avoid it. He managed to catch one of the firebenders, pinning him against the cavern wall. Aang leapt forward, and though he didn't have his staff with him, he effortlessly weaved and ducked between the fire and earth attacks, lifting shields and throwing them back with blasts of fire. He didn't care about hiding his identity any longer, didn't care about the consequences, and when he found himself locked in combat with Chit Sang himself, he didn't hold back. My, never thought I'd run into the Avatar here," he said, a sheen of sweat on his brow as he warded off Aang. "And is that the prince over there? We were under the impression that him and the princess were taken prisoner after their failure at Ba Sing Se, but I guess he's the real traitor here." "You've got it all wrong," said Aang, crouching low to avoid the enemy earthbender. This whole scenario was wrong. How could a whole company of firebenders and earthbenders be loyal to the Empire? He switched targets, allowing Zuko to engage Chit Sang with his swords and firebending while Aang focused his efforts on the others. "We're wasting time here," Sokka called out, using his club to break through the earthbender's attack. He thrust his hand forward and shot a stream of water from the skins at his side to freeze the earthbender to the ground. "We won't be able to escape if we hang around fighting." "Oh, your papa won't be happy with you," said Chit Sang, rolling away from Zuko. Aang belatedly realized that was Chit Sang's plan, just to stall them while more of his skulls arrived to overwhelm them, so Aang stomped his foot and rocked the earth beneath Chit Sang to launch him out of the way. "It's fine," said Sokka, staring at him as he sailed away. "It's a bit more complicated than he'd think." "Let's go," said Zuko, leading the way out of the cavern. Aang looked back at Sang Nya one last time before departing, hating the way he failed her and all his people, but closed his eyes and turned away to follow Zuko and Sokka to the exit. He made a silent vow to come back for her when this was all over. Whenever that happened. He owed her that much. "You say traveling with the Avatar is the right thing to do." Katara curled her legs underneath her as if perfectly at ease while she spoke to Azula, even though Azula's hands were at her throat not long before. She had already healed the burns. "I know you enough already to say that's not true. Back under Ba Sing Se, you fought with the intent to kill me. In what world is that the right thing?" "Getting rid of you would be the right thing for the world," Azula said, sitting back at the campfire. She focused on her breathing, watching the fire rise and fall with each inhale and exhale. It kept the blue away. "Would that make you happy?" "It'd help." Katara laughed. "Yeah, that certainly doesn't sound like you're the good person in this scenario." Azula leaned back and propped herself up on her arms as she regarded Katara. I never claimed to be. I'd even say that makes you a monster, she said. As soon as she said those words, the blue dragon uncoiled again, burning the inside of Azula's throat. But the world needs its monsters, I think. My own mother thought I was a monster. Azula said nothing, trying to fight the growing blue flame licking at her insides. But you are the only one in this little group who knows what's necessary, and the only one with the drive to do what needs to be done, Katara continued. I can respect that. And what is it that needs to be done? Ending the war, is what, Katara said with the air of someone explaining a basic fact to a child. But whatever the Avatar's planning to do won't work. Defeating my father won't finish anything because the ways of my tribe won't just fade away overnight. Another chief, another emperor, would just rise in his place. The whole system is built on strength because each clan, each warrior, has something to prove. It's part of that whole masculine bravado thing. She shrugged. Azula raised an eyebrow. This was an interesting development. Oh? And what is it you want to do about that, Katara? I still want to help my nation subjugate the others, obviously, she said. But the system needs fixing from the inside. My father's the strongest chief there is, but he's in no place to do anything about all that despite all his strength. I have to admit that he's the best emperor suited to overpowering the other nations, but even if he does that, there's still going to be fighting among my people because they all have different ways of doing things. It needs to change so that our victory, our dominion, brings peace. Azula pondered her words, piecing together just how Katara meant to accomplish her goals. Does that mean you don't want to overthrow your father and be the Empress? Katara scoffed. Not overthrow him. And I would like that power one day, obviously, but I'm not so naive to think that my nation would all be okay with that. Following a woman, no matter how strong I am, is inconceivable to them. That's part of what needs to change. My father needs to change, because you know as well as I do that Sokka doesn't have the strength I have in mind. Azula kept her voice steady. The blue dragon waited patiently. So you want peace? I have to admit, I didn't see that coming. But where are you going with this? Peace and balance don't come easy, especially this sort, said Katara, leaning over the saddle and fixing her gaze on Azula. This kind of work needs a monster's touch, I think. You and I, we can both do what needs to be done. I'll be a monster with you, together. The blue dragon roared. It was almost deafening, urging her forward to let it free, to become the monster she was expected to be. To let Katara free. Speaking over the din that only she heard, Azula stood. Aang wouldn't approve of this. Of course not. His idea of peace and balance will only lead to more bloodshed and the eventual destruction of my people. So you're suggesting that we go off on our own, Azula said. The dragon unfurled its wings, brimming with energy, nostrils smoking, and teeth bared, as if ready to strike. She knew, then, that she had to go with Katara. It was the only way to protect Aang and Zuko from the blue dragon. From Fire Lord Azula's wrath. She didn't care much for Katara's plan, but if she needed to be a monster to do what needed to be done, so be it. Yes, said Katara, grinning. She jerked her head toward the sea, where a water tribe ship had departed from the island's port and headed toward the southern water tribe. And there's our ride. I mean, unless you want to take the bison. No, said Azula, glancing at Appa as he slumbered. She refused to put him through any of Katara's plans. It doesn't like me. As she shuffled through the inner pockets of her parka to search for the key to Katara's shackles, she had the brief thought that she'd be at Katara's mercy if she decided to bloodbend or drown her. But a part of her knew that Katara would do no such thing, that she needed her to take the place of Suki and Yu in their absence. Katara wasn't the type to work alone. Worst case scenario, Azula knew she could take Katara. Airbending was next to useless for Aang in the salt mines, but his earthbending made their escape almost easy. It would have been effortless if the wolf's skulls didn't have earthbenders of their own, but together with Sokka and Zuko they pushed toward the exit. By the time they reached the lift, it was held at the upper levels and out of their reach, but Aang pulled up a platform big enough for the three of them and devoted all of his focus to that while Sokka and Zuko watched his back. Once they got to the top, he destroyed the lift with earth and fire. Even outside the mines, Chit-Sang pursued them through the village with the help of his own earthbenders. The merchants scattered when they all emerged without any subtlety, but though they escaped from the mines they had water tribe warriors to contend with up above. Aang had to pull his friends together to cover them in an air barrier and deflect a thrown bola just in time, but now Sokka had water within reach to fight back on his own. "Hey, come on, I don't want to fight," he shouted, gathering water thrown at them. "This is all a big misunderstanding. I'm secretly trying to catch the Avatar." Zuko reached Aang and turned back to Sokka with a groan. "Sokka, that doesn't work if you say all that right in front of us." He hurled his boomerang, shrugged, and rushed past the totems. "Well, it was worth a shot. Let's go." Aang put his back against the wooden pole carved with spirits of fish and seals at the northern entrance to the village, ensuring that Zuko and Sokka would escape safely. Blocking their way with earth as much as he could, he covered their escape as they made their way back to camp. Lungs burning, he caught up to Zuko, who gave him an encouraging grin. "Another successful escape, I guess." "Not that successful," Aang said, dropping his gaze to his feet. This whole diversion to rescue Sangmu turned out to be a waste of time that potentially brought him further from rescuing Toph. He could only hope that Azula and Katara had Appa ready to go. He clenched his right hand, feeling the plum blossom pendant he had wrapped around his wrist. Azula had been right all along. He still didn't know what he would tell her, but he had to say something. Do something to make things right. Would admitting his feelings give her a false hope that he would stay in this world? Would that make it harder to leave? No matter what, that wasn't fair to her. And regardless of whatever feelings started to form for Azula, he knew he still loved Katara. But had that changed? Or would that love always be there? "Aang," said Sokka, speaking through the corner of his mouth. Aang realized for the first time that Sokka finally started to address him by name. "They're still following us. Do something." The rocky path from the village was jagged and uneven, with gaps between the stones liable to cause a broken ankle when traversing the road at night. An open area with coastal winds buffeting the shores, he judged his airbending and earthbending to be at their strongest here. Turning to face the stampede of warriors barreling toward them, he leapt high into the air upon the wind, unsheathed his sword, and came crashing down to stab it into the earth with a shockwave of wind and stone that exploded from the path and ripped all the skulls and warriors off their feet, creating a crater all around him that he hoped would impede their progress long enough for Aang and the others to fly away. He saw Chit-Sang caught in the attack, and wondered if they'd ever clash again. He pulled Ozay's sword free and followed after Zuko and Sokka, reaching the outcropping of stone that marked their campsite near the shore shortly after they did. But when he arrived, he found Zuko and Sokka searching around their camp in alarm. Azula and Katara were gone. "What happened?" Zuko asked, kneeling down to inspect the remains of the campfire. "It's still warm. Do you think they were attacked?" "No," Sokka said. "Appa and the lemurs are still here. And they seem fine." Momo perched on top of the rocky crag while Sabi curled around Appa's horn, who greeted them with a sleepy grunt. None of them seemed disturbed or alarmed. Aang approached the saddle where he found Katara's shackles, which had been unlocked. He didn't see any damage to them. Even the key still rested inside the lock. His stomach twisted in on itself when he realized what that meant. "They just left us. The woman warrior is here to see the High Chief." A stern-faced warrior escorted Suki and Gashiun to the inner sanctum of the palace, passing them off to a guard in front of the entrance to the throne room. Suki had to hold back from rolling her eyes. It was always woman warrior, not warrior woman. She even would have preferred Kyoshi warrior, ward to Emperor Hakata. The guard looked over her and Gashiun, an unlikely duo, and sneered. "You two looking to join the Wolf's Skulls or something? I don't think even those pathetic warriors admit women to their ranks." When she didn't answer, rigid in her professionalism, the guard scoffed and turned toward the ornate ice door carved with fish and serpents and all sorts of marine mammals, inlaid with blue gemstones like sparkling tears. He used his waterbending to make it grind open, revealing a throne room that wasn't unlike the one in Aniaktu, with a raised plinth and numerous pillars decorated with more fish. But where the south had a throne, this room had a semicircle of raised benches for the Council of Elders and only one waterfall behind it. Another big difference, she saw, was the row of live ravens perched on the ice shelf near the ceiling. They peered at Suki and Gashiun as they entered. There had to be almost 30 of them, but only one squawked when it saw them. Arnook wasn't there yet. The guard waited with them while Suki and Gashiun knelt on the cold floor. Even in her heavy armor, Suki felt the cold seeping in as the minutes dragged on, but she knew better than to complain. Arnook had been informed she had important news for him, but he would arrive on his own time. The waterfall at the end of the room opened up and a man with braided brown hair and a heavy parka walked in, the pelt of a black-furred creature draped across his shoulders. With a sallow face and eyes such a bright blue they seemed almost blind with cataracts, High Chief Arnook did not look like the powerful man and leader of the north that she expected. Both she and Gashiun prostrated themselves as he entered the ring of elders' seats. "You are Suki," he said, and at his address she looked up at him. Looking closer, she noticed that he did not hold any weapons, either, unusual for a chief in the south, at least, bender or not. "Use friend." "I am," she responded. "And this is Gashiun, a companion of ours." "I am honored to be in your presence," Gashiun said, keeping his head bowed. He said nothing more, as she told him. She only brought him along to explain more about Wan Shi Tong if the High Chief needed it. "And you have come to inform me of my daughter's predicament, I gather," Arnook said. Suki was just barely able to hold back her gasp of surprise. "I am already aware that she is trapped in the spirit world, dragged there by the face stealer." One of the ravens flew to his shoulder, to which he had no reaction. "We want to rescue her," said Suki, not bothering to question how he had such knowledge. "And Gashiun's sister. Is there anything we can do?" "You are powerless in comparison to the spirits," he said. He stood still, almost unnaturally so, and for a moment Suki thought his dark moon amulet reflected silvery light, but she dismissed it as a trick of shadows from the burning bonfires. It hung around his neck with a necklace of shark teeth. "You will do nothing." "I refuse to accept that," Gashiun said, his voice low and dangerous and disrespectful. He glared at Arnook. "I didn't come all this way to save my sister and be told no." The guard who accompanied them pointed his spear at the sandbender in warning, but Gashiun ignored it. "That vision ends in both of your deaths," he said. He spoke it as fact, without pity or sympathy, and did not react to Gashiun's slight. Such an outburst in front of Hakata could have ended badly. Suki shivered, she found the whole thing creepy. "Did the spirits grant you a vision of anything we should do?" He shook his head and slowly turned away from them, moving like a man decades older. "I only see visions of death. Do not seek me for guidance. I have none for you." Without another word, he departed behind the waterfall and the split flow of water came together again and continued into the pools all around the throne room. Gashiun smashed his fist against the floor and his voice shook. "I can't accept this." Suki frowned. "I know," she said, wondering why Arnook was so dismissive of his daughter's plight even though it went against everything she knew of him. "I'm no spiritual expert, but I do know that there are other spiritual places around the North Pole. We just have to find them." She could attempt to go back to Ba Sing Se, she thought, to find a way to save Sokka and Katara. But that mission seemed even more unlikely to succeed. Like Gashiun said, they had come too far to give up so easily. More than anything, they needed answers. She just hoped the place called the Spirit Oasis would have them. Chapter 5, The Avatar and the Sea Dragon. When the Fire Nation airship arrived at the Western Air Temple, suspicious in its solitude, Katara bade Haru, Teo, and the Duke to hide within the temple and get Appa ready for a quick departure while Aang and Toph stayed in hiding and waited for it to dock. He tried not to look over the ruins of the pillar that served as his hiding place in anticipation. How dangerous could one airship be? Katara had guessed that it couldn't be a scout, because if its crew saw them from a distance it would just keep flying and report its findings to the Fire Nation. Instead, he kept his eyes closed and cast out his senses when a metal ramp descended from the airship. Aang wasn't looking for a fight, but if it came to it. He was still too much of a novice at firebending to make much use of that, but he resolved to stay and face them this time all the same. He wouldn't run again, not like at the Day of Black Sun. When footsteps hit solid rock, Aang tilted his head in confusion. Was that Sokka? Toph asked, standing up from her own hiding place. Huh? It's Zuko and Suki too. Aang poked his head out to see Sokka, Zuko, Suki, and a man he didn't know emerge from the airship. He exchanged a glance with Katara, who hid behind the fountain, and they gathered to meet their returning friends. I can't wait to hear this story, Aang said to Katara, grinning. Her face lit up into a smile when she noticed Suki and they all ran over. She pulled the Kyoshi warrior into a hug and laughed in disbelief. This is amazing. What happened? The stranger waved. Hi, I'm Chit Sang, he said, smiling in greeting. I'm new. Toph trailed behind Aang and Katara and grunted. Where's the meat? Despite the happy occasion, Aang couldn't help but feel something about Sokka seemed subdued. No meat, Sokka said. Zuko and I, sort of went on a prison break. Katara put her hands on her hips, her brow furrowed in the way it often did whenever she had to scold Sokka. What? Why didn't you tell us? Do you know how dangerous that was? Aang scratched his head. I'm really glad to see you, Suki, but Sokka, how'd you even know where she was being kept? He remembered Azula's words, her cruel mockery and teasing of a favorite prisoner. He felt bad for nearly forgetting all of that until now. He had so many other things on his mind, but he knew Sokka must have been tearing himself up about it. Well, I, sort of didn't, he said. He looked at all of them except for Katara. I was looking for Dad and all the others imprisoned after the invasion. I was hoping we'd find them at the Boiling Rock, but none of them got transferred there. Katara's face fell, but she hid it quickly with another smile. It'll be okay. Dad and all the others at the invasion are going to be okay. She stressed the final word as if trying to convince them and herself. Suki put a hand on his shoulder and gave him an encouraging smile. I'm sure we'll figure out where they are, she said. Maybe they haven't identified who the leader of the invasion was. That's the only reason why I got sent there without the rest of my warriors. Aang shared a glance with Zuko. Something about his new fire-bending Saifu's face gave him pause, a grim silence that induced a feeling of dread. Yeah, Sokka said, crestfallen. Maybe. It shouldn't have felt like such a long journey to get to the shores of the Southern Water Tribe from Peach Petal Island, but even so, the ocean seemed to stretch on endlessly. The three of them argued for a time about what to do. Running back to the village to see if Azula or Katara went there was a foolhardy option, considering everything they went through to escape. Sokka wanted to track them down, wherever they went, in order to prevent Katara and Azula from revealing their plans. Convinced that Azula had betrayed them, he urged Aang to fly around the Chui Islands around the Southern Air Temple to seek out any merchant vessels they could have used for their escape. Aang didn't know what to feel. Part of him considered that Azula may have betrayed them, but it didn't add up. He was worried for her because of both Katara and Fire Lord Azula, but he tried to tell himself she was strong. He just had to trust in whatever plan she had in mind. Azula always lies, Zuko had said, almost in a trance, and Aang realized that those were Prince Zuko's words. Zuko hoped that was true and she lied even to Katara. Out of the three of them, Zuko showed the least concern that Azula had betrayed them, and maintained that whatever she did was to play along with Katara's schemes. Aang hoped he was right. For now, they had to stay on their course, no matter how much it hurt. He just hoped they would cross paths again on the mainland and they'd have time for everything left unsaid. They had to. He tried to busy himself by reading more of Gyatso's memoirs. But as they flew over the open ocean and he fought to keep from losing the 100-year-old writings in the wind, his eyes struggled to stay open until he saw Kuruk's name pop up again in Gyatso's account leading up to the war. I wish I had done something different on the day that Kuruk went to murder his son Aniak. He almost tore the page in his grip when he read those words. His son? Did that mean that Sokka was descended from Aang's past life, just as Zuko was? How much were all of their destinies connected? A boy materialized in the air in front of Aang. His younger self, the one from this world, sat in a lotus position with his finger pointed downward. He smiled with something like encouragement and nodded at him. Aang looked in the direction he pointed, spotting a submerged shoal just underneath the water's surface. A coral reef spread out in all directions like an underwater city, schools of fish and urchins and swaying anemones splayed out in a mosaic of color. He turned back to tell Zuko and Sokka so they could see all of it, but the saddle was empty. He was alone, so he looked back toward his younger self who drifted toward Aang and held out his hand. Before he could take it, the weight of his eyelids became too much to bear and he fell asleep. It's pretty scary when you jump up there, Ty Lee. Ty Lee swung from the crow's nest, careful not to damage the battened sails, and deftly climbed down the rope and the mast toward the deck again. She landed on her hands and bounced to her feet, beaming at Haru in the face of his concern. "It's okay," she said. She loved when her audience worried over her gravity-defying stunts. "I'm an expert at things like this." The boy put his hands on his hips and craned his neck up toward the top of the crow's nest, where the swamp bender pirate stationed there went back to her relaxation. "I thought it was difficult enough to get my sea legs," Haru said. "But heights like that are a completely different story. You're really something, Ty Lee." She fought to keep the blush from rising to her cheeks. Haru really was handsome with a clean-shaven face and the build of a professional earthbender and soldier, with a green tunic that accentuated it well. She had tried to flirt with him already, but he didn't respond at all to that kind of attention, so she gave up. "Thanks, Haru. I'm trying to learn my way around a pirate ship, since I figure if we're part of the crew they'll let us plunder some treasure with them." He scratched the side of his head. Well, I don't think these are really those kinds of pirates." He joined her in looking over the swamp benders who worked or milled about the deck of the junk ship, tying rope, or netting or using their waterbending when the winds faltered. All 3 sails had been unfurled to hasten the ship to its destination, the North Pole. "I'm used to the sort of pirates that would attack Jiduin or the Fire Nation's outer islands. I've been fighting them off with my father as long as I've been fighting the Water Tribe." Not only did he look like a soldier, but Haru acted like one, too. He often mentioned his duties or certain battles or his experiences fighting in the war. Ty Lee couldn't help but admire that. He didn't seem to be driven by honor or glory like the soldiers of the Golden City, but by survival. The need to protect things important to him. "Well, that's true," she said. "But they're the good kinds of plunderers, obviously. And I've been learning all sorts of things about ships. Like, the starboard side and the larboard side, the port and the aft, how to rig the sails and pull barnacles off the hull." Haru chuckled. "You didn't learn all of that on your voyage to the Earth Kingdom? And, that barnacle bit isn't the most important thing. It sounds like someone just gave you a job to keep you busy." She bent backwards and propped her head up on her palms while her feet dangled in the air. "Well, I didn't really get a chance to learn all that before. On my ship, I was the princess. So I've always been kinda sheltered. So now you want to be a pirate?" She beamed again. "Yeah. I'm already an aura-reading rebel acrobat princess. I think it would be fun to be an aura-reading rebel acrobat pirate princess." She flipped up on her feet again, swinging a pretend sword at him. "Avast yeah, mateys." A pair of freedom fighters who had been swabbing the deck overheard her and grinned at each other, brandishing their mops like weapons. "Fleetfoot, you scurvy cur. I order you to walk the plank." The younger girl swung her mop at him. There is no plank, Big Red. You better watch out or we'll feed you to the fishes on Captain Jet's orders." "Avast yeah," said Big Red, swinging his wet mop handle first. "Whatever that means." Ty Lee shrunk away from them as they began their duel and Haru joined her at the taffrail once more kids piled in on the scuffle to the bemusement of the swamp benders. "Oops," said Ty Lee, once they found themselves clear of it. "That was my fault, wasn't it?" "We've been sailing for days," Haru said, staring out over the water. "And with even more ahead of us. Let them have their fun. Say, you mentioned you can read auras in that mouthful." "Oh, yeah," she exclaimed. "Can I give you a reading?" "Sure thing," he said, smiling. "So what do I do?" She framed him between her hands. "Stand right there," she said. She peered at him closely, concentrating on the energy all around them. Some called it chi, others spirit energy, but no matter what it was always with them, thrumming just at the edge of her senses. Some might have thought her special for her ability, but she just assumed it was because she could relate to people. That's all it was, really, just feelings she could pick up from people and connect to how she felt. She figured anyone could do it if they worked hard at it. Your strongest color is brown, she said after a moment of deliberation. Brown? He asked with a look of distaste. Hey, brown is good, she said, flapping her hands to wave off his concern. It's a really warm color. You're stable, reliable, and down to earth. Practical and sensible. You'll keep us going steady. She rubbed her chin. There's also a lot of green in there. That signifies how much you've grown. You're a nurturer and a really tranquil guy, huh? He smirked and put a hand on his hip. I think you just got that because I'm an earthbender. Or, you know, from the color of my clothes. She leaned against the taffrail. Or maybe you picked those colors because that's who you are inside. I always say my outfits for the day really speak to me. Her face fell a little bit and she spoke softly. But all that doesn't really fit with a soldier's aura. Not that it's a bad thing. Haru looked away and she thought for a moment she said something wrong, but he shrugged. It's not like it's my whole identity, he said. I've been fighting most of my life alongside my father and this is the first time I've ever been so far from home. It felt right to come along and really try to do something to make a difference, you know? Instead of just staying in one place with the coalition and waiting for the enemy to come to us. On the way to the Earth Kingdom Iroh kind of got to me, I guess. He's a really wise man. Ty Lee hugged her arms. Seems like it, she said. So you came along to make a difference? To make the fighting stop? Yeah, he said, turning back to look at her again. Didn't you? He pushed away from the taffrail and walked past her. Perhaps it was something she said, but he gave her a subdued smile as he departed. She thought of Mai and Jet and the way they looked when they talked about the water tribes and their mission to take out Chief Arnook. Haru didn't have that. He was different from them, but she had the feeling that there was more to him than she expected, too. But if they all had their reasons for going north, what was hers? When Aang opened his eyes again, he found himself at the edge of an evergreen forest. The ground was well-trodden and fairly barren, with only thorny brambles and thick, bushy grasses that looked like hair emerging from the hard-packed earth. Snow fell in a fine powder beneath a gray sky, coating a quiet village made up of round wooden huts. A wooden archway signified the entrance of the village and Aang found himself drifting toward it, the forest at his back. He saw no smoke from the chimneys, the whole place seemed as cold and arid as the environment around it. His feet did not touch the earth and he did not feel the wind in his hair or the snow on his skin, and a moment later he realized he did not have his body. He looked down at his hands and then at his companion, his younger self, who was just as transparent as he was. What are you showing me? Aang asked him. The boy held a finger to his lips and gestured toward the village. A floating head rammed into one of the huts, destroying it under its weight. Aang leapt back in surprise even with the knowledge that whatever this was couldn't hurt him. Its skin, a deep purple like eggplant, stretched over a monstrous smile with rows of pointed teeth. Deep gashes cut into its face where its eyes would have been and its hair writhed with amorphous tendrils that it used to propel itself across the ground. It let out a ghastly wail that made Aang feel like he was in danger, especially in his spirit form, but it took no notice of him or his younger self. Is this a memory? Aang asked. Avatar Kurak's memory, said the boy. Since he can't connect with us for a while, he wanted me to show this to you in his stead. His battle with this particular dark spirit. Dark spirit? Like Heibai, back when I first met him, and the knowledge seekers that attacked Ba Sing Se. Sure enough, a man in water tribe skins appeared in the center of the village with a sweeping kick, knocking the dark spirit back with a burst of air. Kurak did not let up his assault, lifting two enormous slabs of stone on either side of the spirit and clapping his hands together in an attempt to catch it in a vice. The spirit's body wriggled free and launched at him with its mouth open wide, but the snow swirled together into a water whip that slapped it away with a snap of Kurak's wrist. The spirit weathered his blows with ease. In fact, whichever feat of bending Kurak threw at it seemed to bounce harmlessly off of its nearly intangible body, and in the rare instances of it landing blows on Kurak he took the hit hard. After the head knocked Kurak away from it for a third time, it pivoted on the spot and seemed to stare directly at Aang. The gashes on its face opened up to reveal startlingly yellow eyes which widened when it spotted its prey, a long dark tongue lolling out of its mouth as its teeth gnashed and it hurtled over to him. Aang gasped and jumped out of its way, but it wasn't focused on him at all. "Gyatso, the kid!" Kuruk shouted from the wreckage of one of the huts. Aang hadn't noticed the man behind him, who spun out of the way in a whirl of orange and yellow robes and swung his staff. An arc of wind slammed into the dark spirit, making it howl in pain as it rolled across the ground and into one of the other empty huts. "Great Spirit," the airbender, a younger Gyatso, called. "What can we do to pacify you?" Kuruk pushed himself to his feet and stomped on the ground, following up Gyatso's attack with a triple assault of slate blocks that battered it from below. "How many times do I have to repeat myself?" He punctuated his words with alternating blasts of earth and fire. "These spirits never stand down." As if to confirm his words, the spirit's tendrils swirled and it righted itself, launching at him with its mouth wide open. But Kuruk held his hand forward just as it closed in on him and the spirit shrunk to almost nothing, swirling into Kuruk's hand as if being absorbed into his body. He inhaled and then spasmed, his eyes twisted shut as he struggled to contain its force, and then he turned toward Gyatso and Aang, eyes glowing with all the power of the avatar state. Purple and black energy, the remnants of the dark spirit, emerged from his body and then dissipated into nothing when the brightness of his eyes died away. Kuruk stumbled and held a hand to his temple, bent over with fatigue. "Never gets easier," he said, and when he stood up straight, Aang's eyes widened. Though he was scarcely older than 30, his face looked so sickly and haggard that he could have been much older, and it was a wonder he fought as well as he did. Heavy bags under his eyes indicated many sleepless nights, and he had a quiver to his movements that Aang suspected had nothing to do with the exertions of his battle or the cold. "Is the kid okay?" "I thought you meant to stop doing that," Gyatso scolded him. His tone of voice shocked Aang. Gyatso was never the type to sound so strict, and almost never reprimanded Aang that way as a child. "Imbibing a dark spirit's essence is the only way to destroy them," Kuruk finished his sentence, cutting him off. "By giving it a mortal form, my mortal form, I can stop them for good. Or we can find what is corrupting them so." Gyatso interjected. "Before they corrupt you to the point where the damage is irreparable. You know Sozin and the others would not approve. Stop fussing so much. I'm the Avatar and they don't know about all this, so it'll be fine," Kuruk said, waving him off. But it was as clear to Aang as it was to Gyatso that he spoke lies. "Where's the kid?" Gyatso frowned, his furrowing brow accentuating his arrow tattoo, and gestured to the hut behind him. A young boy no older than 10 emerged from inside, his gaze blank and steps unsteady. "He's unharmed," Gyatso said. "But half-starved. We need to bring him somewhere safe." Kuruk looked around the devastated village as if to find any others, perhaps the boy's guardian, but the child spoke. "There are none," he said, his voice flat. "Everyone's dead." Kuruk's face softened. For a moment, he looked his age again as he knelt in front of the boy. "What's your name, kid?" "Aniak." He held Kuruk's gaze. Aang supposed he couldn't be shy after what horrors he might have witnessed. "Of the Wolf Clan." Aang looked to his own younger self with a gasp. "The first emperor." "Aniak," Kuruk repeated, giving the child a weak smile. "It's okay. You've been strong, but you're safe now." Gyatso drew back and brandished his staff at something around the back of the hut Aniak had emerged from. Another dark spirit, this one shaped roughly like a spider, creeped over the roof. "Kuruk. There's another." Kuruk grit his teeth and made to grab the boy, but the spirit lunged at them. Kuruk shoved his palm toward it, but the weak burst of air did nothing to halt the spirit's progress. Just as it closed in on them, Aniak held out both of his hands and the spirit halted. Its many legs quivered for a moment before snow rose up on both sides of it and glowed with golden power, encircling the spirit and restoring light to its darkness. The dark spirit shrunk to the size of Aang's head, revealing its true form to be a fuzzy blue spider that withdrew from the village and returned to the evergreen forest. Gyatso dropped his staff. He pacified it, brought balance to the conflicting energies inside, he said, his voice heavy with awe. "I have never seen such a technique. There are rumors of the Wolf Clan regarding the wisdom of their shamans, but I never expected something like that." Kuruk stared at Aniak, who stared right back with the burden of knowledge unbefitting such a young child. Aang recognized it because he saw the same hardened gaze when he looked in a mirror. Hey, Gyatso? You've been demoted. I think this kid's meant to be my spiritual advisor. The world washed away. When everything fell back into place again, Aang found himself in a shore town somewhere in the Earth Kingdom, a busy port with merchant ships from all over the world gathering to trade all sorts of baubles and goods. Porters and dock workers carried armfuls of products to and fro while a crowd gathered around a performer on the street juggling at least 5 knives while he sang a song, his voice smooth and chiming with merriment. It was a fast-paced song, and most of his admirers clapped along, cheering on the Water Tribe boy. Now which one of you 4 taught him that? A woman standing near Aang asked. She wore mostly white with gold and red accents, with her brown hair done in a plait that framed her pretty face. Aang thought she looked familiar but he couldn't place her. She and her companions stood on the periphery of the performers' crowd. Gyatso, with a few extra wrinkles he didn't have in the last memory, stood next to her and folded his hands in the sleeves of his robes with a knowing smile. Tamin, you know as well as I do that our dear friend Sud is the one with any sort of musical talent. Once Gyatso said her name, the woman's identity became clear to Aang at once. In his world, she had married Avatar Roku. Even here, where Roku lived centuries before, was her life still tied to the Avatars? A muscular man let out a deep, bellowing laugh. He wore a cape around his otherwise bare shoulders. He must have been Sud, Kuruk's earthbending master, as he was Roku's. Bahaha. But the boy uses what you taught him of poetry to write his songs, Gyatso. But I don't think any of us taught him how to juggle knives. He picked that up himself. Tamin let out an exaggerated sigh. Well, I suppose that's better than Kuruk's coaching on how to pick up girls and boys. You turned him into a heartbreaker. She turned to the Water Tribe man on her other side. Hey, I did no such thing, said Kuruk, grinning. He looked over the crowd of the performer's admirers with something like pride. In contrast to the previous memory, Kuruk looked to be brimming with vitality. Bulk had returned to his frame and color to his face. I taught Aniak how to be strong. Aang looked to his younger self. That performer up there, that's Emperor Aniak. But he looks so different from before. So happy, even after they found him as the last survivor of his clan. Kuruk looks happier too, doesn't he? The young monk asked. Didn't, Avatar Kuruk, you know, really young, in your world. Die? Yeah. I think he did. This Kuruk didn't. At least, not for many years later. It was all that fighting with dark spirits and even light spirits that made him lose himself. But here, he found another way. He found Aniak, and learned that method of purifying them and bringing balance back to their energy, their chi. Light spirits? What are those? Just another threat he didn't know about? Based on what he saw of the purification ability, it made him think it was a modified healing skill, and he wondered if it could be done with other bending besides water bending. Aniak approached the gathering of Kuruk and his friends, shaking off the admirers, accepting favors, and blushing under their compliments. Now, he looked about 15 or so, roughly the same age that Aang felt. His eyes were piercing and blue, sharp with intelligence, but he also had a gentle, welcoming smile. Kuruk, he said, inclining his head respectfully to the Avatar. Tonight, a bunch of the other kids here are going to have a bonfire on the beach. Can I go? We plan to move on from this town tonight, Kuruk said, rubbing at his beard. He looked to the man at his right, who Aang recognized with a start as Fire Lord Sozin. Or, perhaps, just Sozin in this world. A matter in the Fire Nation requires our attention. An enormous wolf that rested at his feet, Kuruk's animal guide, lifted his head and rumbled at Kuruk. Aang got the feeling that the wolf hated the Fire Nation due to his heavy fur coat. Sozin waved his hand, his lacquered plate armor making him look regal in the sunlight. This Sozin was no Fire Lord, but instead a regional warlord. What, did you become as stern as Avatar Kyoshi was? Let him have his fun. And he can put what I taught him to good use and seek out potential political connections and allies from your friends here. Besides, staying an extra night will give Team Avatar some extra time together. We get so little of it these days, with all 5 of us in one place. Aniak bowed to Sozin in the Fire Nation style, fist into palm. "Thank you, Lord Sozin." He grinned and waved farewell to all the others before departing with the people that seemed more and more like admirers than friends. After Aniak departed, Sud turned to Tamin with a mischievous smile. "So what was it that you taught the boy, Tamin?" She regarded him with an upturned nose. "Practicality and humility. Heavens know the boy needs it after spending so much time with all of you big-headed louts." At those words, all of them laughed, even her, but after their mirth settled she elbowed Kuruk in the ribs. "So, Kuruk, when are you gonna ask him?" The Avatar shuffled his feet under her attention. "I don't know, he might not take it too well, he'd also have to travel with me around the world while I carry out my Avatar duties." "It's not like the boy doesn't enjoy it," said Sud, chuckling. "And you make it sound so difficult. We all know Avatar Kyoshi did all the work for you in her lifetime. These past 6 years he has more or less come to view you as a father anyway," said Gyatso. "You might as well make it official. I think it will do you both good." Kuruk stared down the street in the direction Aniak had gone, a pensive smile on his face. "Yeah, I hope so." Seeing them all like this, all of them friends despite their differing circumstances and relationships with each other, it made Aang wonder about how much of this could really be coincidence. "In my world, I learned from Roku that friendships can transcend lifetimes," he said to the young monk. "But does this mean that they transcend worlds, too?" "I don't know the answer to that," said the younger Aang. "But wouldn't that be wonderful if they did? I can't believe I got my hands on such a nice hat. And it's even more surprising that no one else wants to wear this. I found it down in the cargo hold." "It's so garish and ugly," Mai said, slouching on the stairs leading to the rear deck. Ty Lee frowned at her as she struggled to hold the hat onto her head against the rushing ocean winds, but her sour expression quickly passed. "But this just screams to me, hey, I'm a pirate hat. And I think it's so stylish," she said. The hat was a deep blue with a wide brim and a fluffy white feather. It didn't really match her clothes, but she could work around that. "Now I just need a cool sword and an iguana parrot." "Mai, do you think it really matters if I don't have a peg leg?" Mai sighed and buried her face into her hand. Du overheard her as he walked by and scratched at the fish scales draped over his stomach like armor. I don't think anyone on our crew has any of those things, and we're still pirates." "You know, Du, you raise a good point. I don't need a peg leg or an ugly bird thing to be a pirate." "Thank you." "Sure thing, Ty Lee," he said, smiling wide. "Though I'd know why you wanna be one to begin with. It's a tough life." After he strode off, Mai spun one of her daggers around her finger by the handle. "Why do you care so much about being a pirate, anyway?" "It just seems like a fun experience," she said, leaning on the banister of the rear deck. "And it's so freeing, you know? Every day would be so different. Sailing to new horizons." Mai scoffed. "You're right. Just being a princess sounds boring." Ty Lee jumped up on the banister and balanced on it despite the swaying of the ship upon the waves. "Well, I was gonna go into how I used to always feel trapped in the role of a princess until meeting Aang and the others, which helped me come to terms with my responsibilities and duties to my people. But you don't really seem to care." "You're right. And then you were going to talk me through how I'm still sorta kinda running from that life. That I'm seeking thrills in other ways to avoid the issue of my future because while I've accepted my life as a princess, I still haven't heard from my older sisters and I don't know a thing about how I'm supposed to rule one day. And you were gonna give me some good advice about it or something, because you seem like you've got a good head on your shoulders. Sounds like you got it all figured out." Ty Lee sat down on the railing. "No thanks to you. You know, if we're gonna be friends, you should really lend an ear to other people's problems." Mai glanced at her out of the corner of her eye. "Who says we're going to be friends? What do you know?" Ty Lee put her palms out. "Nothing, geez. You're aggressive today." Mai's shoulders fell as she sighed. "Sorry. I just hate sitting and waiting to get to the north. I'm bored." "That's okay," Ty Lee said, slinking down to sit next to her on the step. "How about a nice, therapeutic aura reading? I did one on Haru earlier." "I don't believe in auras," she said, and her long face told Ty Lee all she needed to know already. But she persisted. Oh, come on, you might learn something new. No. Please. I'd rather not. Not even in the spirit of our newly blossoming friendship. I never said, ugh. Fine. Make it quick. Ty Lee hooped and turned at the waist to visualize Mai, concentrating on the waves she felt pouring off of the other girl. As she expected, Mai's aura was pretty drab. I see lots of gray, she said. It's pretty dingy, if I'm being honest. There's lots of grief and depression there clouding up everything else. Mai stood. Well, that was riveting, she said in a voice that indicated it was anything but. But I'm leaving now. But do you want to talk about it? Ty Lee asked her, frowning. Sorry if that dredged up anything. She crossed her arms. I'm not the type to talk about my feelings. I can see that, said Ty Lee, and she continued to concentrate on Mai even though her back was turned. But under that, I see a deep indigo. As much as you want to pretend otherwise, you're pretty deep and sensitive, aren't you? Even intuitive. Just because I don't want to talk about them doesn't mean I don't have feelings, she shot at Ty Lee, glaring. Are you done? Ty Lee tilted her head. The auras coming from Mai, the feelings, rippled and churned in layers and ways she scarcely saw before. Whoa, there's a lot of black energy in there, too. Pulling everything in, but capable of transformation. It's a pretty unforgiving color, but it's not bad. I almost never see that. Mai rolled her eyes. I wear all black. Hardly surprising. Ty Lee gasped, ignoring her. Wow, and underneath all that there's a brilliant scarlet aura. It means passion and a bunch of other strong emotions. You really bury all that deep, huh? You're not a firebender, right? That's totally firebender, I never would have expected that. Ty Lee, you should stop. Her gaze darkened and her voice dropped an octave lower. But Ty Lee didn't. Coiling out from the splash of red, like blood and fire, she saw gold, among the rarest of auras. Amazing, Ty Lee said, standing up with eyes wide. At your core, you're all red and gold. You're about guidance and protection, wisdom, and inner knowledge. I told you to stop, Mai said, cutting her off. She looked shaken but Ty Lee didn't know why. She hugged her arms across her body, almost protectively, and glared. Just leave me alone, okay? She winced and sat back down. I'm sorry, she said, and her words poured out. I just got caught up in it and then I got excited and I hoped you'd like it but I won't do it again, I promise. Mai looked like she was about to say something else, but she bit back her words and disappeared into the shadows below deck. After she had left, Ty Lee lowered her head to sulk and the wind lifted her hat around the brim and carried it away into the sea. Oh, no. My new hat. The atoll emerged from the ocean just off the coast of the Southern Water Tribe, its coral forming a ring around a central lagoon where Aang spotted Kuruk and Aniak sitting together in the sand. Around the edge of the atoll, coral sprouted in all sorts of shapes, orange brain coral and coral shaped like giant oysters, purple fans and coral that looked like a bonsai tree. It twisted and curled and grew among the rocky shelf, cresting from the water when the tides ran low and containing all kinds of fish, crawling urchins, and gently swaying anemone. Crab spiders and eel snakes scuttled and slithered along the beach. Whelks so huge they could have housed a human being marked the border of the atoll, making it look like a natural sea fortress with a dreadful, spiky defense, perhaps an addition Kuruk decided to include purely for the appearance. With all the life and the color, Aang thought this place looked like it would be better suited for tropical waters than polar ones. This is Kuruk's private little island, his younger spirit said. One of his most treasured places, meant only for him and his son for their training. Up close, Aang took a closer look at Aniak. Based on his last appearance, something like 10 years had passed, now he was a man grown, his hair loose with gentle curls that covered most of his brow, his face clean-shaven and handsome with a soft, easygoing smile. He wore a tunic colored deep blue, its trim decorated with pearl scent shells that only added to his good looks. He hummed a tune while he played a peepal lute, fingers dancing along the strings in a song that made Aang think of sunsets and goodbyes, both nostalgic and wistful. Kuruk just sat alongside him and listened, staring across the lagoon to the other side of the atoll. He looked older than Aang had ever seen his spirit, but in a way that he looked content rather than tired. Crow's feet ambled at the corners of his eyes and his hair had started to turn grey at his temples, but he had no doubt that Kuruk lived a fuller, healthier life than he did back when he destroyed the essences of dark spirits. Aniak stopped playing his pipa and Aang found himself wishing that he continued. "Father," said Aniak. He spoke with the air of divulging a great worry he had been mulling over for a while. "I've been thinking. I don't know if I should depart with you to the North Pole tomorrow." "But why?" Kuruk asked, frowning in a way that made Aang think he didn't see this coming at all. "The whole clan will be there. It's a celebration, you'll have a great time." The younger man rested the pipa across his lap and stared at its wooden face. "I'm not part of your polar bear dog clan. I am still of the wolf." Kuruk let out a sigh. "Still with the lone wolf outlook, eh? But no matter what, my son, you are still part of my family. And my cousin Amutuk will want to see us there as he becomes the new clan chief." "He'll want to see you, perhaps," said Aniak. "But it is not my place. And that is okay," he added, stressing his words. "I've been thinking, and I've come to realize I want to do my part to restore the Wolf clan to its former glory. You are my father, and I will never forget that, but I think it's important that I do this." "Well, you'd need a girl first. And find her for love, not just for a purpose like that." "That isn't enough," Aniak continued. He placed the pipa on the sand and rose to his feet. "You've been so busy fighting spirits that you haven't noticed all the warring clans of the South Pole. They have so many petty disagreements, father. Over land. Over food. Spiritual matters and even women. I don't understand. It makes them all weak, a great irony where they believe it will make them stronger when instead they wear themselves down to a pathetic trickle rather than a raging river." Kuruk leaned back, brow furrowed. "Where are you going with this?" "I want to unite them all," Aniak said, clenching his fist with his back to Kuruk. "All of them under the banner of the wolf. I'm stronger than any of those chiefs. Smarter. I know the way of things, the strength of men and beasts and spirits. And I can use that. I can make the water tribes powerful in the face of any enemy, any force that looks down on us." He stared down at his feet and his voice shook for the first time. Never again will a clan wipe out another. Despite lacking his body, Aang felt chills. "I knew it," he said. He never put that behind him, even after all these years. How could he? Aniak reminded Aang, disturbingly, of himself. Kuruk stood, his jaw dropping open in shock. "Another clan did that to your village? I always thought it was the doing of spirits." "Aniak, why haven't you ever told me this?" "What difference does it make?" Aniak asked. "Spirits wage war as much as men do. And it's my job to stop that from happening," Kuruk said, his voice low. "I am sorry I haven't done it as well as I should have, but I try to measure up to my predecessors every day. Your method, your idea to unite all of the clans, it won't be bloodless. It'll be as bloody as it needs to be." "You contradict yourself," Kuruk said, eyes narrowed. "Looking down on people for waging war while you seek to do the same. And I can't stand by while my own son does that." "My cause is a righteous one," Aniak said, his voice coming out forceful. His eyes hardened, like ice, in a way that reminded him of Katara. His eventual descendant, Aang supposed. "For the good of our entire tribe. Yes, you're the Avatar, but you can be impartial and stand aside to allow me to succeed. That shouldn't be hard for you, father." Kuruk clenched his jaw, which twitched at Aniak's words. For a long time, he said nothing, but eventually he pushed back his braids and let out a scoff. "I always said you just need to find someone nice and settle down." Aniak scoffed back. "You mean like you did? Let's face it, father, no one in this world is a good enough partner for either of us. You take that back." Kuruk's anger came out like the growling of a bear. "I did not raise you to think that way." "Oh? What of all your conquests? I've heard the stories from Sud and Sozin of the way you used to be before you met me. None of those women meant anything to you, Aniak said, turning away when Kuruk had nothing to say to that. I don't mean to accomplish my goal of reviving the Wolf clan entirely through war, for the record. I'll do it through trade. Show them my power. My connections. And I'll charm whoever I need to, just like you taught me. With that, he stepped off the edge of the atoll and skidded away across the surface of the sea. Something broke between them that day, said Aang's younger self. He looked almost mournful. Over the next few years, Aniak did work at bringing together a few different clans and forming alliances with a bunch of chiefs. And he didn't do it through fighting, just like Kuruk wanted. But that didn't last forever, Aang finished. His initial perception of Aniak had been stripped away, revealing the true man beneath the charismatic smiles. He eventually became the first Water Emperor. Ever since their departure from Slim's Cove, Jet had been stewing below deck in the cabin that all of his freedom fighters shared. Ty Lee ventured down there later in the day, concerned that he wasn't getting enough fresh air. But she didn't think that was good for him whether he was avoiding the waterbenders or not, so she knocked on the cabin door. She glanced up and down the hall, holding up her whale oil lamp to cast its light as far as she could. Hey, Jet. You in there? There's this flock of flying dolphin fish swimming alongside our ship, you've got to see this. He pulled the door open, peeked out at her, and ushered her inside with a hurried gesture. He had another oil lamp lit as the only light source in the room, and the dozen or so hammocks hanging across the room cast weird shadows. Jet had been sitting in here alone, apparently. He was the only one of his gang who hadn't left the cabin at all. I don't want any of the waterbenders to overhear us, he said in a raspy whisper. Ty Lee frowned and spoke at her normal volume. She tried not to pinch her nose, it smelled like sweaty kids in here. But why? I get that other waterbenders are totally bad guys, but these swamp benders are super nice. He scowled at her for speaking so loud. Obviously they're just trying to get your guard down. I have Smellerby and Longshot making sure we're really traveling to the North Pole like they say and not to some trap. I think you're just being paranoid, she told him. Just come up on deck. Maybe talk to one of them. You'll see that they're not all bad. I'm gonna stay right here, he said, crossing his arms. He gestured to water jugs underneath the hammocks. I need to make sure none of them sneak in to poison our water supply or try to steal our weapons or anything. Call me paranoid or whatever you want, but I'm not taking any chances. If you wanna be a water tribe sympathizer, just know that you're not gonna get any respect from me. If they've hurt you, do you want to talk about it? She asked, clasping her hands together. Maybe that'll help. Jet snorted. With you? I don't even know you. You could be some spy, I don't even care if you're friends with Aang and the others. She put her hands on her hips, scowling. I'm no spy. She pinched her nose and took a deep breath. Listen, if you don't want to tell me your story, what if I did an aura reading? He raised an eyebrow. What's that? It's all about colors you give off that tell me things about your personality, she said, moving her hands as if to encompass a cloud around her body. All you've gotta do is stand there. Jet put a hand on his hip and released the tension from his shoulders. All right, my curiosity is piqued. Go ahead. Okay, she said, making a frame out of her hands and peering at him through it. His aura was a strong one, and in the dimly lit room it came out vibrant, almost blinding. Wow, your aura has a ton of red, yellow, and orange, it's so bright, like staring at the sun. You're passionate and strong, so many people are drawn to you and your creativity and confidence. It's the aura of a natural leader. He shrugged and gave her a bit of a smug grin. Well, makes sense. The orange in his aura came out murky and the yellow was almost sickly. In truth, that combination of colors made for a bombastic leader, something that unnerved her a little bit in someone like him. And she saw something else underneath that which contributed to the blinding factor. Deep down there's some bright white. You're someone who seeks purity and truth, judgment, maybe even tradition. You tend to be self-righteous and can reject opposing viewpoints. That's a rare color. Doing aura readings again. Mai's voice came from the doorway and both of them turned to look at her. Dunno, said Jet. Do you believe in this stuff? Seems like it could be handy. Not really, she said. Ty Lee, can I talk to you? Ty Lee puffed up her cheeks and blew air out. No one ever does, but I'm used to it. She shrugged and followed Mai out the door and down the hallway. What did you want to talk about, Mai? I wanted to tell you that I can read auras, too, she said, without looking at her. And I realized that you're a kind person who's just looking for a way to fit in and help us. You're trying to make friends here, and while that threw me off at first, I did come to realize that you've got good intentions. And we'll need you. Ty Lee beamed and threw her arms around the other girl's shoulders. Thanks, Mai. That's amazing, I had no idea you could read auras, too. Mai stiffened and just put her arms up instead of hugging her back. Though I'm not one for hugging. And I can't actually read auras, dummy. Oh, said Ty Lee, pulling back and smiling sheepishly. But she saw the corners of Mai's mouth quirk up and it made her feel relieved. And I have to apologize. I shouldn't have kept reading your aura when you didn't want me to. I know that's really personal, and I'm sorry. I appreciate that, she said, and for the first time Ty Lee thought that maybe she wasn't always so intimidating. I think that maybe we really can be friends. Maybe, Ty Lee thought, this journey and their mission wouldn't have to be so dreary after all. Like Iroh said, she just had to keep them from losing their way. She'd be the one to illuminate the right path, wherever it took them. Under a night sky alight with the moon and stars, Kuruk schemed across the ocean in a canoe, his face set in grim determination to the Welk Towers ahead. When he arrived at his atoll, he stepped off of the canoe and Aang got a good look at him and all the time that had passed since the last memory. Now, Kuruk's face was lined with age, his braided hair and beard entirely grey. With his stern face and sudden age, he was almost unrecognizable. I've never seen him this old, Aang said. Yeah, said his younger self. It's kind of weird, right? He never looked like this when he visited you. He wondered if it was his own perception of Kuruk that affected the spirit's appearance, but he didn't have time to follow that train of thought. Kuruk strode along the sand and stopped when he found Aniak singing to a crested bird with a swan-like neck and long tail feathers. It was hard to identify its coloring in the lack of light, but Aang thought it might have been crimson. He knew this was no common seabird. The bird sang along with Aniak in harmony, trilling in delight when he brushed his fingers along its feathery crest. Aang wondered if this bird was his dear pet or even an animal guide. Kuruk watched them sing their duet for a moment and only spoke when Aniak stopped. It's been a long time since I've heard you sing, Kuruk said. Even after all these years, you're no less talented. Aang thought that Aniak still had all the good looks of his youth. If anything, he had become even more striking with a chiseled jaw and neatly trimmed beard. Thank you, he replied, and after a pause he added, Father. Thanks for taking the time out of your busy conquests to meet with me, Kuruk said. Chief Aniak. Or is it Seiryu the Sea Dragon, now? Isn't that what your clan chief underlings call you? Whatever you like, said Aniak, stroking the bird when it hopped onto his shoulder. It preened under his touch. Though I'll have you know that the clan chiefs have mostly bowed to me of their own will, without the threat of force. I've heard, Kuruk said. Though I am also aware that it is because they think it will better aid them in stomping their enemies underfoot. I've heard you've been busying yourself with the warlords in the Fire Nation, Aniak said in retort. Kuruk frowned. And I've heard that you've been fussing around in the spirit world. Aniak smiled down at the songbird. I have been meditating there, on occasion, he said. As I am wont to do, as the Avatar's spirit guide, remember? And that is where I got this lovely companion. That's a spirit. You can't sense it? This magnificent bird is Suza, an ancient spirit. You might know him by the name of Suza's Comet, a once-in-a-lifetime event. He crooned to the bird and Aang stared at it with disbelief. That bird, that spirit, was the being that had enabled all of his woes in his world. He had no idea that a spirit had been behind that celestial event, that it had been known as something else before Fire Lord Sozin claimed its name. After many meetings in the spirit world and songs we sang together, I finally convinced Suza to come and witness all the wonders of our world, he continued. And like Tui and La, the ocean, and the moon, the great phoenix chose to take a mortal form. Kuruk clenched his fists. You can't just influence spirits to come to our world like that. If they take a mortal form, they can be in danger. Aniak gingerly lifted the bird and placed him down on the ground, near the edge of a tide pool. Suza hopped out of the way of the water when it washed up into the pools and sang a little song as the water receded, nudging a starfish with its beak. Aang had no idea how such a pretty bird could be the harbinger of something so devastating. "That's exactly the point, father," said Aniak. Both Aang and Kuruk jerked their heads toward him at those words. Both of them shouted out at the same time, but they were too late for Aniak to jab his hand forward and impale the bird on an ice spike. It screeched and flapped its wings, but dark blood coated the ice, and after its final death throes it fell still. Aang wanted to help, but he was only an observer here. He couldn't do anything for it. "Aniak, what have you done?" Kuruk asked, his eyes wide in horror. It had happened so quickly, so abruptly, that even Kuruk didn't seem to know how to react. "Aren't you proud, father?" Aniak asked, staring at him with a smile and eyes so shallow it haunted Aang, made him think of the boy Aniak used to be, who had just witnessed the elimination of his clan. "I've killed my first spirit, just like you used to. I've only ever destroyed unbalanced spirits. And I stopped once I met you and learned that spirit bending technique, you know that?" "Yes, I'm well aware," he said. "But even as you get old and weak, there's still so much you don't know about spirits. Light, dark, balanced, it makes no difference. All can be overcome. Subjugated to make the world the way I want it to be. Did you know that Suza's comet empowered firebenders beyond any reckoning, making it so that none could stand up to them? I couldn't have that, absolutely not. The water tribes have no need for it." Kuruk swept his arm out, his face twisted in anger. "What kind of legacy do you want to leave for your wolf clan? Is this it? Lording your power over other humans and even spirits?" "If that's what it takes," Aniak said, the mirth draining from his face. "Our people will be the strongest. We must be the strongest. Oceans cover most of the world, do they not? It is as nature intends." Kuruk stood as still as stone. "Don't make me stop you, my son." "Stop me?" Aniak asked, sliding into a water-bending stance. "You won't even slow me down." Aniak struck first. The surf rushed up to meet Kuruk, but the avatar spun out of the way and grabbed the water to redirect the attack back toward Aniak, who brought his hands together into a point and diverted most of its force. Kuruk followed up his retaliation by rolling the sand under Aniak's feet, but the ocean swelled and carried Aniak above the attack and pulled him out to sea. He rode the waves and circled around his father, striking him from multiple angles, but he faced a fully realized avatar. In response, Kuruk just circled his arms and blasted Aniak away with a dome of wind, following the attack by propelling himself into the air with a pillar of stone and coming down hard on his son with blasts of fire from his knuckles. The water underneath Aniak rose to meet the attack, absorbing the flames. He used the resulting steam to his advantage and concealed his assault of icy knives, which Kuruk punched out of the way as he fell back toward the sand. He fell into a crater in the beach and whirled the sand around him, twisting it into ropes that reached for Aniak, but the younger waterbender pulled a wave into the crater and forced Kuruk to rise above it on a wind spout. Multiple water whips struck at Kuruk, but he blasted them into steam with fiery counterattacks. In response, Aniak condensed the steam and splashed it at Kuruk, scalding him and making him grunt in pain. Soothing water covered Kuruk's arms and began to glow to heal the burns while he fought, but Aniak did something with his hands and thin streams of water rose up on either side of Kuruk. For a moment, Aang thought Aniak was trying to spirit bend him, and even Kuruk looked confused. "You're disrupting my chi," Kuruk realized with a gruff grunt. "Neat trick. No healing for you today," Aniak said. "Sorry, father." Despite Kuruk's burns, the battle continued in sprays of sea foam and sand. Aniak's talents were not overstated, he more than held his own against the avatar and the two moved with the push and pull of the waves. As the battle raged, dark storm clouds began to blot out the stars and in the distance the sea churned. When thunder rumbled, Kuruk stepped back from the battle and took a moment to look around at the gathering storm. Where did this come from? He asked himself. You only prove my point, Aniak said, spreading his arms wide at the tip of a water spout over the ocean. Despite being a so-called hunter of dark spirits, you are so ignorant to their ways. Do you even know what they are? Spirits in our world become unbalanced as a result of their environment. Human disrespect, human negligence, human destruction, or attacks against other spirits, all of that contributes to the darkness inside of them growing until it overcomes them. Peaceful spirits of the forest or the seas become spirits of misfortune. Storms, quakes, volcanic eruptions, plague, you name it. And that kind of dynamic destruction paves the way for new growth. Was that your plan? Kuruk roared over the rushing waves that he summoned to make an enormous ice wall. To destroy Suza and call all these dark spirits to make a storm? For what purpose? Dark shapes with bright yellow eyes emerged from the depths of the sea, floating just underneath the surface like giant jellyfish. Aniak smiled when he saw them. You never knew why you faced so many unbalanced spirits throughout your life, did you? Dark and light spirits are antithetical to each other, chaos and order, destruction and life, creativity and stagnation, and who did such a good job of bringing order to the tumultuous world of the past era that laws and regulations now rule the land. Kuruk halted, freezing his feet to the top of his ice wall. He towered over Aniak now. Avatar Kyoshi, he said, his voice low. In that environment, unbalanced light spirits thrived, Aniak continued. So much that, until you settled them down, they gathered in cities or wherever they could find humans in high volumes to feed on the darkness that exists in all of our hearts. And to preserve balance, other spirits made up for all of the light by falling to the other polarity, darkness, and thus your past life's actions almost ended your life prematurely because you dedicated your life to wiping them out. All that time, the light and dark spirits fought each other in their attempt to maintain balance and establish it again. Just like Tui and La, in their eternal dance. Kuruk narrowed his eyes as lightning lit his features. But I undid all of that. I destroyed many but restored balance to even more in the decades since. Not all of them, Aniak said, standing at the top of a wave. He let it carry him back and away from Kuruk. You'll never get all of them, as long as darkness and light exist. Well, I'm glad you never stopped being my spirit guide, Kuruk said with just a tinge of sarcasm. He touched the tips of his fingers together. It pains me to do this, but you leave me no choice. His eyes flashed once, briefly, and along with that the lightning in the sky flashed and winds swirled around him. The ocean stretched to him in a caress all the way at the top of his ice wall and the whole atoll rocked. Rain began to fall in heavy sheets, the kind that made Aang sometimes feel like he could drown in it. And through it all, deep in the lagoon, Aang saw Aniak smile so wide that it made him doubt that anyone could have ever considered the man handsome. And what a choice that is, father, said Aniak, his face lit in childish delight. For what is the Avatar state but the greatest light spirit of them all? Dark shapes shot from the water and latched onto Kuruk's arms and legs, dragging him forward into the sea, but he pulled himself free and immolated them with a torrent of flame. He melted the ice into new shapes and shielded himself with frost and sand, but more of the dark spirits crawled up the ice and swung massive fists like mighty bludgeons. They looked like no creature from the sea Aang had ever seen, horrifying monsters from the ocean's depths twisted into something even worse as a result of an ancient spirit's death. Creatures with razor teeth and tentacles and jagged maws and barbed stingers covered the atoll, once a peaceful and perhaps even spiritual place turned to ruin by Aniak's machinations. Drawn to the light within Kuruk, the spirits ignored Aniak as he drifted away, staring back at Kuruk and watching from a distance to ensure his demise. Through the horde of dark spirits swarming him, Aang saw Kuruk's face fixate on Aniak even as the latter retreated across the lagoon, the heartbreak of a father who lost a son. When the dark and purple mass covered him completely, Aang briefly saw the golden light of his spirit-bending technique attempt to rebalance all the spirits around him, but the light died out just as the whole atoll quaked again and began to sink beneath a tidal wave. Beneath all the devastation, Aang heard the keening of a voice in the Avatar state, the mourning of all his past lives. If Kuruk had final words, Aang could not hear them. Aniak struggled to keep his balance through the raging storm and overwhelming currents, but before he lost himself to the sea a massive shape emerged from the ocean, a serpent whose size rivaled that of the Unagi or the monster at the Serpent's Pass. It bore him to safety, but before Aniak departed Aang saw his face fall before settling into the same expression of grim determination Aang spotted on Kuruk when he arrived at the atoll to confront Aniak. The dark shapes dragged Kuruk deep into the sea, and despite all of his power and rage they overcame him and the ocean stilled, his life extinguished. But just as Aang was about to turn away, a light shone from the deep and breached the surface in a pillar of spiritual power, Kuruk's final stand against the dark spirits. Their corrupted energy rose to the surface and then vanished in a pulse of white light that left Aang reeling, shielding his eyes as it lit up the whole sky. What was that? He asked, astounded by the display of power. It died away as suddenly as it came, taking all of the spirits with it. He used everything he had left to banish them all back to the spirit world. Pretty amazing, huh? I don't get it, Aang said after a moment, as he floated above the slowly calming sea with his younger self. He half expected Kuruk to rise from the ocean depths, but nothing happened. What did Aniak want, after all that? Does he want to control the spirits? Turn so many of them to darkness that it upsets the balance. Kuruk didn't think he really wanted that, said his younger self. All that was just a means to an end, tools for him to make his clan and his future empire stronger than any other. After Kuruk died, Aniak did everything he could to track us down. Went to wipe out our people once Seirio's moon came, just like in your world. He just thought he was above everyone. Above mortal laws and spirit laws. I just wonder if Aniak really did love his father, in the end. Aang didn't have an answer for that. He thought of Sangmu and wondered if Aniak had mistaken her for the next avatar when he had first encountered her. Now he knew what kind of monster Aniak was, that he would show no mercy to a child. Just like Roku, Kuruk wants me to help fix his mistakes, doesn't he? The young monk nodded, offering a smile that hid a century of guilt that Aang knew well. Yeah. And I'll do what I can to help. When Aang awoke again, it was to discover that Zuko and Sokka had pulled him into the saddle, both of them leaning over him to see if he was okay, while Sabi draped herself across his chest and Momo bounced up and down on his head. It felt like almost no time had passed at all the entire time Aang was unconscious, and when he looked over the saddle he could see Kuruk's sunken atoll below them, his final resting place. He waved off their concern and let Zuko take the reins while he mulled over everything he had learned of Kuruk's life. He, too, had been ignorant of the nature of spirits. It also perhaps explained why nothing like Seirio's moon existed in his world. He guessed something similar might have happened at some point in his world's history. He looked over Gyatso's memoirs again, looking for any mention of Seirio's moon or Aniak, but his entry about Kuruk going to kill his son was one of the last. He wondered if Kuruk had really meant to do that on the night he traveled to his atoll to confront Aniak, or if Gyatso had assumed so after learning of the night's events. But most of all, he couldn't help but think of how empty Appa's saddle felt without Toph, Katara, and Azula to help fill it. Why are we going to seek the aid of King Bumi and King Ki? Zabao asked on the eve before the trio was set to arrive again at Ba Sing Se. His seemingly innocuous question came out of the blue, and though Kun Na thought the answer was obvious, she struggled to think of what answer he might have been seeking instead. I thought we agreed to gather our allies among the White Lotus, said Iroh, slowing his Komodo rhino to an easygoing shamble. Oze had loaned them the beasts, and though Kun Na knew Iroh to be reluctant to separate from his son again, the three had agreed they would be best suited to uniting all of their allies. And Bumi is considered to be among them even in this world, is he not? One of the masters. Indeed, said Kun Na, slowing her own Komodo rhino so she could turn back to regard Zabao. Piandao is in Ba Sing Se as well. It's as good of a start as any. The sun had begun to set over the baked earth, casting them all in a soft golden light. They meant to travel north, reach the river that stretched from the city to the ocean, and use that to guide them back into the city. They traveled along the edge of a forest situated to their west as they ventured north from Chameleon Bay. But they are kings, said Zabao. And that means their interests conflict with ours. Kun Na halted her mount completely and the other two followed suit. How so? Our society is dedicated to a world without borders, the Sun Warrior continued. And kings do so enjoy their borders, expanding them beyond to their neighbors and conquering whosoever they please. No, said Iroh, his face set into a frown. Our society transcends borders, not dismisses them. We pursue knowledge in balance, free from national and political divides. But we do not seek to eliminate them. I understand the distinction, Zabao said, nodding to Iroh. But don't you too see the benefits of a world with no nations or leaders? We would no longer have to play to the whims of leaders who wage wars without the consent of their people. You too, above all, should understand this, united in a common goal despite both being from nations who instigated wars in two separate worlds. Kunna narrowed her eyes. She had long known of his disdain for leaders who waged war, even as he previously sat among Heikuda's court. A world with no borders, eh? She asked. Where will it end? As we have all learned recently, borders are a natural part of the order of things. The border between this world and the spirit world. The border between our world and all the others. You saw what happened at Ba Sing Se when that border began to crumble. It would be chaos. No, said Zabao, facing her with a hand over his bare chest. We would be free. I am not surprised that you picked up so soon where I was going with this, Kunna. Just think of all the possibilities, all the knowledge that could be gleaned from other worlds, all the people who could be reunited with loved ones who are gone in one world but alive in another. Like people in your situation, Iroh. The world would expand at an alarming rate, said Iroh, lowering his eyes and shaking his head. It sounds nice, in theory, but if all the worlds merged together they would fall apart. You didn't, Zabao said to Iroh. Against all odds, you merged fully and completely with yourself from another world, and there does not seem to be any consequences to it. What if there are others? So far, we only know of those with a connection to the Avatar, whose destinies are intertwined with his, who have connected to their living counterparts in another world. But our worlds are vast. What if people are joining together with those from any number of other worlds? What if we find a way to allow the worlds to continue to merge without them all being lost? No, said Kunna, her voice rough. With every word, Zabao spoke with increasing zeal and it worried her. That is not the way of things. The Avatar said that even two worlds merging would lead to ruin for all of them, the spirit world included. We cannot allow that to happen. He sealed the connection between this world and the spirit world for the specific reason of preventing that calamity. For the first time since she had met him 8 years ago, Zabao's face twisted in anger. And I curse him for that. So, what? You just want our noble and ancient society to act as the Avatar's glorified bodyguards and enforcers? Nothing will change. War between the nations will only start again in less than a century, I'm sure of it. Iroh spoke and Kunna could feel the gravitas of his words even though they weren't directed at her. Like the Lady Kunna said, we cannot allow that to happen. If you act upon that course, we will have no choice but to stand against you. Zabao closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them, he fixed his gaze on Iroh and blue fire burned in his left palm while white fire flashed in his right. I see the path before me and I will not lose my way. He hurled the blue fire at Kunna and the white at Iroh, who retaliated by leaping off of his Komodo rhino in a burst of orange flames. Kunna twisted off of her saddle and drew a meager amount of water from her waterskin, not that it would do much good in a battle with a master firebender, and whipped it at Zabao. His Komodo rhino roared in fear as Iroh's attack passed over its head, but when the fire cleared Zabao was gone. He fled into the forest, Kunna observed, searching the trees for any sign of him. Let him go, said Iroh, his voice grave. I am worried about what he might try to do, but we must find our allies and make sure we are united. It seems that, for the first time since its inception, there is a rift in the Order of the White Lotus. Chapter 6, The Spirit Song Grotto. The growl of airship engines intruded on the quiet, misty morning, and all at once the peaceful ravine erupted into chaos. She saw the temple come into view as she ascended and the bombardment began. The force of the attack threatened to make it fall from the underside of the cliff. The wind whipped at her hair and behind her she saw Mai and Tai Li, ready for a fight along with her. Mai looked stormy. Metal shutters enclosed the temple. Zuko emerged from behind the pillars and leapt across the chasm and for a moment she thought he would fall but he managed to reach the airship, scrambling for balance. She felt a thrill of satisfaction and commenced her own assault, attacking him with a whirling kick of blue fire. He met it head-on. The bison flew by overhead and dropped the peasant with the sword and another she remembered as her favorite prisoner, and the Avatar continued to flee but the 6 combatants engaged on top of the zeppelin. Mai said something but she fought Zuko regardless. She spoke with Zuko and the words sounded far away and her fingers crackled with power and she circled her hands to gather more of it before firing it at her brother with the full knowledge of what would happen, but she wanted to see, wanted to know what technique he had gleaned from Uncle Iroh. And he caught it in his hands just like she predicted he would, just like father said he would, but instead of returning it to her his eyes latched onto Mai standing between them and he pointed the lightning at the sky, also just like she predicted. The Avatar on his bison fought off the onslaught of firebenders and flew back around to pick up the peasant and the prisoner but Zuko didn't leave. She clashed with him again and blue fire whirled around her fist and red flames burned around his and when they collided both of them were thrown back by the force, careening over opposite sides of the Zeppelin. She fell, floundering as the harsh wind tore at her and both she and Zuko disappeared into the fog deep in the ravine, and for a moment she wondered if this would be the last time she ever saw her brother alive until the bison swooped down and caught him. Jets of blue flame stopped her fall and her momentum carried her to the side of the ravine, where she used her crown that was as strong as a knife to stab into the stone where she finally halted. The bison escaped with the Avatar and her brother but she smiled with the knowledge that they would fight again. There wasn't much time left for them, after all. A snowstorm raged through the night on the icy tundra, and in one tiny igloo she shared with a waterbender in the middle of nowhere Azula awoke with a gasp, the memory of her dream fresh in her mind. She still felt like she was falling forever into a cloudy void and that feeling did not go away when she turned over and tried to go back to sleep. After they flew over Kuruk's atoll, Aang told Sokka everything he had learned about Emperor Aniak's life while Zuko sat at Appa's reins. To his credit, Sokka reacted with disgust at his ancestors' actions and knew little about Aniak's life other than how he united most of the southern tribes, and later on even the northern ones. Though he did latch onto the fact that Aang was the reincarnation of his adoptive great-great-grandfather with something like sarcastic displeasure. So how did Aniak die, anyway? Aang asked him. His eyes passed over the distant shores of the southern water tribe as they flew past the mainland toward the eastern peninsula. By all accounts, he was actually pretty young, Sokka replied, shrugging. They say his wife died and he kind of lost his mind somewhere in middle age. One night he just wandered out into the cold and the next morning they found him frozen to death. And weirdly his son Emperor Kanektok died the same way years later. Family curse. Zuko called from Appa's head. Sokka scoffed. Nah. Emperor Kvichak, my grandfather, died of a heart attack in his sleep. Broke that coincidence before it became a pattern. That one must have been Kunna's husband, Aang surmised. He wondered what kind of man he was that she married him rather than Pakku, as in his world. He hugged his parka tighter to block out the cold. Hope the same thing doesn't happen to you. I'm touched, Sokka said, putting a hand on his chest in a mockery of Katara. But I've got a while yet before my time comes. As if searching for a change of subject, Zuko cleared his throat. We should be seeing the tip of the eastern peninsula soon. Is it really a good idea for us to head down to the spirit portal that way? Sokka asked, raising his objection so quickly that Aang assumed he waited for the perfect opportunity to mention it. The whole reason we went this way was because Katara suggested it. And now we know that she was likely full of it when she said she would guide us through the peninsula safely. True, Aang said. He stroked Sabi as he pondered his response, who snuggled close into Aang's lap for warmth. Momo had already claimed the inside of his parka. But she did have a point. If clans loyal to Hakata make up most of the mainland, it might be too dangerous to travel across that way, especially if we ever have to land and go on foot. Navigating the icy tundra by air was a dangerous proposition, not just for Appa, who could handle most cold, but also for his occupants. Even if we don't know the best route without Katara, I still feel like it's a better idea to travel through clan territories that might not be loyal to the Emperor. Sokka slouched against the luggage, his arms crossed. If you say so. I still don't trust Katara or Azula, whatever they have planned. It doesn't matter if you don't trust them, Aang said, his face darkening. I trust Azula. And as much as I want to go find them, we already took too many detours. Saving Toph and you is my biggest priority right now. Both Azula and Toph would surely have something to say in protest if he turned back now to go find Azula. Zuko said nothing and only snapped the reins as Appa descended from the clouds, revealing the view of the strait snaking between the peninsula and mainland. The land jutted out high above the water, creating high walls around the strait that made both peninsula and mainland look more imposing. The sheer cliff face on both sides looked smooth and solid, like a massive wall or a fortress enclosing the southern water tribe. Appa descended into the valley between the two walls and all of them fell silent, their size and majesty dwarfing the bison. Aang felt as if they flew into the strait with giants watching their every move. Most striking of all, it didn't feel dark when they passed into the shadow between the two walls. Both were the color of pearl and reflected light that made Aang think they passed through a hall of mirrors or ice. According to Sokka, these were called the White Cliffs, though they didn't actually show Appa's reflection as he flew. They reflected enough sunlight that it actually felt warmer down between the cliffs than Aang expected. Waves sloshed between the two land masses as they progressed and the distance between cliffs closed in on them. He started to think that the White Cliffs might have actually been made of ice when he saw a face that interrupted his musings. A scowl appeared in the cliffside and he gasped when he saw it, but they passed by too quickly for him to get a good look. Then he saw a woman with one eye and knew he didn't imagine that or the scowl, but in a flurry of snowflakes she vanished from the cliff that looked like ice and diamond. "Guys," Aang said, fixing his gaze on the cliffs for more signs. "I saw something. I think a spirit is trying to get my attention." "But you just had a spirit quest," Sokka said, groaning. "You're really gonna get some spirit visions again so soon?" Zuko halted Appa. "What do you think it's trying to say?" Aang's eyes scanned the cliffs on the peninsula side. The face he saw looked human like the painted lady, though unpleasant, and if a spirit chose to reach out to him then she must have wanted something or needed his help. Not that he needed other things on his plate at the moment, but he supposed there was something significant in the fact that one chose to reach out to him the moment he reached Water Tribe lands, and he could use all the help he could get. Close to the water, he spotted a hole in the cliff face just big enough for Appa to crawl through that he was certain wasn't there before. "There," Aang said, pointing to it. "I think she wants us to go through that way." Yu's heart pounded as she ran across the open plain, a shadowland in a perpetual storm that soaked her through her robes. She pushed back her hair that had been plastered to her face by the rain and nearly stumbled on the rocky, uneven ground nearly as dark as the sky. Streaks of lightning struck the towers scattered across the plain, lighting up her path enough to tell her when to change direction and run the other way when she saw more monsters in the distance headed for her. She had no particular direction in mind. She had lost her way long before, and the insect spirits with their hard carapaces and too many legs had come to hunt her down. Something hissed at her back and lightning flashed and she whirled around to cut down the spirit that lunged for her, but before she could gain her bearings another environment became superimposed over the endless storm. Brackish water pooled around her ankles and the sudden pressure almost made her trip and fall, but she caught herself on a moss-covered tree with bark soft from rot. Shadows danced at the edge of her vision, peeking at her from between the boughs, but before she could focus on them the landscape changed back to the stormy plain and she ran for her life again. The instability of the spirit world had flared again like a fever and the rapidly changing environments felt more disorienting than ever. She had glimpsed into the domain of Koh the Face Stealer, and she knew now without a doubt that the insects that pursued her answered to him. These creatures were the same ones that hounded Yu and Nagi when they first came to the spirit world, but now their numbers were far greater. The beasts and vermin that crawled upon the earth without faces of their own had been driven by base instinct to hunt the only humans trespassing in their world, perhaps lured by promises of their visage being returned. Koh's masked faces watched her with every flash of lightning, but she pressed onward, steeling her face against all emotion. "Nagi!" Yu called, her lungs burning. Her vision swam and she found herself in Koh's swamp again and then out of it just as quickly. "Toph! Where are you?" She couldn't tell if she cried or not. But so far through their journey in the spirit world, she had never been alone until now. She thought she had been strong, that this world could be awe-inspiring and terrifying in equal measure, but she had never been so mistaken. Alone, she was scared. Alone, she was weak. Thunder boomed and crashed in a pattern and it took Yu a moment to realize it wasn't thunder at all, but the pounding of stone against stone. She climbed to the top of a twisting rock formation, keenly aware that she made herself a target for the lightning, and saw an earthbender in the distance throwing huge blocks of stone at the spirits that assaulted her. Yu jumped down from her vantage point and almost tumbled when she slipped on the slick rock, but caught herself and continued onward to reunite with whoever it was. Lightning struck in front of you and scorched the ground, but she shielded her eyes and blinked away the blinding flash. Each time she opened her eyes, her environment altered back and forth between the plain and the swamp, but she saw her companion on the plain and knew she had to be there, so she concentrated as hard as she could on the plains ravaged by lightning. When she finally got close enough to see that the figure was Nagi, tall and graceful with her cowl and circlet still over her hair, her knees almost gave out in relief. Nagi fought with quick jabs of earth, staying mobile by sliding across the earth and pumping her elbows to keep up her own attacks. Stone knuckles launched forward from her hands and pulverized the attacking spirits while others grasped and threw her enemies away. Sand and mud swirled to make an effective defense for her, which she bent with all the fluidity of a waterbender, but she halted when she spotted you rushing toward her, katana swinging. Nagi. You swept her blade out in a wide arc as she made her way to Nagi. Are you okay? You. She called, and the relief was palpable in her voice. Yes. Come on, let's move. She stomped her foot and spread her hands so that more of the spirits blocking her path to you fell before her. You twined her hand with Nagi's as soon as they met in the middle, and felt thankful that Nagi didn't let go as she carved a path forward for them. Somehow, despite everything, she didn't look panicked or overwhelmed. You supposed that was her daily training at play. Her presence felt steady and reassuring, as if touching Nagi's hand helped restore Yu's balance. Water sloshed around their knees when they found themselves in the swamp again, the sudden silence disorienting. Where's Toph? You asked. To her, her voice sounded small. Either of them. A streak of blue light burst from the trees that startled you until she recognized Spirit Toph. What happened? The spirit scowled at them, putting her hands on her hips. I don't know how we lost you, but my body is this way. Spirit Toph directed them to a drier clearing awash in a dull golden light, as if the sun was setting over this spirit swamp. But compared to normal sunlight it looked sickly and muted, with murky flecks of dust floating in the sunbeams that filtered into the clearing. Nagi finally let go of Yu's hand once they found Toph's faceless body there, and the moment Yu's hand dropped back to her side she found herself missing Nagi's strength already. Yu looked around the clearing, bare except for a single boulder directly underneath the gap in the canopy overhead. We need to leave this place, she said. I think this is KOH's domain. Spirit Toph smirked. Or we could fight him. Can you even fight well in that state? Nagi asked, wringing the water out of her braid. Wait, can spirits lose their faces? You saw the beasts without faces, I'm sure, you said. I think Spirit Toph is in as much danger as any of us. But I'm not sure I'm ready to find out what happens to someone who loses their face twice, both in their mortal body and in spirit. Spirit Toph cracked her knuckles. All right, whatever, but I don't lose the same fight twice. Ever. The very voice that haunted you, deep and chilling, resounded through the clearing. Losing a face twice, you say? How fascinating. I can't say I've ever added a matching set to my collection. Twins are one thing, but even they have differences, so minute, barely noticeable. From the shadows at the edge of the clearing, a white face with a red smile emerged. Seems totally safe to follow the face of some scary lady deep into a cave in unknown territory. It's a wonder I never caught you before when you do crazy reckless things like this. Sokka's complaints continued as they carefully coaxed Appa into the opening that seemingly appeared from nowhere at the bottom of the white cliffs, just above the sea level. Though Appa resisted, Aang eventually decided to leave him in the company of the lemurs at the entrance, which turned out to be a tunnel that led to a grotto laid bare by low tide. The tunnel opened up to a cavernous hollow, a maw with stalactites and stalagmites in a toothy smile. Sleeping lion seals lumped together near the water's edge, and the cloying smell of raw fish combined with the humidity made Aang realize this was their den. One of them lifted its head when they entered and snorted at them groggily but otherwise didn't react. Aang lifted a finger to his lips and gave Sokka a significant glance to stay silent, which he responded to by rolling his eye. Aang expected it to be dark. But a cluster of pale blue crystals hung from the ceiling while more cast a glow from under the water, causing light to dance across the cavern in a way that reminded Aang of the crystal catacombs beneath Ba Sing Se. It made the grotto feel ethereal. Without speaking, Zuko pointed to an opening toward the back and they sidled their way around the dozing lion seals. In the next cavern, they found another piece of blue crystal at a junction that led to a lower level, spiraling downward like the inside of a massive conch. At this crystal, they saw the same woman Aang noticed outside. She seemed human at a glance, but when Aang looked closer he could tell she was anything but. Her hair was dark, woven into thick braids coated in rime and ending with metal rings that dangled nearly to her waist. Her face and clothes indicated she was born of the water tribes, with an eye patch that indicated she lacked the same eye as Sokka, but her remaining eye was a deeper blue than his. She had a stocky figure and a strong jaw that made her look stern and unforgiving, and a shade of grey tinged her features, but he couldn't tell her age. If he passed her in a village, he would have thought her to be a fishwife, but all of the spiritual senses he had told him that she radiated a kind of power and timelessness he couldn't comprehend. "I've never permitted the blood of the deceiver to enter my spirit song grotto," she said, fixing her gaze on Sokka. Her voice even sounded taut, like a fisher's line. She stood in their way, barring their path toward the descending ramp. Though she wielded no weapons, Aang had the feeling she could still be a threat to them if they did something to offend her. Perhaps she could bend the frost in her hair. She certainly looked as if she had been carved from ice. Sokka frowned and Aang had the passing thought that his expression matched hers. "You mean Aniak's blood, don't you?" She nodded. "He who upset the balance, who had slain peaceful spirits and tricked others. He who was arrogant enough to take the name of a spirit, and not just any spirit, but the one who I loved many eons ago." "Who are you?" Zuko asked, narrowing his eyes. Sokka stiffened at Aang's side. "You're Sedna," he said. "The ice spirit, who married Seiryu." "Not in the same sense as you mortals wed," she replied, her face pinched in irritation. "But yes, we were once bound together." Aang stepped forward. "But you're in a mortal form now. I didn't think it was possible for a spirit to take a human's form." In his experience, any spirit that took a mortal form always chose the guise of creatures, like Suza, Tui, and La. Sedna fixed her gaze on Aang. "Why not? I am not the first to do so, Avatar. You may be familiar with Lady Shanhai, the Guardian." He didn't know that spirit, but she didn't need to know that. "But why did you take a mortal form?" he asked. "And why did you call me here?" "It's not you I called," she said. She pointed at Sokka. "But him." "Me?" Sokka asked, raising his brow and pointing at himself as if to confirm. "I'm not the spirit Y guy, the Avatar is. And I thought you didn't like my blood or something." "I don't," Sedna confirmed with a grunt. "In fact, I swore vengeance against your whole line. The only reason you are here is at the will of another, one of the humans in my grotto under my protection. One who wants to see you, whose wish I will respect just this once." "Me?" Sokka repeated, in the same tone. "And why do you want vengeance against my whole family? What did we do to you?" Aang and Zuko both tensed, but Sedna finally turned away and descended further into the grotto. "Not your whole family," she said, looking at him over her shoulder. "Just the ones directly descended from the union between Aniak and I." Sokka thrust out both of his hands and shook them in denial. Wait. Are you saying you're the same Sedna as the one that Aniak married?" It wasn't just a coincidence that she shared the same name. "No," came Sedna's answer. "It was not just coincidence." "Hang on, so you're telling me that you're my great-great-grandma?" "I'm descended from a spirit." Koh the face stealer coiled around the trees at the edge of the clearing, his centipede body cloaked in shadow. He twisted and writhed, a slow and undulating dance as he circled around the four of them at the center. Careful to keep her face expressionless, Yu pulled Toph to her feet, who barely seemed to react to the presence of the monster that stole her face. Nagi took a combat stance and Spirit Toph hovered on top of the moss-covered boulder, and Yu dearly hoped that she didn't need to remind them not to show any emotion. "It was quite a surprise to see that you two did not abandon this faceless one," Koh said. His voice seemed to reverberate through the clearing, as if his domain itself reacted in deference to him. "Especially knowing that I always eventually return to it." "Even though she lacks a face, Toph is not in it," Nagi said. "She deserves more than that." "Oh? But without a face, it is only a doll. So it continues to hold sentimental value, then," Koh continued. His 100 feet tapped on the bark of trees and he circled around behind them. Yu and Nagi turned with him, keeping the spirit in their vision. What do you want? Yu asked. I collect faces such as yours, Koh said. His face blinked and changed to that of a nondescript man with an arrow tattoo. He continued to coil just at the edge of the clearing so they couldn't see the full length of his body. Each one has memories, feelings, an identity. From the basest of creatures to the greatest of kings, I just find each one so delicious. Yu felt a tightness in her throat but she gulped it down. Does that mean you devour them? Did that mean Topha's face was gone forever? So far, none of the spirits could truly help them. Suza told them it was useless to try and leave the spirit world. And now if they couldn't retrieve Topha's face, what could they do? Had they fought and persisted for nothing? Did they have any hope of succeeding? Even surviving? Spirit Toph clenched her fists and closed her eyes. No way, she said. She's gonna get her face back. And she's gonna go home. Koh smiled and blinked again and then he wore Topha's visage. He did it to shake them, all of them, and Yu was ashamed to admit it almost worked. He spoke with his own voice, making it even more eerie when her face smirked and stared at Spirit Toph with sightless eyes. What does it matter? It is you from another world. Its fate, that of a lost doll, is entirely independent of yours. It has no need to eat or sleep and does not feel pain. A blank slate, stagnant and unchanging, unable to create or grow or live or die. I am doing it a favor, one that I graciously extend to all of you in turn. Yu was about to ask what he meant about another world, was about to decry his methods and deny his generosity, when Toph turned toward him and made her feelings known with a forceful jab of both hands. Her movement ripped up the ground in a wave that struck Koh and hurled him backward with an otherworldly screech. And then he was all squirming legs and monstrous sounds and horrid faces, each one appearing and disappearing like the snap of a hand fan. Tremors rumbled through the muck under their feet as the earthbenders fought and Yu almost fell forward into the water around her ankles when Koh suddenly appeared in front of her and roared with the maw of a wolf. I owe you, girl, for the legs that blade cut from me. She almost gasped, almost shouted in surprise and almost fell backward into the water to be at his mercy, but mud came up between their faces and stuck to his eyes, peeling him back from her. Koh thrashed and his back end slammed into Nagi, making the mud wall in front of Yu drop as Nagi skidded back into the swamp water. Yu wanted to shout her name but didn't think she would be able to keep the concern out of her voice, so instead she focused on swinging her blade. Toph hurled the moss-covered boulder at Koh and then jabbed her elbow forward, dredging up the solid earth deep below the mud to strike him continuously in a relentless attack. Massive blocks of stone pinned the face stealer in place as more struck him in the head and the softer parts beneath his carapace, and his body coiled in on itself to defend from her assault. Even so, she didn't let up, and her disembodied spirit spoke above the crashing earth and splashing water, arms crossed as she stood above them all. Give her face back, Spirit Toph said, and you didn't know if coldness counted as an emotion but she used it well regardless. Koh shouted and uncurled from his nautilus shape, closing in on Toph with his claws aimed for her throat. How do you still fight? He punctuated his question with the face of a battle-scarred warrior. How do you grasp to your feeble identity, the face, the destiny, that she crafted for you all those years ago? It is lost to you now. It is mine. He changed to a screeching baboon. You can't have it. Nagi stood and pelted him with more mud just as Toph pushed him away with a wall of earth, and as Koh shouted you could only think of a child throwing a tantrum. And then his words fell into place, his childlike demands made sense to her, like the unruly children who refused to share their toys. She remembered Suza's words, and the spirit that the phoenix entreated them to find. Your mother is the one who crafts faces, you said, lowering her blade. And you covet them in turn. Because she makes those wonderful toys, those identities, for everyone else except for you, doesn't she? Koh halted his attack on Toph and whirled around to face you, and when he showed the face of a little boy with black hair and golden eyes she knew she was right. The boy's mouth opened impossibly wide, his jaw unhinged, and his eyes narrowed to slits. You. I'd face the wrath of the Night Sera if it meant taking your face. She will not protect you from me. No, said Nagi, standing side by side with Toph as they both raised their hands. But we will. The swamp felt like it upturned itself, a great mass of mud and stone erupting from underneath Koh that wrapped all around his carapace. It dragged him down into the muck, pinned him in place, and when Spirit Toph shouted encouragement at her, Yu stabbed down at his face. But before her blade pierced the spirit's flesh, the young boy's face stretched and contorted further, melting away like wax. She froze, because underneath she saw nothing at all, a black void that seemed as if it pulled her in. The carapace body halted its movements and a tiny pinprick of light shone within the darkness. It reflected in her eyes and she felt entranced by it. She wondered if this was his true form, a hollow shell. You are mistaken, she heard his voice say, calm and somewhere far away. I do not envy. I seek to understand. I was born with a simple, inscrutable law. Any emotion shown to me, whether it be love or hate, had to be taken that very moment. She kept her face blank. So it's a compulsion. Something you can't control. I do not envy. I seek to understand, he repeated. He sounded calm, even introspective. His conversation drowned out all other noise. To experience. The energy around them shifted and the swamp water drained away, taking Yu, Nagi, and both Tophs with it. But before the darkness enclosed her, Yu witnessed Koh's change. Sokka's thoughts whirled in a maelstrom as they passed a hall of petrified coral and rock formations weathered down by years of ocean waves. How could he be descended from a spirit, especially one as ancient as Sedna? He didn't care for spiritual things. His gran would have appreciated it more. Even Katara respected spirits more than he did. Perhaps they should have been here instead. He eyed the snow spirit's back, at her metal rings in her hair that clattered together when she walked. What do you have against your own blood? He asked. As far as I am concerned, you are human. And I am not, Sedna replied without looking at him. You are no kin of mine. But you're in a human form now, Aang said. Sokka didn't expect the Avatar to take his side in this, but he was glad for it. Now that he thought about it, wasn't that his job to mediate between humans and spirits? Not by choice, she said, snorting. I continue to live as a human to do what needs to be done. After the last Avatar's death, Aniak visited the spirit world and tricked me into taking human form. I had long ago dismissed any human affairs, but he appealed to my kindness toward sea creatures. They needed my help, he had said. He didn't try to kill you, like he did to Suza? Zuko asked. Crystal light refracted from pools around the caves danced across his face, set into a stern frown. No, she answered, her response gruff. He chose to display his human arrogance in a different way. He seduced me, wed me. He thought he was too good for any mortal woman. It took him time. I wasn't impressed at first, but eventually he won me over. And I was happy for a time, blind to his evils. I came to enjoy the mortal world and all its human failings. I bore him a son, and I loved them both. At least until he wiped out all the airbenders and I saw his true colors, and learned that all he wanted from me was a vain mockery of the passion I once shared with Seiryu. Seems like everyone thought he was a nice guy, Sokka said, shrugging. But he was a big jerk. We know that. Do you? She asked, turning so that her eye fixated on his. I swore revenge for his slight against me, against the balance of this world. Spirits do not typically get involved in human affairs, but he pulled me in and gave me no choice. I have my pride and he tried to wound it. Well, he's long dead now, Sokka said, frowning. So's his son, and his son after him. I don't know what you want to accomplish, but I had nothing to do with what he did. No, but you perpetuate it, she said, scowling, and continuing her descent into the grotto. On her, the scowl made her look fiercer than any warrior. I chose to stay in this world, to take in those lost souls cast out from your tribes. The outcasts and the downtrodden alike, women and men who had been abandoned to their fates. Handed over to the snow. But I am the snow. And it was I who lured Aniak and Kanektok out into the tundra with whispers and visions, I who won in the end. The cold took them both. She proclaimed her last sentence with finality and triumph. Zuko blanched and spoke in response before Sokka could. Your own son? How could you? Do not presume to judge me based on human morality, boy, she said, stopping and turning toward him. Kanektok grew into a man just as cruel as his father and half as smart. I meant to do the same to Kvichak before his wife took care of him before me. Sedna turned back toward her path and kept walking. Do you want to know how I've managed to live in this mortal world for over 100 years without my body perishing? I've had to take new ones, women left for dead in the snow, those labeled as taboo breakers. Those are the kinds of leaders in your family. Sokka's gaze dropped to his feet. The maelstrom in his thoughts continued to churn. That's exactly why spirits shouldn't intervene in human conflicts, Aang said, his face twisted into a frown. I get that you've been hurt, but leave Hakata and Sokka to me. You can go back to the spirit world. Gee, thanks, said Sokka. Hurt? No, I haven't been hurt, Sedna said, drawing up to her full height. As I've said, Aniak simply slighted me. And I could not go back to the spirit world now if I wanted to. You cut it off from this world, did you not? Only for a little while. Sedna scoffed. I see. Well, Avatar, you and I could be allies. A common goal unites us. Now that you've returned you can claim your destiny. Oh. She paused, tilting her head. That's interesting. You don't belong here, do you? It's a destiny you stole from another. Aang shook his head. I'm going to defeat Hakata to restore balance. Not for vengeance. And I didn't steal any destinies. Is that so? Even after what Aniak did to your people. The Avatar's not the type of person to carry a grudge from previous generations, said Sokka, speaking up for Aang. Looking at her, he could only think of how her thoughts and motivations were so alien despite the fact that she wore a human face. A dead human's face, but he tried not to think about that. I get that Aniak wronged you. And I want to fix things, too, but if you kill me I won't get the chance to do that, so please don't. So, my great-great-gran, will appreciate it if you hold off on your vengeance quest thing and give Aang and I a chance. He let himself ramble on out of nerves, but he hoped it would be enough to prevent her from confining him to the grotto forever or something. Neither Aang nor Zuko said anything and only looked at him, but Sedna rolled her eye in a way that made him think of Katara. The Avatar and the Emperor's son together, eh? She asked. I'm still not convinced. And don't call me that. You don't need to be convinced, Sokka replied. We're not doing this for you. He wasn't sure why he had joined up with the Avatar anymore, how much it meant betraying his people and his father that he decided to teach Aang waterbending. Rescuing you was part of it, sure, but had he gone beyond that? He pushed those turbulent thoughts aside and focused on something Sedna had mentioned earlier. You said someone here wanted to see me. Yes, she said, turning again down the tunnel slick with water and ice. Down here, the fishy smell had either vanished completely or they had just gotten used to it. In my grotto. Sokka's chest pounded as he allowed himself to consider the gravity of her words. People abandoned to the snow. He gulped down a lump in his throat as the possibilities added up in his mind. No way. Sedna turned another corner and the dark stone formed an archway with stalagmites and stalactites that had touched each other and melded together. Sokka gasped when he stepped through and the narrow tunnel opened up to a cavern far larger than any beneath Ba Sing Se, a wide blue expanse. The far side of the Spirit Song Grotto had a wall made of smooth ice that displayed the seafloor and all the creatures that swam in it. The grotto itself contained a village that they overlooked from the entrance, with natural stone homes formed from the ocean currents and long-dead coral and shells. Blue crystals embedded into the walls provided a cool glow, but one particularly giant piece of it made up the center of the village, the source of most of its light. He saw one woman standing at the forefront of the village, hands folded as she faced the entrance as if waiting for them. She pulled back her fur-lined hood, displaying hair in loops pinned back to a long braid that rested over her shoulder. Her lip trembled and broke into a teary smile when she saw him, her arms reaching for him. After 7 years, Sokka had forgotten what her face had looked like. He'd always been too ashamed to admit it. But now that he saw her, it all came rushing back and he recognized her at once, tears brimming in his eye. Mom. His emotion welled up in his throat, and before anyone could see him cry, he turned back toward the cavern and ran away from them all. It was too much. Hearing his grand's story of the night his mother disappeared, he considered the possibility for the first time that she could be alive. But now that he had been faced with her so unexpectedly, he found that the words wouldn't come. It was too unbelievable, too fantastic, like a dream conjured up by his childhood. After everything, he didn't know if he could face her, not without Katara, who missed her just as much, if not more, as much as she tried to hide it. Sokka stopped when he came to a waterlogged tunnel with a hole that led to the sea. He wondered if otter penguins or other creatures used it to enter the grotto, and considered the idea of making his own escape before dismissing it as foolhardy and reckless and cowardly. As he bent over to catch his breath, he heard footsteps running up behind him. "What are you doing?" It was Zuko. "Wasn't that your mother?" "I can't do it," he said, unable to face the firebender. "I don't know what to say." "You don't have to say anything." His voice sounded anguished, for some reason. "She's right there. She's alive, all you have to do is be with her." "Growing up I was told that she was just gone," Sokka said. He stared down into the waterhole and wished it would just swallow him up. He never felt so ashamed before, and wondered if Sedna's vengeance might have had something to do with it, too. "Then my gran told me what happened the night she disappeared. But the odds of her surviving. I didn't want to let myself get my hopes up. But there she is. And I can't think of what to say. For once. Come on, we've always been a smooth talker. Go see Mom." "You're overthinking this." "You're overthinking this," Zuko said, and it was almost a perfect echo of the voice in Sokka's head, his conscience. "Just let yourself feel it. I lost my mom years ago when the Water Nation attacked our village." Sokka turned around to face him, and all the pain in his eyes, it felt like a punch to his gut. I didn't see it happen. Azula was the one who found her. But I know I'll never get to see her again. But you can see yours, right back there. I wish Azula was here to tell you you're being an idiot. Didn't Gran tell you that you think too much?" Sokka let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. "When I think about what Sedna told us, it makes me realize that the Water Nation took my mother, too. My father is the reason for it, and he did it because he was upholding the same beliefs that Aniak did." He stared down at his hands. Maybe Azula would be right to say that. Maybe this is pretty crazy to say, but I wish Katara was here, too. She doesn't even know anything about what happened to our mom. And it hurts to think about. Look at you, talking about your feelings. I'm proud of you. "So maybe you and your mother should find Katara together and tell her everything," Zuko said, crossing his arms. For the first time, Sokka realized that the other boy was taller than him. He wasn't sure how to feel about that observation. "I get that it's overwhelming. But you've got to do this. It must have been pretty heartbreaking for her to see me run away like that, huh?" Sokka asked, rubbing the back of his neck. Zuko frowned. "Yeah, so go fix it. And apologize." Sokka walked past Zuko back toward the village entrance, briefly grasping his shoulder. "Wipe that glare off, it's like you're trying to be like your father." Zuko only scowled deeper in response. "Hey, for the record, you totally know by now that I'm not just your conscience, right?" Yeah, Sokka said out loud, picking up his pace. Zuko followed at his heels. "What?" Nothing. Sokka emerged from the tunnels back into the village that lived under the glow of a soft blue light, and found Aang and Sedna overlooking it together, deep in conversation. Further down, he spotted his mother walking away from him, her shoulders slackened and head lowered. He felt his eye burn with tears again, and this time he let them fall, thankful to Zuko that the other boy didn't let him make one of the most idiotic decisions of his life. "Mom." She turned to face him at once, her eyes wet with tears, and before he knew it he had his arms wrapped around her and he squeezed her tight. It really was her, she was real, and they had been reunited. He couldn't believe that his father and everyone back home had ever tried to convince him that she never existed. Kia buried her head into his shoulder and he couldn't help but think of how much smaller she seemed. "Sokka. My son," she said through her tears. You've found me again, all on your own. I'm so sorry for running away just now, he said, and the shame of his cowardice burned. I was just surprised. She choked on her tears and it took Sokka a moment to realize that it was a laugh. Oh, sure, it only made me think you expected to be grounded for something. Nothing new there. He laughed with her, glad that she hadn't lost any of her sense of sarcasm. Her cheek touched his when she hugged him and he flinched when it felt like ice. Mom, you're so cold. Where's your parka? He drew back to look around. As cold as she was, he was shocked that she only wore her tunic without even any gloves. His voice shook when he spoke. He wasn't about to lose her to illness now that they had just been reunited. It's fine, she said, and made a movement to cup his face in her hand but stopped herself and grasped his wrists instead. I have so much to tell you. But know this, I've never been more proud to hear that you made the choice to travel with the Avatar to help bring balance back to the world. She smiled at him but he felt as if he had been dragged back down to earth. Yeah, he said, scratching under his wolf tail. About that. I don't know if I did decide to do that yet. You coughed and sputtered when she found herself on dry ground again. Her shoulders bucked against her two companions as they found themselves in what felt like a whole different world. The ground was hard and smooth, like dense wood, but blue. Trees sprouted from the same material in a forest around them, with leaves that could have been made of ice or crystal. Silence and solitude permeated through this place, the only sound a gentle ringing that echoed through the trees. Nagi's hand found hers as they stood and the gesture gave her comfort again as you looked at them to make sure Nagi and Spirit Toph still had their faces. Did we beat him? Nagi asked. Yu's face fell to Toph, who looked listless as always. No. I don't think so, she said, frowning. She looked up at the sky, a shroud of night but with more stars clustered together than she had ever seen in her life. Gaseous shapes in bright green and indigo stained the sky among the stars. Constellations twinkled brighter than the ones she knew from home, and with all of the starlight the sky shone almost as much as it did by day. Of all the sights in the spirit world, she had never seen something so beautiful and she didn't think she ever would again for her whole life. Even the crystal shards from the trees seemed to split from their branches and float away into the air, as if they supplied all the energy to the stars above. We should get ready in case he chases us, said Spirit Toph, her teeth grit. Yu felt bitter about her words, wishing they could relax for once and enjoy the beauty around them. I don't like whatever he did right before we left. And I have no idea how the water grabbed me with it. Something happened and I don't like not knowing what. The face stealer will not pursue you, said a voice behind them. Yu whirled around to face the newcomer with her blade ready while Nagi bent her arms in an earthbending stance. The being in front of them had more height than she expected. He was a tall spirit, with long dark hair in a topknot and a silver circlet. His face looked almost human, something about it looked smoother than a normal face, and inhumanly pretty, except for the fact that he lacked a nose and only had snake-like slits. He wore long white robes trimmed in black and blue, but underneath them he did not have legs, but the tail of a serpent with blue scales. I have brought you to my sanctuary. Nagi stood protectively in front of Yu and Toph. What do you want with us? Yu grasped her shoulder. It's okay, she said. Though impressed by Nagi's bravery and grateful for her protection, Yu did not want to show this spirit any disrespect. I know this spirit. I've seen his imagery all over my tribe. This is Seiryu, the spirit of the cold moon. Yes, said Seiryu, eyeing Nagi and both Tophs distastefully. I care not for earthbenders or for your squabble with the face stealer or his vermin, but by the grace of the Nightseers chosen you are safe here. He held a silvery Giundeo in one scaled hand and Yu had the feeling that he would not hesitate to use it on Nagi and Toph if they did not stand down. Yu fell into a deep bow, so exhausted from the battles and constant fear that she had forgotten to show her tribe's patron protector the proper respect earlier. Great Seiryu, I thank you for your sacred hospitality. It is an honor and we are so thankful to rest in your sanctuary. Nagi stiffened as she looked up at Seiryu but inclined her head toward him. Yes, thank you. Oh, you're the cold moon guy, said Spirit Toph, and Yu felt her stomach clench at the way she addressed the ancient spirit. Cool. Priestess of the Dark, he said, his white eyes falling on you. Out of companionship to the Night Seer, you will be allowed to remain here as long as you need to, until the time comes when the bridge to the mortal realm is restored and my moon begins its next journey across the sky in your world. Then any protections in this place will also be lost. Is there any way we can come with you? You asked, joining her hands together. Hope flourished in her chest when she realized the potential for their escape. Nagi pursed her lips. Do we even want to get back to our world with the same moon that can wipe out the whole Earth Kingdom? Seiryu tightened his grip on his blade and his tail shook. Your human arrogance is astounding to me if you think that you would be worthy to join my journey. And like that, he had cleanly dashed Yu's hopes. Do you know how our friend can get her face back? You asked him. No, he said. And I care not for that human's plight. Do not push my capacity for generosity, child. I do not involve myself in human affairs, and it is only out of respect to the Night Seer that I have helped you this far. Head held high, he slithered away from them, disappearing into the crystal forest without another word. Nagi put her hands on her hips. Well, how rude can that spirit be? He reminds me of Wan Shi Tong. Nah, that big owl is even more of a jerk, Spirit Toph said. Trust me, we have issues. Careful, or else you may invoke him, said Yu. She stared around their environment, looking for what might be the comfiest place to rest, and then slid to the floor against a tree with knots of rope tied around it. Paper talismans dangled from the knots, protective charms like the ones she recognized from Koken Island. Seiryu is the great protector of my people. You cannot disrespect him. Ever since the moon and the ocean abandoned us, my people now owe fealty to the cold moon and the night. Even if he is the harbinger of such horrible things. Nagi asked her. You saw the hurt in her eyes and that pained her. She did not like that expression on Nagi's face. You stared down at her clasped hands. I was always taught it was for the greater good, she said. The will of the spirits that protect my tribe. I don't like this war. I don't like all the fighting. But I always knew Seiryu would end it, just as he started it, and then the suffering of my people would end. It's not Seiryu who will end it, Nagi said, her voice soft. The spirit will come to our world no matter what. It's Hakata and Arnuk who will use the cold moon's power to their advantage. Her shoulders felt weighed down. You're not wrong, she admitted. But as the princess of the North Pole, I have to do my duty to my people. I need to be strong for them, united in our purpose. That won't end well for you, Spirit Toph said, drifting over to sit near them. She wrapped her arms around her knees. Aang's gonna fight you, and he's gonna win. In all of their tribulations in the spirit world, you had almost forgotten that she was on the opposite side of the war as them. But she didn't want to be. Struggling together as they had, both Nagi and Toph had become her friends, and she was beyond grateful to have their company through this struggle. I'd rather not fight the Avatar, she said. Nor the two of you. I just wish we could come to a peaceful resolution. Both of them fell silent at that. You wondered if they considered the option or had no words for her because they knew it could never come to be. But her eyes fell on Toph's faceless body, which lay flat against the ground and stared up at the sky, unseeing. It almost felt silly to worry about the war and whose side they were on when Toph struggled with such a plight. Several spirits we've met so far speak of different worlds, Nagi said suddenly, her eyes fixed on Toph just like Yu's were. Our world and the spirit world, yes, but Suza and Koh made it seem like there were others. I thought so, too, said Yu. If she had to be honest, she didn't have much time to think about it with everything else happening. Spirit Toph shrugged. Weird, huh? Nagi craned her neck to look at her. You are hiding something from us, she stated. There is something you know. Related to your friendship with the Avatar, I suspect. The spirit waved her hand. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. I believe a lot of things, said Yu. And many of the things we have encountered here certainly beggar belief. She scoffed and shrugged. Well, when you put it that way. Whatever. Yeah, those other spirits are right. There are other worlds besides this one and the world you three come from. I come from a different one, where the Fire Nation started the war instead, but things went really, really bad. Spirit Toph spoke distantly, as if her mind was somewhere else while she recalled her memories. Aang hitched a ride from that world, and that's why I was able to meet you here in the spirit world. It's some Avatar stuff, don't ask me the details of how it happened. But it did, and now it messed a lot of things up, and that's why the spirit world is all funky. Yu's head spun. A world where the Fire Nation started the war instead? I suppose I understand how a mix-up like that can cause instability in the spirit world, but everything else. That Toph isn't me, Spirit Toph said, gesturing to the faceless girl on the ground. She still hadn't moved. She's the one from your world. We've all got copies in other worlds, people who are like us but with different stories. Aang's one of my best friends in that world, too. But so are Katara and Sokka, and Suki was, too. Zuko used to be a bad guy, but he's with us now and we fight against his sister all the time. But Sozin's comet came and destroyed everything, so now we're just trying our best to survive. We lost a lot of people important to us. Nagi stood up and paced, taking a deep breath as she occasionally stared up at the unnaturally starry sky. You mentioned that comet before, with Suza. If Suza's comet empowered firebenders like Seiryu's moon empowers waterbenders, it's only more proof that we'll be faced with devastation, isn't it? We can't allow that to happen. She clenched her fist and turned back to Spirit Toph. Where do I fit into all this? Spirit Toph nodded. That's the idea, she said. And I have no clue about the other Nagi. Never even heard of you in that other world. Nagi deflated. Oh. And you, well. I don't know the details, but something bad happened to that you before I even met Aang and the others, Spirit Toph continued. Sokka never liked to talk about it. You wrung her fingers together in her lap, unsure what to make of that. I see, she said. Her eyes wandered to Toph's body again. So, that explains a lot about this Toph. But does she know all this? Yeah, said Spirit Toph. I've been with her for a while, but she's slipping away. We gotta do what we can to save her, but we also just need to get out of here to help Aang fight. The longer he's in the wrong world, the worse things will get. Apparently it'll lead to some kind of end of all the worlds, blah blah, spiritual breakdowns, blah blah. She flicked her hand and looked supremely unconcerned about the whole thing, but nonetheless it made you shiver. If the spirit world is unbalanced, maybe we can do something from this end to help the Avatar. Nagi suggested. She clasped her hands together. Oh, it'd be amazing to say I've helped the Avatar in a spiritual matter. Water you on, cactus juice. Spirit Toph said. She snapped her fingers as if realizing something. Ah, that'll be your nickname, Prickles. After a cactus. I almost settled with Sandy, but I like that so much better. Huh. Nagi slumped forward and you found the incredulous look on her face to be kind of cute and it made her giggle. We should leave Spirit Junk to the Aang, Spirit Toph continued. He's better suited to that kind of thing. Let's just focus on finding Koh's mom and get out of here. Learning all that, you supposed she should have been intimidated. Or overwhelmed. But finding a goal and saving all of the worlds, as impossible as it seemed, felt like it hardened them, gave them purpose. That purpose united them, and that meant, for now, they couldn't be enemies. And that relief felt so powerful that you couldn't stop smiling, since it didn't interfere with her duties at all, and only meant that those duties to her people had only become more important. She could do something. She could change things. Now, she knew, she had the strength to face whatever might come after. We'll do it, you said, and she hoped the strength of her resolve was evident in her voice. She stood and walked over to Toph, brushing her bangs to the side to reveal her lack of a face to the stars above. The softness of her touch made Toph's fingers twitch in recognition. We'll save you, Toph, and then we'll do what we must to help the Avatar save all the worlds. Sokka and his mother huddled together in an alcove against the grotto wall that she used as her living space, behind partitions made of stretched leather over wooden frames for privacy. To Sokka, it felt like the inside of his childhood home. Her textile work covered the walls and floor, patterns in blue and white. She had taken to making carvings of wood and bone shaped into all sorts of animals, and he admired them in his hands as they sat in front of the fire she started for him. In her time away from Aniaktu, she had created all sorts of things with her hands from fur or bone, leather, and wood and cloth. She painted and weaved and carved and cooked and dyed. She said it helped to pass the time, and she enjoyed learning these crafts from her neighbors. Other people passed by outside of Kia's alcove, men, women, and even children who lived here in somber peace. Many of them spoke in whispers, in muted laughs and stifled words, in a way that reminded Sokka of the silence in the world on the morning of a first snowfall. Kia had said that many of them had been here in the grotto for decades, but Sokka only saw a few of the elderly strolling through the village. For those elderly, it must have been difficult to ascend back to the surface. He wondered if they ever missed the sun. "I'm sorry I wasn't there for your ice dodging," Kia said to him. She glanced at his missing eye and then her eyes fell to her hands joined in her lap. "Everything in your life would have happened so differently if I had been there." Sokka shook his head. "No, it's not your fault." "Whose is it, then?" "I don't know," Sokka admitted. Through a gap in the partitions, he saw the massive ice wall spanning the entire length of the village and the bottom of the deep-sea ravine behind it. Jellyfish drifted by like ghosts. "Do you blame anyone for what happened?" "I used to blame Hakata and Gran both," she said. "But I have forgiven her long ago. Killing Kvichak might have been bad in the short term, but in the long term I think it was better for our nation and our family that she did what she did. She was always just as trapped as I was. Just as you and Katara and Suki were." "I don't know about Katara," he said. He turned over the wooden carving of a wolf in his hands. "She should be here. She needs to see that you're alive. I don't know what it would change. But I do know that things will never be like they used to, even if you do come home and we can be a family again." Kia glanced out toward the ice wall at the sea turtlefin that swam up to the ice and examined it with its long trunk. "And would that include your father, knowing what he's done? What he plans to do?" "I don't know what he plans to do," Sokka admitted. "Aang and Sedna both think he'll try to flood the Earth Kingdom or something. Which is wrong, and I totally get that, but I don't think he'll do something that crazy. So many of our own people live on the Earth Kingdom's shores. And yet you won't turn against him." She ran her hands through the fur-lined hem of her skirt. "You could help the Avatar. All these years, I have tried to convince Lady Sedna to turn away from her crusade in an effort to protect you, but..." Sokka shrugged. "I mean, I sorta did. Katara tried to kill the Avatar but I basically helped him because of more important stuff going on, and now I'm teaching him waterbending which he needs to use to beat Dad, and since both Katara and I messed up in Ba Sing Se and we ran into Chit Sang, who knows I'm willingly fighting alongside the Avatar, he probably disowned us both at this point. Or something." Kia laughed. "Sokka, you let your words get away from you again. Take a breath. You're trying to find a logical explanation for everything just like you used to, but I don't think that's the solution this time." "Yeah, I'm overthinking. Everyone's saying that." "My brilliant, intelligent boy," she said, and when she grasped his hand he didn't mind that it felt like ice. "I'll always be proud of that side of you. But, obviously, I'm more impressed that you picked up my sparkling wit and sarcasm, though that might be my bias showing." He grinned and she grinned back. "I'm glad to have you back, Mom. When things are safe again, you can come home and see Gran and Katara and Suki, even you." Her smile faltered and she pulled her hand away. "I'm sorry, Sokka, but I don't think that'll be possible." His stomach fell. "What do you mean? With the way things are here, none of us can leave this grotto." She stared into the hearth fire and took a deep breath. "Our lives are tied to Lady Sedna. It's like, we're frozen in time. If I left this village, the power she uses to sustain us would end." He felt frozen, then. At her words, in his thoughts. And then he felt it melt away, the anger toward the cruelty of it all burning through his gut, the thought that he had finally been reunited with his mother only to learn that they would never truly be together again. It was so unfair that he could go on living while she had to stagnate here, deep below the ocean in the ice to stew in her own sadness and loneliness. Part of him considered the idea that he could just stay here and hide away from it all. In the South Pole, the winter months felt like constant night, with a brief flash of midnight sun before it set and didn't rise again until it was time to herald the spring. But down here, it was always winter. His mother would never see a sunrise again. Aang and Zuko decided to give Sokka time with his mother before they moved on. They'd asked Sedna if she could give them any aid in their journey to reach the South Pole, any information at all in regards to finding them or restoring Toph's face, but she had nothing for them. She had only called them here for Kia's sake. They were on their own. Aang had been about to go retrieve Sokka when both he and his mother walked up the slope toward the entrance of the village toward them. Seeing Kia, he could only think of how much she resembled Katara, and the vivid memories of her pursuit of Kia's killer came to him before he brushed them away, focusing on the present. Sokka looked downcast, but Aang supposed it had to do with the fact that his reunion had to be cut short. He watched a creature from the ocean depths swim up to the ice wall, a squid-like being he had no name for, and shivered. But despite being the domain of an ice spirit, it wasn't actually as freezing here as Aang thought it would be, something he had only just realized. His heart quickened when he started to connect the dots and he turned to Sedna to voice them. "That ice wall, will it ever melt?" "No, Avatar," she said with a smirk. "I'd be a pretty poor ice spirit if any ice I made always melted." Aang, Sokka, and Zuko all looked at each other. "Peach Petal Island," Aang said. "There's an airbender that Aniak froze in the ice 100 years ago." Senda put her hands on her hips and held her head high. "You think Aniak was capable of making ice like that?" "No, child, that was me. He caught her flying to the South Pole during Seirio's moon, and in his purge of the air nomads he fought her, made a spectacle of her. This was when I was exposed to his cruelty for the first time, and in my efforts to protect her, I told him that if she were truly the Avatar it would be better to freeze her forever instead of killing her, so she could not oppose him in her next life. But, of course, I did not sense the Avatar spirit within her." Sokka's mouth dropped open. "Whoa, this changes everything. Is she alive?" Zuko asked. Sedna crossed her arms. "She could be. My ice has special properties, but if she lives then she will need care. And I am no healer." Kia spoke up, folding her hands together in front of her. "There's a village not far from here. In the world above. An herbalist lives there who has found many of our own on the verge of death before Lady Sedna comes to retrieve them. By all accounts, she is a kind woman." Sedna rubbed her chin. "Yes, I could take the girl to her." She looked to Aang. "As a gesture of goodwill. Let it not be said that I am incapable of kindness. I do still think we could be allies in this fight." He looked at her and he felt the weight behind her words. "Though do not forget, if you make a deal with a spirit, you must be prepared for the consequences if you break our agreement." Aang set his gaze, resolved to save Sangmu from her fate. He asked her the question that he already knew the answer to. "What do you want in return?" "I want the blood of Aniak spilled upon the snow," she said, and she said it with certainty that brooked no argument. "Are you willing to break your oath of airbender pacifism if it means bringing back another from your culture?" He remembered the way everyone in his life pressured him to do what needed to be done with Ozai, and how he had resisted for as long as he could. He stared into the ice wall, at the darkness beyond, and the memories of his battles rang through his head. Back then, he didn't have to make that decision with the life of another airbender hanging in the balance. Back then, he was the only one left to uphold those values. "I'll do it," he said finally. He would worry about the how or the why of it later, along with the ramifications of his decision. "Bring Sangmu back." Sedna turned to face Sokka. "And what of you?" she asked him. "Will you finish what Aniak started, or will you redeem yourself by protecting the girl from harm?" Sokka clenched his fists and closed his eye, but then he turned to face his mother. She looked up at him, hopeful, and when he spoke it was without looking at Sedna. "Everyone's been telling me I have to do what I feel is right. Not what I've been raised to think is right. And I feel like this is what I have to do. I'll consider her safety my responsibility." He locked his gaze to Aang's. "I'll help you reach the spirit portal, and after that defeat my father." "We all will," Zuko said, nodding with Aang. "Maybe we'll find Azula and Katara, or maybe we won't, but we have to trust them to do whatever it is they're doing while we finish this on our end." Sedna smiled. "Very well. I will bring the girl to the village above. You better get going. My grizzly eagle flies quite fast." Before they departed, Sokka embraced Kia one last time. Aang saw tears in both of their eyes, though he turned away before they would think he intruded on whatever words or emotions passed between them. But he heard them regardless. "Bye, Mom," Sokka said, wiping at his eye. "I love you. And one day maybe I'll be able to bring Katara, Gran, and Suki here to see you." "I love you, my son," she said, and she cupped his face. "My brave warrior. You've made me proud. And so happy." A blizzard fell upon the mining village, one that none of the villagers or sailors expected to come to Peach Petal Island. They all slept in their homes as the snow built up through the night and a grizzly eagle's wings beat toward the salt mine's entrance. The guards huddled together with their flames and their parkas, and the cold descended on them as swiftly as sleep, so none witnessed the ancient spirit in human form pass through like the falling snow. Ice coated the pink salt within the maze of tunnels. At this hour, even the miners had vacated their posts, the night shift withdrawing from the extreme cold of the sudden storm above that had somehow, inexplicably, reached its icy grip into their workspace. Snowflakes whirled and blew out the salt lamps, casting the tunnels in darkness. But still the spirit proceeded, her breath like a silent gale. At last, in the final chamber, she discovered the girl. When the spirit placed her hand on the ice and it melted away, the airbender took her first breath in 100 years. In order to hasten their progress, Azula and Katara stopped in one town to pick up a pair of caribou panthers to guide them across the icy tundra for their journey to Aniaktu. Azula found herself glad for the furry beast, and not only for its speed. It always felt warm in the way Appa often did, and when she rode it she found it easier to draw upon her breath of fire. It was a massive beast with both a deadly bite and antlers, clawed paws in the front and hoofs in the back, and Azula decided that she liked the beast for its surprisingly friendly attitude under a dangerous exterior. She tried not to think of what Aang and Zuko must have thought of her, their shame and hurt over her betrayal, and instead threw herself into her objectives: reach Aniaktu. Get Katara back into Hekata's good graces after her failure at Ba Sing Se. Dispose of Hekata's enemies. Change the Water Nation at its core. She still didn't quite know why Katara needed her for this, but siding with her had silenced Fire Lord Azula for the time being, and she knew this must be the right path. They stopped at a river that cut through a vast plain, though a snow-covered slope blocked Azula's view of the land ahead of them. When they dismounted to let the caribou panthers drink, Azula removed her gloves, even if that meant exposing her hands to the stinging cold, to rub her palms together and summon fire to warm them along with her insides. She couldn't firebend with the gloves on without burning them away, and she hated that. "That fire breath thing you do looks pretty handy," Katara said, removing her mount's saddle. "Get it, handy?" When Azula didn't laugh, Katara frowned. "You know, since you just used your hands for that." "Oh, never mind. I suppose I'm just too tired to tell a good joke." Azula thought Katara hadn't told one good joke since they started traveling together, but she supposed humor was neither of their strong suits. She felt her own attitude worsening with the increasingly lengthy nights, which messed with her sleep schedule and made it difficult to tell the time. She wondered if Katara's attempts at being friendly were meant to bring Azula's guard down. Regardless, she always made sure to be prepared for the possibility of Katara turning against her. "There's something I've always wanted to ask you," Azula said. "Ever since I've come to realize who you were." Katara looked at Azula over her shoulder. "What do you mean?" "You were the blue spirit," Azula said. "The one who rescued me from that stronghold in the Fire Nation. Why did you do it?" The cold winds blew and both of them briefly turned their backs to it before Katara spoke. I wondered when you would bring that up." "Yeah, that was me. I guess at the time it was a naive attempt to get Sokka back in my father's favor, if Sokka was the one to capture the Avatar instead of Bato. I thought I needed him to make my nation the way I wanted it, but I've since come to learn I have to do it myself." "So you meant to rule the Water Nation through him?" "Something like that." Katara tapped her chin. "You know, Azula, I have to say, you've given me a pretty good idea. Next time we stop at a town, I think I'm going to go mask shopping." Chapter 7, The Herbalist. The growl of airship engines intruded on the quiet, misty morning, and all at once the peaceful ravine erupted into chaos. First the explosions came and then the temple shook. All of them roused from sleep at once and took cover, but Aang grabbed his staff and summoned a gale that made the protective metal shutters slam closed, protecting them from their enemies' onslaught. He did not know for what purpose the nuns installed such protective measures, but he was thankful for it now. Falling rubble nearly crushed Katara, but Zuko dove into her to push her out of the way before Aang could do the same. Sheltered from the firebender attack, or as sheltered as they could be, everyone gathered together under the bison mural to plan their next move. "We need to get out of here," Sokka said while they huddled together and flinched every time a blast shook the temple. Chit sang, "Haru, take Teo and the Duke on the airship we stole from the Boiling Rock." Teo frowned. "Why do we have to go? We won't be able to outrun the Fire Nation or fight them off with just one airship. We'll just get captured like my dad and all the others." "Besides," said Chit sang, scratching his head, "I don't know how to drive one of those things." Katara rubbed her temples. "Fine," she said. Despite waking up only minutes before, she looked ready for war. "There's no time to argue. We'll all escape on Appa. I'll distract them while you guys fly out of here," Zuko said, watching the metal shields shudder. "Something tells me this is a family reunion." Before any of them could protest, he dashed outside to the battle. It took only moments for everyone to load into Appa's saddle, and when they emerged into the morning sun it was to fire and airships intent on blasting the Western Air Temple off of the mountain and all of them with it. Aang tugged on Appa's reins to maneuver him around plumes of flame while Katara warded them with a whirling shield of water. Below, they spotted Zuko fighting with Azula on top of one of the zeppelins. "He needs our help," Sokka shouted, exchanging a glance with Suki. "Zuko's ex and that circus freak are both down there, too. Drop us off on a flyby." Topha's eyebrows disappeared into her hair. "Wait, did you just say Zuko's ex? The one with the knives? You've gotta be kidding me." Aang agreed that Zuko needed help against all three foes, so he turned Appa back around to do as Sokka said. "Be careful. This is a rematch I've been waiting for," said Suki, just before jumping over the edge of the saddle. Knowing they couldn't leave to abandon their friends, Aang directed Appa through the airships, dodging attacks from firebenders while Katara defended them. Everything was going so wrong, they had to flee, they had to run, but he vowed to never leave anyone behind again. Atop the zeppelin where Zuko, Sokka, and Suki fought, he heard the telltale crackle of lightning, the energy dancing in Azula's hands, and with one mighty thunderclap she directed it at Zuko. He caught it, held it like a rat viper coiling around his shoulders, and instead of firing it back at Azula he redirected it to the sky. When all the energy released to the air, Aang felt the scar on his back sting and burn, the reminder of Azula's touch, and then he was back in the catacombs. His body convulsed and he felt lost, and for a moment he thought he was falling until Katara shouted his name and pulled him back to reality. They went back for the others, and once Sokka and Suki made it back onto the saddle he realized that Zuko was the one falling. Azula, too. Appa descended, the wind rushing up in resistance. Aang wondered if they could save both Zuko and Azula, if they even should bother trying to save Azula, but when Katara caught Zuko and they watched her fall, "She's not gonna make it," Zuko had said. Aang waited just a split second too long as he fought with his indecision. Would letting her fall to her death count as murder? Wasn't all life sacred, even hers? Even after she had killed him? After everything she had done? But she was so young, only a kid, just like him. Flailing like that, floundering as she fell, she looked so small, so distant. Before he could wrestle his conflicting thoughts into submission, Azula herself absolved him of the decision, saving her own life with a jet of flame. Zuko looked away. Of course she did. Near the edge of the eastern peninsula, they found a village bordered by a conifer forest topped with white snow. Kia had told them to look out for a dead, frozen tree with bare branches overlooking the forest and the village, describing it as ancient and even mystical as it continued to stand tall after all these years, and the village below would be where they'd find the herbalist who might be able to help Sang Nia. Appa flew low. The winds carried in from the sea were bitingly cold and the altitude of the eastern peninsula exposed them to it, giving Aang and Zuko their first real taste of a water tribe winter. When they landed in the conifer forest in its shelter from the wind, Aang felt his limbs unclench out of relief. Sokka and Zuko both slipped from the saddle and padded off in opposite directions, ensuring a safe radius around Appa. They barely crunched the pine needles underfoot as they surveyed their surroundings in silence, eventually judging the clearing to be safe. Brambles with tiny frozen blackberries bordered their clearing, which Sokka encouraged them to eat, and Aang found them to be bitter but not unpleasant. Sabi and Momo joined him in picking the berries, and while he ate he looked at the distant tree that dwarfed all the others, its branches twisting and writhing to make it look flattened like a fan from this angle. Ice coated its trunk and icicles hung from the branches, visible even from a distance. After sheltering Appa in a snow dome nestled between two trees, they left him to rest while they ventured to the village. There, the wind didn't feel so harsh, and with the sun shining the cold became far more tolerable. Most of the buildings looked to be made of snow, rounded and with thatched roofs, until Sokka told him that homes of this style had walls made from wood and clay, while the snow padded the outside for extra insulation. Aang spotted totems that signified this village as part of Manatee Pelican clan territory, which Sokka said he'd never heard of. Many of the clans on the eastern peninsula, the Outlands, had been isolated from the mainland for years. Despite the fact that they were outsiders, no one offered them harsh glares or unwelcoming words. Most of the warriors here seemed to be woodworkers and lumberjacks, hauling enormous logs or planks of wood across the village to be carved into tools or parts of ships, which would likely then be traded with other villages in the region. They passed by a pair of young girls who smiled and waved. Distracted as he was, Aang could only manage a weak smile in return, but they giggled after Zuko waved back. He blushed in embarrassment when Sokka scoffed at him. That was when a snowball hit Sokka on the back of his parka. A lump on his back, one of the lemurs hiding for warmth inside, started to wiggle and writhe until Momo's head poked out from his lowered hood and screeched at the children. Both girls gasped and appeared at Sokka's heels in an instant, clamoring and cooing to play with him, but Momo wanted none of it. He coiled high around Sokka's head, who grumbled in annoyance. Aang looked around nervously. While they seemed welcome so far, he didn't want too much attention drawn to the unfamiliar travelers who had come to the village, but it was Zuko who ushered everyone to the side of the main thoroughfare and knelt down to the girls with Sabi perched on his hand. The smaller lemur kept her ears flat against her head, quailing under the children's gazes, but relaxed after they started calmly petting her. "There you go," Zuko said. "Pet her nice and soft, she's a little shy." The younger of the girls, no more than 5, gave Sabi a grin full of missing teeth. "What's her name?" "Sabi," Zuko said. Behind him, Sokka rolled his eye and crossed his arms, but the effect of his stern impatience was lost with Momo on his head. "What are your names?" "I'm Siku," said the elder. "And this is my sister Sura." "It's nice to meet you, Sabi." Momo leapt down from Sokka's head, sniffing them curiously, and recoiled away with a screech the moment the girls tried to pet him. Aang couldn't help but smile. Whether or not this was the same Momo as the one he knew, the lemur acted the same for sure. "Siku, Sura," Aang said, crouching down to their level. "We've heard that there's an herbalist who lives somewhere in this village. Can you bring us to her? We have a friend who needs help." A friend, he thought. It felt strange to say that aloud about someone he'd technically never met before. But either way, he had to help her. He had never felt such a sense of compulsion since he'd lost Appa in the desert, all those years ago. His hand went to the half-moon amulet over his heart, his mitts tracing the fang that made its crescent shape. Sura's eyes widened in delight. "Old Spriggy." "Yes, we can bring you to her," said Siku, far more composed than her sister. "Spriggy lives just on the outskirts of the village." Sokka exchanged a glance with Aang and Zuko, incredulous. "Spriggy," he repeated. A massive wall, like a fortress, glistened before them in the sunlight. The insignia of the water tribes gleamed at its center, a beacon that challenged anyone to try and break down the wall. Its ice had never been penetrated by any army for as long as the city stood, a stark reminder of the water tribe's strength. The pirate Captain Hugh had stressed to them more than once of that fact, that whatever they had planned to do, the North's defenses were absolute, which is why the Earth Kingdom never focused an attack on anywhere but the South. He said it out of worry, but Mai and the others kept the details of their mission from him. That secret could sink his ship if word of his aiding them reached the wrong ears. But they weren't an army. All the defenses in the world wouldn't be enough to protect Agna Kalay or Chief Arnook from Mai. As Hugh's junk ship approached, A smooth cut slid down the wall and separated, creating a gap just large enough for the ship to sail through. Though Endu lowered the sails and propelled the ship forward with water bending. Mai stood on the deck and watched as they passed through the tunnel, lowering her hood as they reached the sunlight at the end. They came to a system of interlocking canals. She had never seen anything like their system of water benders that changed the water levels so the ship could continue sailing to a dock filled with merchant vessels, water navy warships, sloops, and barges. Beyond the port, she could see the entirety of the city. She'd heard before that Agnicolae had been constructed wholly from ice, but she never believed such a thing could exist until now. The city expanded outward from a grandiose palace far on the other edge, nestled against a natural wall, and seemed organized into multiple descending tiers. She could see watchtowers and clan flags, canals that snaked through the city in place of streets, everyone clad in furs and leathers riding on gondolas or buffalo yaks or crossing over ice bridges that spanned the gaps between buildings and across waterways. Mai wondered if the people had been born from the ice. How did they not slip on it? How did they ever stay warm? How did their homes not melt in the warmer seasons? She supposed it could be beautiful, but then she remembered the view of Crescent Island at night, from the beach, and the familiar ache reminded her that she wasn't here to gawk. Once the junk docked, Mai put her hood back up and looked over her clothing again to make sure she looked the part of a water tribe noblewoman. She wore a fur-trimmed cloak that was such a dark shade of purple it was almost black, with an oversized hood that drooped to her shoulders. The cloak reached the backs of her legs, clasped at her white furry collar with a thin silver chain. It covered a long, embroidered tunic with a slit up the leg that allowed her freedom of movement. She supposed that she didn't hate the ensemble, if she had to be honest. Ty Lee had decided to forego all the trappings of a noblewoman and instead wore a parka dyed a pale pink color, like salmon. But it was far thicker than anyone else's. She had packed in layer upon layer so that her parka swelled to a roundish shape that she swore didn't inhibit her movement in the least. "I'm no good with cold weather like this," she offered by way of explanation when Haru asked her about her outfit. The fur trim of her hood formed a ring around her face, which was similarly pink from the cold. Her teeth chattered loud enough that Mai feared it would give them away. "Totally more of a beach girl. I'd prefer somewhere warm like Ember Island any day." Jet leapt off to the dock to help tie the moorings to a metal spike with a ring lodged into the ice while Haru aided though in lowering the gangplank. Eager to reach solid ground, or the closest thing to it in this city, Ty Lee waddled off of the ship and then started jogging in place for warmth. Rolling her eyes, Mai turned to the other freedom fighters on deck and once again wondered how she was meant to keep track of all these children while in the city and ensure their safety. Then she reminded herself that their protection wasn't her responsibility, but Jet's. Aside from Smellerbee and Longshot, most of them sniffled and rubbed their rosy noses and shivered in their parkas. A grizzled old warrior approached the junk with recognition and surprise, which caught Mai's eye at once. The surprise turned to fear when his eyes followed the ship's sails and he hobbled toward the gangplank using the butt of his spear as a cane. Mai was about to move to the end of the gangplank to block his path but Jet beat her to it, barring the old man's way on the dock side. "Hold it, old man," Jet said, puffing out his chest so that his parka made him look even bigger and more intimidating. "Where do you think you're going?" The old man looked at him with something like desperation. "I need to tell Captain Hugh something immediately. I'm an old friend." Hugh appeared at Mai's side, peering over the deck in an enormous mantle that covered his whole body and made Mai wonder if he wore any more clothes than usual underneath it. "Pomo, is that you? You're always welcome aboard my ship." Jet reluctantly moved aside for him, glaring and scowling as the stranger boarded the ship in a hurry. He watched the man with all the intensity of a hawk lynx but didn't move, while Haru and Ty Lee instead looked out over the rest of the port in case of other surprise arrivals. "You need to leave at once," said Pomo, looking over his shoulder at the city. "Chief Arnook recently decreed that pirates are no longer welcome in Agnicolae. The moment you step off your ship you're liable to be taken away." "But this crew is nothing like other pirates," Smellerbee said. "Why would he do that?" Pomo shook his head. "I don't know," he said. "Things are changing in this city. I feel it like I'd feel a storm in my bones. Just yesterday he had the entire crew of the Mother's Lament arrested as soon as they set foot in port." Hugh frowned. "Then we'll have to get going before that happens, I'm afraid. Doesn't seem like we'll be able to sell any of our seeds here." Du slumped his shoulders. Well, that's a darn shame. Smellerbee stomped her foot. What, so you're going to just turn back after coming all this way? They have no reason to arrest you. I thought pirates had an agreement in place with the Navy. I don't know what might have changed, Hugh admitted. But I trust Pomo. He has a sailor's intuition. From her vantage point, Mai spotted the approaching men quicker than Jet, Haru, or Ty Lee did. At least 24 armed fighters closed in on the docks from both sides, and Mai made the quick decision to disembark just as Hugh gave the order to pull up the gangplank. Smellerbee and Longshot hurried at her heels, with Pomo right behind them, but Mai kept her eyes on the warriors as she started cutting at the rope holding the ship to the docks. What's going on? Haru asked, sensing something amiss. Trouble, Mai replied. We need to disappear. Quickly. Hugh and the others aren't coming. Ty Lee clasped her hands together. So soon? But we just got here. There's no way we could be in trouble already. Go back with Hugh if you want, Mai said as Pomo vanished among the passerby. It doesn't matter to me. But we need to split up before they try to arrest us for being pirates. Jet swore. I knew hanging with a pirate crew would come back to bite us. It doesn't matter, said Mai. They got us to the North Pole. Her knife cut through the rope and she nodded to Hugh on deck, the only gratitude she felt the need to express. Raise anchor. Hugh called to his crew. He nodded back to Mai in acknowledgement. We've gotta go. Ty Lee looked back and forth between the approaching warriors, who began to quicken their pace, and Mai. You want to split up? Where are we gonna meet back up again? I'll find the three of you, Mai said. She glanced at Smellerbee and Longshot. But no more than that. We can't be a big group for this, they'll capture those kids, and if they do it'll lead to a lot of questions I don't want the water tribes getting the answers to. Smellerbee moved to protest. But you can't just leave us all behind. Yes, said Jet, closing his eyes. We have to. Mai's right. I don't want to needlessly endanger any of you. And I need the two of you to look after all the others while I'm gone. Longshot put his hand on Smellerbee's shoulder and nodded. She exchanged a wordless glance with him and all the fight left her. She put her hand over Longshot's and then looked at Jet with resignation in her bearing and resolution in her eyes. Rescue Bandit for us, she told him. And bring her home. You know it, Jet responded, grinning. Now go. And be safe. The pair hurried back onto the gangplank just as though Ndu started pulling it back, joining the rest of the freedom fighters who waved and cried from the deck as the waterbenders on board started to push the ship away. Relieved to see them go, Mai separated from her allies and disappeared into the shadow between two ice structures. When the warriors converged on the dock where the junk ship had been only moments before, they found no one waiting for them. It was later that evening that Sedna arrived like a winter gale, leaving Sangmu in the snow on the outskirts of the village and disappearing on the back of her grizzly eagle just as quickly. Sokka carried her back to the herbalist's home, a hut with 2 levels joined by a ladder. Sangmu barely stirred the whole way, unconscious from her ordeal and her journey. Once they tucked her into a pile of sleeping furs in the cozy upper level of the herbalist's home, Aang sat at her bedside through the entire night, wordless. He felt like he could be in a daze or a dream. It gave him time to think. Sangmu was unconscious, but she was alive. Her breaths came shallow and her skin had a blue tinge that gradually turned pink through the night, but she was alive. She was here. Aang wasn't the last airbender anymore. She looked exactly the same as she did in the other Aang's memories, with inky black hair bound by 2 woven bands of silk thread that framed her cheeks. The bands matched the blue in her beaded circlet that normally rested across her forehead. While she rested, it lay at her bedside instead. He could scarcely believe that he saw her frozen in ice just days before, and now, she could share in his burden. He wouldn't be alone anymore, wouldn't be the only one who'd have to shoulder the weight of his entire culture. It almost didn't feel real. The price of it all weighed on his mind, but he pushed that aside for now. There'd be plenty of time to worry later about Sedna's deal with him, his promise to spill Aniak's blood. For now, he would revel in the fact that there was another who could understand him in a way that Azula or Katara or Zuko couldn't. Of course, he would have to break to Sangmu that they were the only airbenders left, but he hoped his presence would soften the blow. He'd be there for her. At least until he had to return home. Once again, he considered the thought of staying. But would Sangmu be enough for him to abandon his friends to their fates in another world? No, he decided. The more this world threw at him, the more it did its best to entice him to stay. He knew he couldn't. Gaining Sangmu made things more painful for later, more difficult, but for now he would cherish the idea of another airbender left in the world. Through it all, he missed Azula. He hadn't had much time to worry about her, but now that he sat in one place, his mind couldn't help but to wander back to her. He never doubted her strength or her intentions, but it just made him sad to think about how she felt the need to carry out whatever she planned alone. He wondered, briefly, if she didn't trust him, but sooner decided that she had her reasons for leaving him out of whatever she planned to do with Katara. Was it something she thought he wouldn't approve of? A plan of Katara's she needed to use to her advantage right then and there? Whatever the case, he wanted Azula there at his side. She'd help him sort out his thoughts and put a new perspective on his feelings. He wanted her to meet Sangmu. He needed Azula to keep him on his path to the South Pole to rescue Toph and Yu from the spirit world, needed her to convince him that he worried too much and he'd reach them in time and Mai and Jet would be fine in the North Pole. He stayed awake through the whole night on a wooden stool propped against the wall, watching the rise and fall of the sleeping furs as Sangmu slept. The heat from the hearth fire below rose to the upper level, making Aang feel toasty enough to doze off, but he fought it. Instead, he focused on his surroundings. The herbalist, Spriggy, normally slept in this upper level, but gave up her bedding for Sangmu tonight while she slept down below in a chair by the fire. Dried herbs hung in bundles from the wall, flowers and roots alike, the tools of her trade. Shells and bones and a rabbit fowl foot hung from the ceiling like charms along with sprigs of some leafy plant that released a pleasing aroma and made him wonder if that was where Spriggy got her name. Most of the space in the upper level was taken by her jars of powders and herbal concoctions, poultices and tinctures, remedies and potions. He didn't know how much time had passed when the herbalist climbed the ladder to the upper level to check on Sangmu. A fluffy white cat jumped up from below, slinking through the wooden railing that overlooked the lower level and situating herself at the edge of Sangmu's sleeping furs. The cat, Miyuki, meowed at him before kneading at the furs around Sangmu's feet. "How is the girl?" Spriggy asked him, holding the back of her hand against Sangmu's forehead. "The symptoms of her snow fever have gone down, it seems." "She hasn't really changed," Aang said. His voice came out like a croak from his exhaustion and he cleared his throat. "But you said she just needs rest, right?" "I did," said the old woman. Despite wearing Water Tribe furs, he recognized her from his world as the eccentric herbalist who lived in solitude on top of a mountain in the Earth Kingdom that he knew for a fact fell to Ose's burning during the comet. He wondered if she had escaped alive. "Oh, Miyuki, it seems we won't have to break out the moxibustion sticks." The cat just meowed at her in response. Aang didn't know what those were but thought it better not to ask. "Can I help you?" She started mixing a concoction with a mortar and pestle, pounding it until he could smell something sweet and fruity, along with ginger. "Is that food for your cat?" The herbalist looked at him with one wide eye as the twig woven into her hair tapped against the shells hanging from the ceiling, knocking it askew. "What?" "No, silly, of course not, this is for the little girlie. She needs something for good health." He rubbed at his eyes. "Oh," he said. "But you can help," she continued. "You're a waterbender, aren't you? Come and use some of that nifty healing skill you have. I suspect her chi paths are all sorts of messed up right now." Aang watched Momo as he climbed to the upper level and had a brief standoff with Miyuki. "I can't heal," he said. "Not yet. I'm still new." Her wrinkled face deepened into a frown. "What is it with you waterbenders and neglecting the most useful ability of all? Honestly, if every waterbender could heal, I swear we wouldn't even be at war." "Oh, well. I suppose some good old herbal remedies will have to do the trick. Little Siku and Sura are too inexperienced themselves, try as I might to teach them." "You're teaching them to be healers?" Aang asked. "But you're not a waterbender." "I am no bender, but using waterbending to heal is a teensy bit more complicated than just holding water over your patients and watching it glow," she said. "A healer needs to know how a body works, what it needs. the symptoms of illnesses and maladies and how to treat them. I'm trying to teach that to all the waterbenders in this village, though the men tend to be resistant to it. The world needs more healers, don't you think? Ain couldn't argue with that. His eyes fell back to Momo and Miyuki, rubbing up against each other. By this point, Sabi peeked her head up from below to watch them. You're not just any old herbalist, are you? She puckered her lips as if tasting something sour. Who are you calling old? And no, I suppose not. I've become something of an apothecary too, over the years. Maybe you can call me an apothealist. Or an herbacari. He was spared from responding to that when Sokka appeared on the ladder and Spriggy's face lit up into a toothy grin. Oh, good timing, dear, I'm glad you finally woke up. You're a waterbender, aren't you? Hopefully not too manly to be a healer. Sokka looked as if he regretted stepping on that ladder at once, but looked at Sangmu and shook his head. Hi. Yeah, I am, a waterbender, that is. I know some healing. Good, good. Squeeze on in, dear, she responded, ushering him up and moving aside so he could fit in the loft that felt more and more cramped by the second. And where's that other boy? He isn't a waterbender, am I right? He could learn some tips about herbs. Zuko's head popped up from the ladder after Sokka settled in at Sangmu's bedside. Is there even any room for me up there? Of course, said Spriggy, jostling Aang as she hurried to make room. Oh, good thing the girl looks as if she could sleep for 100 years, it wouldn't do to overwhelm her if she woke up now. What a lively morning. Miyuki yowled when someone stepped on her tail and vanished back down to the lower level with Momo and Sabi right behind her. Now, my two waterbender friends, you two work together to sort out her chi paths. And you, boy, keep pounding this mixture into a fine juice. Add some more water, it's still a little pasty for our needs. She tossed the mortar and pestle to Zuko, who lunged to catch it and ended up elbowing Sokka just as the latter drew water from a clay bowl on the floor. Sokka lost control of the water and doused Aang with it. He pulled the cold water off of his clothes, his face flat with annoyance. Any traces of his grogginess vanished, which helped him focus on pulling more water from the bowl to help Sokka. The other waterbender caught his eye and covered both of their hands in water, which started to glow. Follow my lead, said Sokka. Aang nodded. He could feel the swirling energy as it interacted with Sangmu's chi, which felt clotted around her lungs and throat. He tried to recall his novice healing lessons with Katara in the North Pole, the feeling of push and pull inside a person's body, but like everything else the memory failed him. She has snow fever, right? Sokka asked Spriggy. That means we should focus our energy on her forehead. Her inner temperature is too high. Oh ho, I'm impressed, boy, said Spriggy. You're smarter than you look. Yes, that's right. Thanks. Aang and Sokka did so. As the cooling water went to work, Aang couldn't help but let his mind wander to the events in the Spirit Song Grotto. Moving the energy around came easily to him. Are you okay? Aang asked Sokka under his breath. We didn't really get to talk about what happened with Sedna and your mom. Sokka shrugged. What's there to talk about? Mom's alive. I can only see her if I go pay a visit, but aside from the grumpy ice lady who wants me dead there aren't really any obstacles in the way of that. So that's fine. Oh. Well, okay. If you say so. Trust me, I'm fine, Sokka assured him. I mean, as fine as I can be in a tiny hut with a crazy old cat lady in a remote village that I know nothing about, but it's all good. Hey. I'm not old. Spriggy interjected. Miyuki's the old one, but you have to watch out for her, that granny likes getting into trouble. Why, just last week, she burned down the whole village of the Eagle Mouse clan all by her lonesome. Where do you get all these herbs in a place like this? Zuko asked after a lengthy pause. Aang was glad for his question because he didn't have time to digest everything Spriggy had just told them. I can't imagine all of this grows around here. Oh, no, she said, waving her hand. Well, some of it does, like the cloudberries. I can get some roots and tree barks, too, not to mention all the pine needles, which I can use for all sorts of things, like helping with my digestion. But I know a kind soul who brings me things from the Earth Kingdom and the Fire Nation. Without him, a lot of lives around here would have been lost, let me tell you. Actually, now that I think about it, he should be arriving sometime tonight or tomorrow. The question Aang wanted to ask since meeting the herbalist here bubbled forth without warning. What is an herbalist from the Earth Kingdom doing here to begin with? Oh, you know I'm Earth Kingdom, do you? Spriggy took the mixture out of Zuko's hands and poured it into a clay cup. Well, I could turn that question around on you. What are you boys doing with the frozen airbender from Peach Petal Island? Aang pulled away from the healing water. You know. Of course, dear. She's wearing orange robes. And that leads me to believe you're the Avatar, aren't you? Sokka scoffed before Aang could react and blew a raspberry. What? No way, this kid's the Avatar. You've got it all wrong. Really? Oh, darn. I thought Miyuki and I had you kids figured out, she said, shrugging and dropping the issue without any protest. Yes, I am from the Earth Kingdom. And I've seen this girl in the ice before. Sokka exchanged glances with Aang and Zuko as if in disbelief at how easily his lie worked. Oh, yeah? You don't say. Spriggy nodded as she administered the fruity mixture into Sangmu's open mouth, gently pouring it down her throat. Years ago, representatives from the Aniaktu Alchemical Institute came to my village to recruit me to work with their physicians and healers. I've always been quite the talented and famous herbalist, if you must know. Of course, Miyuki and I were quite happy where we lived even if it did fall to Water Nation rule, but they didn't give us much of a choice, you see. I was with them for years, and, I must admit, we made many strides in health and healing. But some time ago I was one of the specialists called to that island to see if we could do anything about the poor girl. I'm glad to see that you got her out of there, however you did it. That guy though on Kyoshi Island was from that institute, Aang said, remembering the cantankerous old man that had butted heads with Mizuka the Kyoshi warrior. Oh, yes, thou'd. The head seeker, said Spriggy. Head full of chicken pig dung, if you ask me. But yes, that man calls the shots there. They called us seekers after that legendary knowledge spirit and his spirit helpers, if you didn't know. I'm quite foxy myself, wouldn't you say? Zuko blanched but said nothing. But their ambitions got a little too ambitious for me, Spriggy continued. So Miyuki and I left, or rather, we escaped, and on our way back home we ended up passing through this little village and they happened to be suffering through a plague at the time, and I rather came to like it here, being needed and all, so we decided to stay. What do you mean, they got a little too ambitious for you? Zuko asked. Oh, a little of this, a little of that, Spriggy said. Hunting all sorts of creatures near to extinction in their pursuit of rare materials and animals. I work almost exclusively with plants, you see. Their efforts became focused on turning base metals mined on the forced labor of other men into gold, among other things. Personally, I don't think it's possible, but they'd seemed to disagree. Sangmu stirred, cutting their conversation short. Her eyes opened, dark and unfocused, and she let out a soft groan before shutting them again. Aang held his breath. Well, enough about me, said Spriggy. She waved Zuko and Sokka toward the ladder. She should be waking soon for real, but until then let's give her some time to rest, undisturbed. Who wants to help me brush Miyuki? Mai held her hood close to her face, partially to hide her features but also to protect it against the cold, windy night. After ensuring that Ty Lee, Haru, and Jet made it away from the port safely, they had gathered together at a communal smokehouse to find lodgings for their stay in Agnikale. They had been directed to another building nearby, large enough to fit two of Mai's old dojos side by side in a high-domed ceiling that made every sound echo within, and there were many sounds and many echoes, since they shared this space with dozens of other people. Mai had never known that the water tribes ate and lived communally like this. The travelers' lodgings were humble but they would suffice. The original plan was to spend their nights on Hugh's ship and stay only as long as they needed to. Now, they had no supplies. No money. No allies. But none of that mattered. When night fell, she left Ty Lee and Haru to fuss over money and food in hushed whispers while she departed into the cold. Unfortunately, Jet followed. Where are you going? He asked, finally speaking after they had passed the smokehouse and a bonecarver's hut. "You're not doing anything reckless, I hope." She didn't turn to face him. "Like you're one to talk." "Hey, I told Smellerby and Longshot to stay behind. I thought you would have approved." "I do," she said. "Fewer people to worry about." She heard the scowl in his voice. "Is that all we are to you? Obstacles that could get in your way? You were going on about leadership, but I don't think you have the qualities of a good leader. You've got to make use of all our strengths." She stopped walking so he could catch up and she could lower her voice in case of passers-by. 2 women decked head to toe in furs walked by on a bridge above them. "Is that what I am now? Your leader?" She ignored his comment about how she lacked the qualities of a good leader. She knew that already. "Until you make a call I don't agree with," he said, appearing at her side with a shrug. "But so far, so good. You handled yourself pretty well back there with all the scattering and tracking us down. You found everyone faster than I would have. But then again, this isn't the kind of territory I'm good with." Mai started walking again. "I'm headed to the palace to do some reconnaissance. Don't worry. You won't miss out on the action." Jet quickened his pace. "I'll come with you. I bet I'm at least as good at sneaking around as you are." "Fine. Suit yourself." Nobody stopped them as they strode through the city's icy streets. Most stayed inside, sheltered from the cold, but they passed several long houses full of people eating and drinking together in revelry. Mai noticed that nearly every building had a black feather charm stuck somewhere to its roof, while every street corner had an alcove and an urn filled with bird feed. She knew that people in the Fire Nation used the imagery of spirits for protection and good fortune, but she did not recognize these tokens. They ascended to the next tiers of the city by climbing the ice walls separating them, unseen by guards posted above and below. Unlike Ba Sing Se, these walls were not for separation, but instead for organization, which meant they were short enough for Mai and Jet to scale. Jet's swords made effective ice climbing picks, giving him the advantage there, which he made sure to let her know by cresting the walls first and smirking at her as she trailed after him, her cloak billowing in the wind. The palace's splendor could be seen from anywhere in the city, and Mai focused on it, adding more details to her observations as they neared. A moat of waterfalls. A single bridge leading to the wide and open palace courtyard with 2 pools and sparse cover in the form of decorated pillars. Pyramidal tiers that made for easy climbing and infiltration, but no discernible windows or doors other than the main entrance. An open lower level with long tables for feasts that cast a crystalline glow on the rest of the palace. Guards with white minkhounds patrolled the bridge and the main entrance, but that was all they needed to protect. With no other entrances, they only had to make occasional surveys of the rest of the palace grounds. Having a waterbender ally would have been convenient here, but Mai didn't find it necessary. There had to be another entrance. She gestured to Jet and they both rounded to the edge of the moat where it met the craggy ice wall that bordered the city and carefully climbed without slipping to slink into the palace grounds. She had to give Jet credit, he could keep up with her in stealth and speed. In another life he might have made a good Roku warrior. Beyond the palace courtyard and a ring of salt lamps that marked the guards' patrol routes, Mai and Jet discovered a shadowed waterway through which the moat emptied. Metal grates marked the entrances to tunnels that presumably led to the waterways throughout the rest of the city, but in the direction of the palace she spotted a metal door. In front of this metal door, a human-sized raven roosted on a nest of pale white brambles that Mai thought for a moment were actually jagged bones. The 2 of them stayed hidden and silent around the bend of the waterway, exchanging a wide-eyed glance with each other, but before they could decide what to do next they heard a voice addressing the giant raven from the other side of the waterway. "Oh great protector Raven," said the man. Mai peeked around the bend and saw that it was Pomo, the elderly warrior who warned Hugh to leave Agnicole. "I beseech you to admit me to the palace depths." He held up a gemstone she couldn't identify from here that glinted in the moonlight. The raven's head twitched to face him and the gem, and then she opened its beak to let out a loud caw. Mai, Jet, and Pomo all flinched and her limbs felt locked in place. Based on Jet's grunts, she suspected the same force gripped him. When the spirit closed its beak, Pomo hurried away as fast as his legs would carry him, cursing under his breath. The otherworldly hold fell from her limbs as well, and without a word she followed after him. The sound of the raven's caws was sure to have alerted the guards. Mai and Jet trailed Pomo back to the city as he made his hasty escape. She had not expected him to be so fleet-footed, so practiced at evading unwanted attention. Jet climbed to the rooftops while she followed him from the icy walkways. Thankfully, with so few people walking about, Pomo's parka was easy to keep in her line of sight. Behind them, on the palace grounds, she saw tiny lanterns bobbing toward the direction of the Raven Spirit. Pomo quickened his pace, apparently noticing his pursuer. Mai didn't mind, because when he glanced back at her for just a moment he stumbled right into Jet. The old man's voice shuddered. "What do you want?" When Mai stepped closer, he gasped in recognition. "You're the kids that were with Hugh earlier. You were trying to sneak into the palace, weren't you?" Jet snarled at him. "I bet you told us complete lies before to try to get us to leave." "No, I swear by it," Pomo said, looking back and forth between the two as they surrounded him. That was the truth. High Chief Arnook truly has been arresting pirates and has not hesitated to execute criminals of any type lately. Something has changed within him. Mai stepped closer, a knife sliding into her hands. She made sure to let Pomo see it. "What were you trying to do?" Beaded gray hair hung from the sides of his weathered face, dangling as he did his best to keep them both in his field of vision. He was a brawny man with years of fighting experience, but he was old now. Mai knew that she and Jet could take him. "I'd hoped to discover what it was that influenced him to make his laws so harsh and unbending, especially after what happened today. Before I became part of the Council of Elders, I used to be a pirate myself. I have a stake in this too, just like you kids." Jet scowled. "We're not pirates." "Then who are you?" Pomo asked, his brow furrowed. "We'll be the ones asking questions here, if you don't mind," Jet said, shoving him against the wall and wrenching the spear from his hands. Mai permitted the show of roughness and wondered if it had something to do with Pomo's former choice of a career. "Tell us about that giant bird. What was that you held up to it?" Pomo grunted and unclenched his mitt, showing them a polished blue stone with a black cloth band. "A betrothal necklace, aged and worn. It's a spirit that seems to be under the chief's control. Once, I saw one of Arnook's first spears hold up something similar, a kind of token, and it permitted him to pass. I assume now that it must be something unique to them to allow them entry, since even members of the council like me don't have one." "His first spears?" Mai asked. "A sort of honor guard." He stared at her. "Yes. You aren't of the water tribes, are you?" "We need to get into the spirit world," Mai said before Jet could interject. "A partial lie. By any means necessary. We'd hoped Arnook knew of a way." Pomo frowned. Footsteps tapped against the ice on a bridge above them, but all three ducked further into the shadows. "Get me the token and I'll tell you how, and you won't even need to see him." Mai and Jet exchanged a glance and Mai narrowed her eyes at Pomo. Of course, they already knew about the Northern Spirit Portal, so if he wanted to hold that over their heads she'd allow him to think he had that advantage. But they couldn't seem too willing. "And how do you know about that?" she asked. "I am an elder on the Council of Shamans and Warriors who advises the most spiritually learned man in the world, after the Avatar. I'm bound to pick up a few things." Behind Pomo's back, Jet smirked at her. He'd apparently come to the same conclusion as her. "All right, where's the closest first spear? Tell us where he lives." "You're in luck," Pomo said. "The closest of them is also the youngest and least experienced, a young warrior named Han." Mai gripped her knife as Pomo gave them directions. Honestly, she'd had enough of giant bird spirits. Aang sat with Miyuki on his lap while Spriggy cooked them all a stew made from hearty root vegetables. Sabi kept trying to sneak closer, perhaps out of jealousy, but for whatever reason Miyuki intimidated her. On the lower level of her hut, gathered around the cook fire, Aang felt a bit of the outside chill seeping in despite the furs hanging from the walls and the polar bear dog pelt on the floor. Down here, the herbalist had some potted plants, but mostly the kinds with narrow leaves meant to survive in colder weather. Someone knocked on the door, and when Spriggy went to go answer it, the wind battered the door and blew in Siku and Sura, the two young girls who first directed them to Spriggy's house. Both of them shivered and rubbed their arms to warm themselves through their parkas, but beamed when they set their eyes on Momo and Sabi. They dropped to their knees in front of Momo and the sudden movement sent him away screeching. "Funny cat, come back." Sura called to him when he arched his back at her from on top of a high shelf. "I just wanna play." "Keep it down, girls," said Spriggy. "We have a guest sleeping upstairs." "Sorry," said Siku, the elder sister. She held a wooden doll in her hands with its chi paths carved through its body. "We're ready to begin our lesson." "Oh, aren't you a dear," said Spriggy. She turned to Ain, Sokka, and Zuko. "Best students I've ever had, you know. They could be my younger sisters, don't you think?" "Ol' Spriggy, you say some funny things sometimes," said Sura, pulling her own doll out of her satchel. She approached Ain with her hands behind her back. "Mister, is it okay if we play with Momo and Sabi after the lesson? Do you wanna play with us, too?" Ain shuffled and the movement made Miyuki mewl at him in annoyance. I don't know. I've got a lot on my mind." The old him would have jumped at the chance, at the brief reprieve from his responsibilities and worries. Instead, he looked at Sokka and Zuko. "We don't have time to play," said Sokka, scowling. Zuko gave the girls a faint smile. "Maybe later," he said. "I have to go into the woods in a little while to check on a friend, but what about after that?" "You have another friend in the woods?" Sura asked. "Why didn't they come with you?" "Oh, he's big and grumpy," said Zuko. "But he likes the cold." "He's fine, but I want to make sure anyway." Aang never knew that Zuko was so good with children. He was about to volunteer to go check on Appa himself, but a noise from the upper level startled him. Glass shattered and he shot to his feet, causing Miyuki to yowl and run off, but Aang climbed up the ladder as fast as he could just in time to see Sangmu sitting up from the sleeping furs and swaying with a hand held to her head. One of Spriggy's glass jars had fallen over and broken, littering its powdery contents across the wooden floor. Aang knelt at her side, bracing her. "Sangmu, it's me. Are you okay?" She looked at him, her bleary gaze focusing on his face. He lifted his hat to show her his arrow tattoo and she groaned out a response. "Aang, is that you?" "Yeah," he said, and his eyes burned and a moment later he realized tears started to fall for a person he had never actually met. He knew those to be the tears of the other Aang when it made him so happy that he could have flown through the sky. "I'm here with you." She tried to sit up straighter and rise from the sleeping furs but she faltered. "What's all this? Where are we?" Spriggy appeared at his side with a bowl of a yellowish paste. "Here, you need something in your stomach. Eat this." She spooned the paste into Sangmu's mouth when she opened it to say something. "It's a banana mixture." Sangmu swallowed it as Aang piled the sleeping furs so that she could lean against them and sit up. As he did so, she gave him a disbelieving look and Aang belatedly realized it was because of the animal furs. He averted his eyes and she hesitantly leaned back against them. "What happened?" she asked, her voice small. "I remember, the Emperor." She sat up again with a start. "Where's Min Min?" He said he was going to cut her up and eat her." Her voice trembled when she choked out those words, eyes wide with horror. Aang felt his stomach drop. Min Min was her bison, and there was no indication that she had been frozen with Sangmu in the ice. Hating himself for it, he forced himself to lie. "She got away from him. She came to find me and that's how I knew you were in trouble." His heart broke all over again for the bison and for Sangmu and for all their people that had been lost. Her eyes were wet. "She's okay. Now, we can't have you being this distraught," said Spriggy, trying to ease her back against the furs. "I'm going to leave you two alone now for the time being. It seems like you have some catching up to do." She turned to go back down the ladder and Siku and Sura's heads disappeared below as soon as Aang spotted the two girls. "Aang, what happened?" Sangmu asked him as soon as Spriggy left, her dark eyes wide. "Why are we in the water tribe?" "We're safe here, trust me," he said. He didn't know how to tell her that they were the only airbenders left. He tried to think back to how Katara told him and knew he had to break it to her. He couldn't wait, he couldn't put it off, that would only make it worse for later. "I had to rescue you after you got frozen in the ice." Sangmu leaned back and closed her eyes, her face twitching in memory of her ordeal. So they did freeze me, she said. Seiryu and his wife. It's fine, right? Did the Southern Air Temple make it out safe from the attack? Did we hear about the North yet? Are they okay? Aang lowered his eyes. Sangmua. There's something you should know. Like a willow tree, she bent with the gales he sent her way. She listened to his every word as he explained how the Avatar spirit kept him alive in the heart of a volcano for 100 years, almost as long as she was in the ice, and all this time he'd been fighting to end a war that had been waged since the day she had been frozen. He spoke of how he discovered her in the ice. He called up Sokka and Zuko and introduced her to them, and she had been too stunned to say anything in response to learning that Sokka was the prince and he was on their side now. She didn't speak for a long time afterward. Sabi had curled into her lap and she absent-mindedly pet the lemur until, without warning, she burst into tears. Her sobs came all at once, pent up, and here trending, and he embraced her and let her cry as she choked out Min Min's name. All this time I thought I was alone, Aang said, holding her tight. But now you have me. And I know it'll be hard, but we'll get through it. She clutched his tunic, burying her head into his chest. This kind of pain, how do you live with it? Being the Avatar, does it make you stronger than me? No, he said, and he knew that better than anyone else. She didn't even know all the pain he had been through, even after all of that. He couldn't tell her that he wasn't the same Aang she knew, not now. Not after everything he'd just revealed. It never goes away. But it changes you. She sniffled and repositioned herself to lean her head against his shoulder. I want to see Appa. He nodded and she continued. I wanted to ask if you hated me or blamed me in any way, she said. Because my mother's water tribe. But then you introduced me to that boy Sokka. You didn't do that to our people, he said, his voice firm. He didn't know how she had come to that conclusion, and it hurt him that she could find a way to blame herself for the loss of their people. But then again, didn't he? And neither did Sokka. Just because you're part water tribe it doesn't make you like Aniak or Hakata. I flew down here to find my parents, she said, wringing her fingers. Remember? But now, they're not alive anymore. He was about to answer her when someone knocked on the door and Spriggy answered it to admit a big, muscular man into her home. Aang stood and jumped down as soon as he recognized Chit Sang and braced himself for a fight. Of all people, he did not expect the leader of the Wolf's Skulls to follow them here. Leave this place, Aang said. Now was not the time for a fight with Chit Sang. That was the last thing Sangmu needed to see just after waking and being confronted with the loss of their people. Spriggy, step away. Chit Sang's eyes widened and then narrowed. Didn't think I was gonna see you here. Sokka had his hand on his boomerang. What do you mean? You were totally following us, weren't you? Zuko stood in front of Siku and Sura with a glare even as the girls behind him waved at the new arrival. Spriggy stepped between them and swatted Aang away with her hands. Oh, calm down, boys. Chit Sang is the one who brings me herbs and medicines from the other nations. Aang's eyes fell to the bulging sack that Chit Sang hefted over his shoulder. Huh. The firebender stepped past Aang and dropped the sack in the doorway, scowling. Out of respect to Spriggy and everything she does for this village, I'm not gonna fight you. This time. Sura pushed past Zuko and ran to Chit Sang, shouting his name with glee. He grinned and lifted her up, spun her around, and sat her down on his shoulder while Siku hugged him around the waist and he patted her head. Ah, it's good to see the both of you. If you take a look in the bag later you might find a little surprise. Thank you, Chit Sang, Siku said, pulling away from him with a smile. He bounced Siku up and down a few times before putting her down in one smooth movement that made the girl scream in delight. Now, since it looks like I'm not welcome here I'd best be leaving, he said, kneeling down in front of the sisters. You two be good for Spriggy and your parents, you hear? Yes sir, said Sura, giggling. He stood up to his full height again and glared down at Aang. As for you, I'd recommend you leave this village at your earliest opportunity, he said. The sudden change in his demeanor sent chills up Aang's spine. If you do anything to endanger these people I'll make sure you regret it. Aang returned his glare. He positioned himself in an attempt to keep Chit Sang from looking up at Sangmu and noticing her, Aang didn't know if news of her disappearance might have spread yet or not. I was about to say the same thing. After exchanging pleasant farewells with Spriggy, Chit Sang put up the brown hood of his cloak and disappeared back out into the night. In Aang's world, Chit Sang may have been an ally, but he still wasn't someone he knew well. He didn't want to take any chances. Sokka, go outside and check to see if any of his skulls are watching. Zuko, follow him and find out how he got here. Make sure he leaves the village. Both of them nodded, but Spriggy held up both of her hands. Hold it, she said. You will do no such thing. Chit Sang is a noble and good man. Without him, this village would suffer a lot more. I thought we were outside the Emperor's reach. Zuko asked. We are, said Spriggy, while the girls rifled through Chit Sang's bag and removed jars and wrapped parcels of herbs and medicines. It was on an expedition for the Emperor that Chit Sang and his men found us. But they took pity on this village and now he does what he can to help. Sokka put a hand on his hip. You know what they call him, right? He asked. Aang remembered Sokka saying that Chit Sang was known as the Boiler, not a really good indication of someone described as noble and good. Spriggy shrugged. I don't care to know his past other than the fact that he was born underwater tribe rule. We're both foreigners and we both did what we must to survive, even if we are ridiculed and slandered and beaten by the Empire and our own people alike for being one of them. I suspect he feels like he's a member of two nations and none at all, both at the same time. Miyuki rubbed against her legs and she bent down to pet her. Though it is a shame that he's allergic to cats. But that doesn't keep him from leaving some treats for Miyuki in his packages as well. Aang sighed. Why did everything have to be so complicated? He turned back to look up at Sang Mua, who stared down at the scene below with fear in her eyes. But that fear was focused not on Chit Sang, but on Aang. Mai surveyed Han's dwelling from the roof of an adjacent building. Thankfully, the moon wasn't bright tonight, giving her and Jet plenty of cover while they planned their break-in. At 3 stories, his home was one of the larger ones in the city, befitting his status as a nobleman and son of one of the most respected clan chiefs in the North Pole, proudly displaying the banner of the Shelled Swordfish clan. Pomo also informed them that he was also one of the most arrogant. So what's your story, Mai? Jet asked her out of the blue. As the night wore on and she saw the lanterns inside Han's home go out one by one, she had begun to regret bringing Jet along. Nothing special that you need to know, she said, pulling her face mask to cover her mouth and nose. Really? 'Cause I wanna know how you met the Avatar and started traveling with them. And if I understand correctly, you're Zuko's girlfriend. She scoffed. It's not that exciting. After a pause, she considered a reply. But yeah, he is my boyfriend. I guess. It's a little complicated right now since we're on opposite sides of the world and all. He kept pressing her. How'd you learn to fight? Shush up, she said, creeping to the edge of the roof. It's time. Keeping to the shadows, both of them leapt across the gap between both buildings and landed on the first floor roof of Han's home. Unlike the palace, this building did have windows sealed with wooden shutters that had somewhat frozen over. Jet dug his hook sword into it and wrenched it open. Both of them paused for just a moment to listen for movement before squeezing through the window and shutting it behind them. Han had covered his ice walls with pelts of beasts he presumably hunted but also mounted perhaps an entire armory. They passed wooden spears, clubs, machetes, bows, boomerangs, and slings. Javelins and harpoons covered another wall, and when they turned a corner they found more of the same, but these had all been carved from bone and metal rather than wood. They even found a stretched animal skin painted with ink to resemble a face that Mai assumed was his. At the end of another hall, they saw a set of leather armor with the giant shelled swordfish's bivalve shell over its chest like a metal breastplate. All of the corridors smelled heavily of wood polish. Mai peeked into one bedroom with an elderly couple she thought might be his parents, both snoozing away. Another room had a kitchen with a smoldering cook fire. Next to this one, they located a room filled with yet even more weapons and a stuffed narwhal that even Jet lingered to look at until Mai pulled him along. After passing through a den with a blazing hearth fire they finally came to Han's bedroom. 2 spears crossed on the wall above his head, and between them she saw a blue amulet set into the ice. Jet waited in the doorway while she entered the room. He slept with silent breaths as she stepped closer. Upon inspecting the amulet, she supposed it didn't look much different from Pomo's betrothal necklace. It was made of the same smooth, blue stone, but another brighter gemstone had been inlaid in its center, like an eye. Han had embedded his spirit token in the ice and she held out her hand to pull it free, keeping a close watch on the warrior. He didn't stir. It took more strength than she expected to loosen it, but after tugging at it for several seconds that dragged on for what felt like forever, she managed to dislodge it. Han opened his eyes and lunged for her with a shout. She leapt back, barely reacting, and he jumped out of his bed and grabbed one of the spears hanging from his wall. "Foul criminal!" he yelled. "I knew I heard something before. You dare to think you can assassinate me, one of the first spears of Agnicolae?" Mai rolled her eyes. Well, she didn't plan to assassinate him before. He rushed toward her with a stab, but she stepped to the side and grasped the spear shaft, diverting it away from her. She brought up her knee toward his gut, but he pulled a hunting knife from his hip and swiped at her with a loud grunt, but she blocked it with her own knife. Letting go of the spear, she rammed him with her shoulder and sent him careening backward. After she had some space, she looked back at Jet, who warded off the spear lunges of the older man from the bedroom they saw earlier. "Dad! Assassins!" Han exclaimed. Han's father had graying braids but looked no less formidable than his son. "You two dare to think you can assassinate my son, one of the first spears of Agnicolae?" Han jabbed forward at Mai. "Hey! That's what I said." Considering that the two men had a nearly infinite supply of weapons to draw from, Mai knew they had to end this scuffle quickly. After Han made a low stab at her legs, she stepped on the end of his spear and snapped it with a stomp of her other foot. He then tried to cut at her with several successive bites from his knife, but she unveiled another blade from within her sleeve and parried his blow while retaliating with her offhand. She cut him, only a light, shallow wound, but still enough to draw blood, and he let out an anguished cry. His defenses open, she slipped behind him and kicked him in the back of the legs, making him drop to his knees, where she slammed his head against a wooden table, knocking him unconscious. In that moment, she remembered Xiao and Lu Mao. She could have easily ended Han's life right then and there like his people did to them and her other warriors, but now was not the time. Arnuk would be the one to pay that price. Even so, she wondered how many people Han or his father might have killed in service to their nation. How many they could still kill. Han's father roared and rushed into the bedroom, falling to his son's side in overdramatic despair, but Mai only rolled her eyes before following Jet down the hall and out the window they came in from. "Did you get it?" Jet asked her as they disappeared into the shadows. Guards started to rush onto the scene, something she was already entirely too familiar with seeing after only one day here. "Yeah," she replied, squeezing the token in her palm. "Pomo better be happy. If I ever see that guy Han again, I think I'd rather jump in the canal." Aang couldn't sleep at all through the night, and when he finally rose from his sleeping roll with the sunrise, he found Sangmu wide awake as well. She sat in meditation on an open spot on the floor. From what he could glean from the other Aang's knowledge, Sangmu had always been someone who took this time seriously, who could sit still for hours and still find the sanctity of it, the beauty of contemplation and the energy around her. He envied that. To him, meditation was no longer as sacred as it used to be. She'd never been ordained a master, but he thought she was spiritual enough to be one. He wanted to leave her to her meditation, but the time to depart was fast approaching. "You're awake," he said, climbing up the ladder to sit beside her. She didn't open her eyes. "I was awake all night. Besides, I slept for 100 years, didn't I?" Aang's gaze fell to the neatly folded parka and sealskin boots left for her nearby Spriggy's jars. She had already changed into the Water Tribe tunic and slacks Spriggy had provided, but the animal leathers and furs stayed untouched. "You know, you can stay here, if you want. In this village. I don't want to put you through something dangerous, not after what you've been through." She let out a deep breath and opened her eyes. "No," she said. "I don't want to be alone." She followed his line of sight to the parka and leather boots. "I'm not wearing those. I'll accept what I'm wearing now since it's made from fibers, but not that." "I understand," he said, and he really did. "But it gets really, really cold. And we need to blend in so people don't notice us." It's too dangerous. We're airbenders. We don't get cold. And if my big ice block was really just sitting there for so long, they're bound to notice I'm gone eventually. Aang shook his head. Her voice came out too slight to be argumentative, but he figured it was only due to her weariness. This is a water tribe winter. It's different from anything we've ever experienced. She unfolded her legs from her lotus position and hugged her knees. Can't I get a nice, heavy woven cloak or something? I'll try to find you one, he acquiesced. But, it might not be enough, just warning you. They sat in silence for a while, listening to the occasional movement of Zuko or Sokka in their sleeping rolls below or Spriggy's gentle snoring. Eventually, Sangmu spoke again. You've changed, she said finally. Listening to you talk like that when that man was here, giving orders to your friends. It's not like you. Aang put his chin on top of his knees. He'd been dreading that observation. War changes people. She brushed some of her hair behind her ear. That means it'll change me, too, won't it? She hugged her knees tighter. I remember the attack on my home. Every time I close my eyes I see rain and ice, and blood, and people falling. It's still so scary. We're too young to have to face this, Aang said, leaning back against the wall. Even now that he technically aged past her, aged what felt like another century, he couldn't deny that they were all still children. And he never had to witness the destruction of his own temple firsthand like she did. Like his other self did. She turned to look at him, her lip trembling. How do you cope with it? How do you cope with losing our people? Our friends? Kyuzan, Gyatso, the nuns, Min. Momo and Sabi chose that moment to skitter up to them, chased by a hissing Miyuki, and both lemurs sought protection in Aang's lap. He couldn't help but chuckle. Well, I have my family, he said. I'll always carry that pain with me, but if I don't look ahead I know I'll fall. I just focus on what's around me, and my goal. To end the war, you mean, she said. She looked at the lemurs and even the sight of them didn't make her smile. Yeah, he said. Remember my friend Bumi I always used to talk about? He's still around, and really old, so maybe you'll finally get to see him. And I really want you to meet my friends Toph, Mai, Ty Lee, and Azula. His chest tightened when he said Azula's name. They're all my family now. Just like you are. Zuko appeared at the top of the ladder next and jerked his thumb toward the door. Sorry to interrupt, he said. I know it's early, but we should really start getting ready to leave. He scratched the back of his head and looked to Sangmu. I overheard a bit, and, for what it's worth, I'm really glad to have you along. Like Aang said, we're a family now. We'll look out for each other. She smiled at him briefly. Thank you, she said. Her eyes wandered to the scene below of Sokka hanging over Spriggy's shoulder while she cooked breakfast for them and her face fell. Do I have to consider him part of my family, too? Even though he is related to the man who attacked our people. Aang and Zuko looked at each other before Aang sighed and answered her. No, but we trust him, Aang said. But you don't have to do anything or say anything until you're ready. Tears fell from her eyes again, sudden and unbidden, and she choked out her words like a confession. As the Avatar, aren't you supposed to kill him? Her words shook Aang to his core. He knew that it came from a place of hurt, an almost childish reflection of right and wrong and innocence lost, but he still couldn't find the words to answer her. Even so, it almost made him feel sick to hear her say that, and he couldn't explain why. Thankfully, Zuko answered for him. Sokka's good now, he said, his voice low enough so the warrior in question couldn't hear. And he's trying to fix things. That's why he's with us. He can't just fix it, she said, her voice shaking. Everyone's gone. He can't bring them back, can he? And then Aang realized why her sentiment made him feel that way. No, he said, shaking his head. This is all wrong. Sangmu, you're the one who has to carry on our people's traditions. The non-violent approach. Forgiveness and love. I never thought I could bring anyone back, but here you are, and it's all got to survive with us. He was the one who had to fight. Had to eat meat and hide his arrows and wear animal skins and steal and do what he needed to in order to survive. He couldn't be the one to carry on their culture, not truly. He'd already given up so many parts of himself. She bit her lip. With me, you mean? Aang, that's not fair. You can't put all that on me just because you're the Avatar. Her voice rose loud enough that Sokka and Spriggy turned toward them and Zuko retreated in an attempt to give them privacy. Is that the only reason why you got me out of that ice? What? No, Sang Mu broke down again, her body racked with sobs. How could you even say that? I thought you said I wasn't going to be alone. She rubbed at her eyes and both lemurs bounced over to her, chittering in concern or confusion. I tried so hard to detach myself from the pain, from my feelings, but I just can't. It'll take time, Aang said, his voice low. But I'll be here for you. And I've never forgotten our people and what it means to be an air nomad. He may have let go of all the traditions and beliefs of his people, but he never truly forgot them. As the Avatar, and no longer the last airbender, didn't he have to put his personal feelings aside so he could focus on the world's needs? Around an hour later they'd all gotten their things together and Spriggy procured a cloak for Sang Mu, so they prepared to depart. Outside, in the open air and the morning sun, Sang Mu's steps seemed a little lighter, a little freer. She took a deep breath and spread her arms after taking her first step into the hard-packed snow as if steeling herself for the journey ahead. Just as they turned to say their farewells and express gratitude to Spriggy, both Suko and Sura scrambled toward them from elsewhere in the village. Momo! Sabi! Sura cried, holding her arms out as she reached them. Are you guys leaving already? We have to, Sura, Zuko said, giving the two girls a soft smile. I know Momo and Sabi will miss you. Suko politely folded her hands behind her back. But we hoped that you and the lemurs would play with us, she said, fixing Aang with a frown. Aang looked back at Sang Mu, who held Sabi in her arms and stared ahead without really seeing, her new cloak billowing. He turned back to Suko and grinned, a sudden mischievousness overtaking him that felt like an old friend. I have an idea, he said, kneeling down to their level. But you two have to keep a secret. Sura jumped up and down. What is it, what is it? Our friend in the woods that Zuko mentioned yesterday, he said. No one else can know about him. His name's Appa. Would you two like to meet him? Sang Mu looked up, drawn out of her daze. Both Suko and Sura pumped a fist into the air. Yeah. Wait, before you go. Spriggy rustled through her satchel and pulled out a flower that she held out to Aang. Keep it safe. This may aid you on your adventure at a future time that remains to be seen. Aang accepted the offering, his brow raised. This is a White Lotus bud. Are you part of the White Lotus Society? Huh? What? Spriggy cleaned out her ear. My sudden and inexplicable deafness is acting up again. I have no idea what you're talking about. It is a complete mystery. But we already know about it, Sokka said, rolling his eye. Oh, whatever. Let's go. How is that even supposed to help us? Zuko asked. I'll hold on to it, Sang Mu said suddenly, and when Aang handed it to her she held it gingerly in her palms. He remembered, then, that she had always liked flowers. Both Suko and Sura grabbed Aang's hands and pulled him along. Come on, let's go play with Appa. Sura exclaimed. Despite Sokka's complaints about the recklessness of showing them Appa, Aang couldn't help but laugh in the face of the girls' excitement. After making sure Iroh and Kunna didn't follow him, Zabao found a place to meditate in solitude. Navigating his way to the spirit world proved to be harder than usual after the Avatar's stunt of separating the two worlds, but he sought out the places where the barrier felt weakest. Long ago, he knew, a being called the World Borer created tunnels connecting the two worlds, and even now the remnants of his work remained, fading like the markings in the sand washed away by the waves. But it was enough. Zabao followed these paths and opened his eyes to find himself in a green grove under a yellow sky beneath a dragon blood tree. A familiar place with rivers of red. Here he sat and here he meditated. Here, at the nexus between all of the worlds, he cast out his will to as many as he could. Other voices answered, like echoes, and with them he worked to undo the Avatar's actions. All it required was some gentle nudging. The spirit world didn't like to be separated from the physical world. He felt its wailing and its thrashing as keenly as he felt the tree at his back, but it could be coaxed back into place. It felt alive. The merging of the worlds was an empowering spiritual event, greater than anything he had ever felt before. His echoes called back to him. Check the description for the links to the author.